Futures back in positive territory this morning, coming off a bit of a flat performance to kick things off on Monday for this week. However, we are still positive both on the week itself and the month of June as we head into a brand new month of July by the end of the week here. Not a good look overall for the S&P 500, still down about 18%, but nice bounce once again off of that bear market territory that's attempting at least to continue today. The Dow yesterday, end of the day, down about 60 points, the S&P and the NASDAQ relatively unchanged, 0.5, 0.7 for both in negative territory. As I said, still down about 18% on the year, but we're actually up 7% on the month of June for the S&P 500. Pretty good look for a number of different individual names this morning, including some of the banks higher this morning after saying they're going to increase dividends coming off those successful stress tests from the Fed last week. We'll talk about the banks here coming up. Nike reports, not a good forecast for Nike, to the downside ever so slightly. We'll deal with this ongoing Robin Hood saga, if you will. FTX coming out after market yesterday saying that they have no conversations currently going on when it comes to M&A activity with Robinhood. So plenty of room to go still for Robinhood either direction this morning. Once again, it's Tuesday, June 28th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go. Look at, positive numbers here to start. 0.3 for the S&P, the Dow about 0.5%. It's been a while since we've seen the Dow leading the way at this point in the morning. The NASDAQ 0.15. Back to the upside as well as we, as I said, came off that relatively flat performance yesterday. Another move higher here for crude oil, 1.5%. We'll talk about Oxy, its own separate news today. Ethereum back to the upside ahead of a big upgrade coming for Ethereum this week. U.S. retail inventory is just out basically unchanged, 0.8 versus 1.7 last month. So month over month, a bit of a decline there for retail inventories. But, hey, we have a little bit of a surprise. Yeah, he's still here. Sean said late yesterday he was going to be off today, but you can't pry him away from this. Hey, guys.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You have to pry him away. That's the way you got to say it, right? So, look, obviously we're happy to have Sean here. The graduation's still on.
Yes, it's in the afternoon, and I don't know, I booked the day off, and I was like, you know what? I mean, I want to go in anyways. So the kid was fine with that. So I'll be leaving approximately 11-ish after the show, and then we do have a special guest host for the afternoon, so we can celebrate all this. Not only will it be Tuesdays with Tony, it'll be closings with Tony today as well. So he'll be on with you the full time there. Barring anything happening there, that's what's planned right now. Tony, as you know, can be a little bit wild card, It'll be fun. Right here. But I'm here now, and the training's been so good. It was like, you know what, I have to come in here. Look, you need vacations. Let's not get that twisted. Yeah. But I'll be here for a half day, and I'm happy to be here. So, and I'm especially happy on some bank days. We haven't talked about banks in a bit, so I know that you're all about Morgan Stanley, and they had the best report there yesterday.
Thank you.
Off of that, but I mean, thank God for sure. The sector has been getting destroyed. Even Canadian banks, everything getting destroyed. I mean, what is safe? Even energy we thought was safe, and then that was getting smoked. But apparently KZR is the place to be.
No, what I was going to say is apparently we're in a recession. I don't know if you guys know this.
I saw Miss Kathy Wood say that.
But yeah, Miss Kathy Wood has said that we are in a recession. So there you go. The R word being said by other people. Also some news coming from the administration regarding the Russia conflict, and yeah, that's caused some futures to come back a little bit here, but small caps are still going crazy. This Kazar, I don't know, Kazar. I'm going to call it Kazar because why not? KZR. Big time runner. This is like the second stock that has had a reverse split in the last couple of months. I think this is the right one. Yeah, this is it wasn't. The different one's a reverse split. But these guys have a kidney drug that had good news and absolutely running. It's about to take out the actual post-market high at $12, so I want to put it on the radar right away. We've seen these small caps, low floaters, just tremendous runs. EVFM is going to be back in play after another big move. I am in AMC, which is basically a continuation of the afternoon trade. I mean, it never broke 1380 in the afternoon, and I got out because it was a close. So it hasn't broken 1380, so I'm kind of right back in, essentially at the same price. It breaks that price, and we'll get out of it. But that's just a continuation from the momentum and the price action we saw yesterday.
All right, let's talk a little bit about a few things. I was just reading a note on GitLab this morning. There's a number of individual stocks here. I'll throw this up so we can make it official, but let's get into everything else we need to know this morning as we head through the pre-market here. There's a number of individual stocks that have positive notes from analysts this morning. GitLab, one of those. I just noticed I had a screener that said it was up 7%, but that was only because, hey, there was a print that was way up here this morning on very low volume. But there's GitLab, there's Airbnb, there's the hotels and casinos that have China exposure, getting a positive note this morning as well as China continues to reopen. So a number of individual names, guys, that are trying at least to catch a bit of a bounce here over the past week or so.
You just made me look. GitLab has a $4 spread right now. When you talk about there not being
Get in there and buy.
Yeah, like, I mean, if you can get hit on the bid, that's probably not so bad. But all kidding aside, you shouldn't trade anything pre-market that has a $4 spread and 309 shares worth of volume, right? Like that's one order, and this thing is essentially going to be up 10%. If one person hits the buy key off of the offer, but you got to watch out for those. Airbnb, on the other hand, we've been talking about the travel names in particular, but Airbnb got smoked off a lot of things, had that little bit of a push down, but got smoked off of the open, off of this 105 level. So that's one that might have to stand out here a little bit. I mean, 100 is a nice round number that we like. And this is another stock which was just on the verge of breaking out, and a few failed breakouts yesterday, obviously. I think we know all about that. But it was trying to break out the bottom channel at 105 and would have been on the radar. I still think that's in play. But we need a green day. We need some more strength in the market than we were able to see on Monday, because so many names were on that verge trying to get off the hump, and Airbnb hasn't really broken out of its bottom channel. So this 105, maybe 105.50 if you look at yesterday's tops, that one should at least be on the radar for this week, but we're going to need a green day for that to get carried up.
Yeah, look, so my play for here is a name that I've been liking for a while. We've talked about it, it's Wynn Casino. It's on the sticky note here today, and this is another one there. Macau easing of restrictions. Let's just see if Wynn can hold that $60. So, it's been beat down with all the sectors there. LVS is another name starting to run, but this is what makes the world go round for these casinos, right? Being able to get back there into China. So some restrictions on travel there, getting back in and out of the country for China. So up goes Macau, up goes Wynn, and then there's $60. So, just looking at it on the daily chart, I like to trade things when we're trying to break out. So I feel like you're breaking past right now this $60 range. So we're going to go long until 60. Maybe you got to give it back to like a 58 or something like that. So I'm not sure how Wynn's going to trade. I mean, I've traded it before. You have a 50-cent spread, but it's so long ago that we've actually looked at this name. Yesterday you had Wynn dancing around a bit to the upside, obviously, with yesterday's movement. Boom, move to the down. Like we opened yesterday 58, touches 56, then makes that run up. And then I don't know if something was known or anything, but this 57 bottom seems to have held into 58, closing near the highs yesterday of that 58. So there's 58 coming through. We'll see if Wynn can do it, but you're already up 7%. That seems like a lot to me. Just because Macau's open doesn't mean, that it's going to be back open for business type of thing. Like people still need to go. Travel's still a little bit of a worry, but I really like that Airbnb. I mean, this was a name that I haven't been able to get in. Well, I haven't gotten into, been able to, but if travel is back, I don't know, man. I mean, I really like this business model, and I feel like with all the listings that they have, they talked about bookings being higher than pre-pandemic levels. Maybe we have to wait for their earnings call, but look at Airbnb on a daily chart. I mean, it's actually considering some of this, I'm just going to say SPAC, but I don't think this was a SPAC. Considering some of the IPOs that have come through, it's actually trying to hold some of these bases down here. So I feel like as soon as you get through, again, I keep calling it all this garbage here, but if you can get through this 105 area there on Airbnb, then yeah, the upside move goes to 125. So I like it down here. It's just the bottom's been $92. I feel like the headwind for Airbnb is sort of legislative, and just meaning that, like, what if the government comes in and starts making rules about different properties not being eligible to be rented and things like that? I mean, that kind of changes the pendulum a little bit for them. But hey, look, if travel's back, and I know oil prices are high right now, but I don't think that seems to be stopping anybody. Supply and demand for energy is what it is. People are going to pay that extra dollar to put gas in their pump, and by extra dollar, I mean extra $100 into their gas tank, and people are still traveling. So it's like, if you're taking that flight to Miami or anywhere you're going, you may be looking at an Airbnb. So I like them, and I think it's a good value here down at $100.
It's a good look this morning. It's all of them, too. Here's the note on the entire group this morning, including some of these casinos with China exposure here as quarantine rules start to come off. There's Win, Save. There's, the Spirit deal that continues to go back and forth on the M&A front. AAL, UAL, all higher. These booking companies, Trip and Expedia, as Sean was mentioning there, if you're planning on traveling, pretty good place to go, and all of the cruise lines back in positive territory as well. I saw a couple people talking about this. Walgreens, lower. They're going to shelve the idea, I guess, of spinning off this Boots portion of their business. So Walgreens WBA to the downside so far this morning. And this is that Kazar, crazy move so far. KZR up on this positive data from a mid-stage kidney disorder drug. If you go up here, it's actually, we've been dealing with sub 10 million floats the past couple of weeks here. This one's actually a decent size if you compare it to that, 46 million on the float.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that we're now saying 46 million is a decent size float. Like, that's how accustomed we've gotten to these super tiny ones. That's a small float. It always has been. And just because it may not actually get to trade more than that today, who knows? It's already 5 million. It could definitely do that. But we looked at this and the $12 breaks in play. There was, among those names of those travel, there is one of those that's a bit of a mover this morning. And I wanted to make sure we mention it just because this tour, I think it's a Chinese e-travel company. The float's about, depending on source, because Finviz says 8 million and Yahoo says 24 million. I love this. I love this float checker website because at least you can see if there's a bit of a discrepancy. But either way, small float name under $1 here, and we've seen what happens when some of these stocks make the rally toward $1, right? Like, you definitely can find resistance or breakouts at that price. I had this one on the radar today. Obviously, it's up with the group, and it's a low float runner, which means watch out for things like halts. A lot of times you can see squeezes in this. It's about the liquidity aspect. It's done a decent amount of volume, but because the space is in play, that puts Tour very much in play. I'm looking at that $1 level right now. Nothing else terribly significant outside of maybe those even quarters. 75 looks like a pretty decent level of consolidation if we ever see that again. But this one's on my radar.
All right, what's up? Big shout out here to Gorilla Fish. You did it, man. I wish I could have given you some advice. I tied the knot, got married to the love of my life last weekend. Weddings are expensive. Yes, they are. Excited to be back at work trading. What's up, Trader Gorilla? Welcome. This is not really a gorilla. This is more of an ape, but congratulations to you and the love of your life. So, yeah, get in there and start trading now. Build a family. Do everything, and we're here for you as well. We're all family guys here, so congratulations to that one, and start your life off in the right direction by watching tradertv.live, the best trading show on YouTube. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that share. Let's go, and a big congratulations, bang it out there for Trader Gorilla. I like that name there on Twitter, so thank you for becoming a member. Also 2 months now, so tied the knot, and congratulations to you and to all of our members for anything they seem to be celebrating.
And it is expensive. Weddings are expensive, man. But you know what? It's something.
It's expensive as you want to make it, but yeah.
That is you want to make it, or does someone else get to determine that? You know how it goes.
To me, it should be the thing you spend the most money on as an event. Hopefully you'll remember it for the rest of your life. Yeah. Go there. I wonder if you went on any vacations or whatever. What made it so expensive? But the wife, to me, anyways, has a lot to do with that. So
it's true.
But
it's true.
All right. Brendan, back over to you, my friend.
All right, let's get this Robinhood thing over with at this point this morning. I mean, there's a couple of people talking about what to do with this today, I guess, kind of leaking to the downside already here, 4%. On these comments after market yesterday, SBF comes out and says, yep, no talks currently to acquire the company. I mean, that being said, as we say, when there's smoke, there could be fire, I guess. That doesn't necessarily mean they won't.
Man, I mean, Robinhood's on the sticky note here today. And honestly, this stock is I was going to say something a little vulgar there, but shout out to all the kids if you're watching. Look, why in the world would SBF or anybody want to buy this stock? They didn't even make money during the best times ever for a stock like this. It was meme mania. You know, I remember reading one of their reports, and it's too bad. It's too bad we didn't make like NFTs or anything of these sticky notes. I could probably go back and find it. It was kind of, I thought it was kind of a joke, and I remember talking about it when they were like, you know, our biggest revenue driver was Dogecoin. And I was like, okay, all right. You know, like these guys have a $50 billion market cap or whatever it was when it was up here at 60, 70 bucks. And they're like touting all the trading and all the money that they made off Dogecoin. You know, to me, that was sort of, should have been, could have been in hindsight, signaling what was a disastrous business for Robinhood. And the thing is like, whether or not Sam Bankman-Fried says, you know, he came out and said, you know, I believe this is an interesting business. Yeah, it is pretty interesting. It's interesting how they can't make money. Like, I just don't understand why we would want to buy this stock. I get it that there's some catalysts in there now. You've had, and Neil brought this out to me, so I'm stealing his thing here. It was like, you said it was like 9 straight down days and then 7 straight up days or something. It's like, you know, it's just how fast times can change here. I think it got bumped up there. Just obviously there's a lot of these meme kind of stocks that started to get bumped up in the last couple of days. This one needs to be sold on any kind of a bump up. I mean, unless someone is coming to take these guys out, there's so much, you know, potential for other companies, and they already are eating their lunch. I mean, we just talked about Morgan Stanley and what they moved into the space, you know, the low cost trading. There's Schwab. There's all these, by the way, AMC's starting to go back up, or starting to go up right now again, 10 cents in the money. You know, anyways, you've heard my opinion now on Robinhood. I just feel like they're not the right space to be in. I don't believe it's a great investment down here unless there's that buyout thesis, right? And which there apparently is. So Sam Bankman-Fried, I believe, holding this thing above water a little bit here. I don't know why. I don't know what the game plan is there for him. I've talked about it. As soon as he put that tweet out, or it was a couple weeks ago, I said, this guy's probably going to buy this company. So it does get bumped up here on that kind of stuff. And look, if he wants to get into trading stocks, I just feel like there's other ways. Why can't they just build that platform themselves instead of spending $7 billion? FTX should have some of the best engineers in the world. Yeah, it's $7 billion now. They're going to have to pay a premium for it. So yeah, 10, 11, 12 billion for Robinhood. I mean, look, if I was Vlad, what's up, Val? If I was Vlad, you know, I might be selling this thing right now for whatever I can get. But, you know, will the shareholders accept that? I don't know. So for me, Robinhood, and I apologize for anybody that's long, I just don't like the stock here. Right now, I forgot they had to go in there and pay for shorts. For me, it's a short. It's on the sticky note as a short. I say you short any pops. I didn't do much work here, but yesterday we went long, in and out. It was about flat. We got hit on the reopen, got out there, then took it a little bit. So lost a couple cups of coffee there. But for me, it's a short until we break at least this $9.50 or $10 area. Let's see if we get up there and gives us a gift here on a Tuesday.
It's got 2 bull cases. One of them is someone buys them. The second one is the fact that it is about 10% short. So that would be the explanation for why you had such a violent spike when that press release happened. Because when you have any kind of a decent short stake, and then the press release, you know, interested in buying, which was the same thing that was said in the morning, as Brennan pointed out several times, you still had that halt up because it went into a liquidity vacuum, and the algos just start eating it up. Like the algos are gonna react more aggressively to any positive press release on a stock with a 10% short interest than if it had a 1% or nothing. Right, like there wouldn't be as aggressive buying. And the crazy thing is, what didn't make as much sense to me is how well it actually held up after at this 940, 950 level. But that gives us 2 lines. One, halt price 9. Second one will be that 940, 950. Like when this reopened between 35 and 50, like it was like, I don't want to say dumpsville, But let's just say there was a lot of aggressive selling here. And it was hard to see in the opening candle, but it was obvious when it got there the second time. So that sniffs that price today. I think we should be at least looking at it on hood to short. It's ridiculously cheap. I mean, it's a quarter of a cent for us to short it. I'm surprised we're even paying anything at all, as liquid as it is. But what an absolute mess that might be. And it's the short interest that I think gives it any explosiveness, really.
All right, just watching New York Fed President John Williams, I think is his name, talking right now, making some comments about the July meeting that's coming up. So, I mean, he's not saying anything significant, but 75 basis points last month was exactly right. The debate will be between 50 and 75 for July. Not seeing signs of a taper tantrum yet. And markets are functioning well. There was a couple of individual names as well I wanted to mention, guys. Amazon and Tesla, both with, I believe it's UBS for both. I'll double check. But price target cuts for Amazon and Tesla today. UBS cutting Amazon to 167 from 209. Not a huge deal, but a couple of names. I mean, we haven't looked at Tesla for a couple of days now, but Amazon, interesting.
You know what?
I have it's my adage about Tesla. Why does it? So I'm not. By the way, guys, I'm not short 1423 AMC. My last cover of the long was at 1423, so we might have to refresh that board at some point. I only just noticed it now, but I've been long AMC. I'm not short.
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
I'm long. So mine's right. I know you're long.
Yeah.
Too.
So, well, we haven't. I say this about Tesla all the time. If you're trading Tesla every single day as a day trader, probably a bit much because it doesn't always give you opportunities. Amazon lately has been giving you a ton of opportunity, and a lot of these wicks are a little bit annoying here, but we're right at what was a key price pretty much to end last week and then Monday as well, which is 113.50. Now that was where it broke out on Friday. That's where it found support yesterday, and we're just barely holding above that price. If we're gonna have a red day, it's gonna include a break of the 113.50. First things first, I wanna see how I react to that 115 afternoon resistance on Amazon. It's not saying it's up too fast, and I'd zoom out, but I think I'm going to have this, one of those crazy wicks if I try to zoom back a little bit further. But 118 to 120 is overhead resistance anyways. I'm just eyeballing this 115. The 113.50 break could be in play at the open. We have about 35 minutes for that to matter, but not something I want to get into pre-market here. There's a few other names that are a little bit more interesting to me. But Amazon, definitely on the radar. If we hold below 113.50, there's a lot of room to get down to that maybe 8 to 10 area if we don't hold that bid. Pretty big key pivot price. Tesla, not as interested in that one this morning.
Yeah, yesterday Amazon was definitely a top stock. I think it was my number one stock. So we'll see if we can rinse and repeat that again here today and off the same level. And again, Nike came out and told the story of the consumer. I mean, it's what we were waiting to see, a little bit weaker. They forecasted down. So Amazon today doesn't really have a reason, in my opinion, to go back to the upside. I wonder about the market here. I just retweeted something pretty interesting and a shout out to who it was there. Oh no, where is it? I thought I retweeted it. Maybe I didn't. I'll have to look for it in a second. But it was, here it was, Bulletproof Tony. Yeah. Hey, what's up? Tony Bullet. Oh, Bullet Tooth Tony. Okay, good one. This is from Mac 10, and it's kind of an interesting thing here. Every market peak in 2022 has been the last week of the month. So we indicated it here, and then with a potential arrow right there, because we are now in the last week of the month. So as you can see here, maybe I can make it a little bit bigger. And again, I didn't vet this or anything like this, but this looks like the S&P to me. So last week of the month, I'm just going to assume that because these are spaced out, that these are all the last week of the month, and it looks to be correct there. So there it is. And right now, there's the last week of the month again. Looks like we could be starting to head to the downside. So thanks to Bullet Tooth Tony there. On that retweet. I'll try to retweet some. I like that. I'll try to retweet some more of those as I see them come through, if you do send them to me. But there it is. I just don't feel like the consumer is very strong. Nike kind of told us that. Obviously, Amazon's going to have their report, and I think FX tailwinds and all that or headwinds will be happening for a lot of these retail companies. So let's just wait to see where we go on this one. Amazon, of course, gets saved by AWS. If they didn't have AWS, I dare see where this stock would be, but then it wouldn't have the valuations it has. So let's just wait to see if we get a 115. Yesterday, we started a little bit too early, like right here, 1430 or so. I don't even want to start there. if Amazon wants to go, great. We left it alone. Remember, it was on our sticky note yesterday. It was a great stock. We didn't get into this until 10:30. And then right there at 11 was the top. So let's see if Amazon gives people a little bit of a reason to sell this. Let's go to the upside around that 115. I just put an offer in right now at 114.80. So $1 higher. We'll begin the short on this one, Brendan. Over there at the big screen, I see Nike on the far right, along with eBay. Don't buy your Nikes off eBay, though.
Probably a bad idea. There it is. Yeah, Robert Baird. To the downside, there's actually 2 or 3 negative notes after that report for Nike. Hood on here after that mess yesterday. eBay, as Sean was saying. Top of the list. Hey, it's patio season. I guess Molson Coors deserves a upgrade today. Snowflake and Microchip, guys.
Yeah, Snowflake again. By the way, Neo just had a big flash to the downside there. We already talked Robinhood there, but Neo just had a big flash down. Actually stopped me. This is what happens when you leave stop orders out in the market. I had 23 with a 2280 stop from yesterday's lows, and before I could even react to it, it's in, and then it stops out the bottom. But it actually ends up holding yesterday's bottom. So realistically, like, this should still be valid. And I'll probably jump back into it maybe when things calm down. I didn't see a reason for it. Maybe just a bit of a technical break, and it wasn't that, like, it was a good volume spike, but it wasn't overwhelming or anything like that, so I didn't see anything that just dropped, but either way, that was a huge move just now on Neo. Hopefully this, hopefully this position board will get correct, but Neo looking like it wants to test yesterday's lows once again. It was incredibly weak off the open and was trying to gap back up, forming a bit of a double bottom. If it doesn't hold that one, Neil's got some pressure under it, at least down to that 22 area. But that was a huge, huge move just now.
So Nike on there, Hood on there. Oh, and I just want to say, people putting in the chat there, because I was so passionate there about my little Robinhood rant, I must be short. No, I'm not short at all. I don't have any puts. I don't have any short positions on Robinhood, neither here on the show nor in my own personal account. I just, making comments based on stuff that I see. Could be correct, could be incorrect, most likely incorrect. But that's Robinhood. We'll just check out what it's doing right now. And again, no positions for me in my own account on Robinhood. But what the? It just went to $9 there. Interesting. It just went to 9. So I think that might be something there. I'll probably sit there. So we have to pay for shorts here, as you guys probably do as well, for Robinhood shares. So it is a whopping 1/4 cent. So it's $2.50 for 1,000 shares of Robinhood. So all you have to do is make the spread on 1,000. Here it comes, on 1,000 shares, and you make that $10. So anybody trading with us here at Day Trade the World, you can simply go into our back end there, figure it out, go to pay for shorts, figure out the cost of them. And when I just got them, anyways, about 10 minutes ago, it was 1/4 cent. So pretty cheap to short Robinhood here today. Shouldn't be a problem, I guess, at your broker. But if you guys are looking to trade this with me, it won't be on the long side. It will be on the short side. So you can try to figure that out. We are right now going to short in here in 96, 97. Let's just get a little bit of a bump up. And again, we could be wrong on this. I mean, this is Neil talked about some of the catalysts, right? I mean, that's the catalyst is short interest at 10%, probably pretty average for like recently listed stocks. But at the same time, you do have the buyout possibility here. And I don't know if it's going to be a buyout, but some sort of a partnership or something there with FTX. So you have to watch out for that coming up to the upside there. Watch out for 950. If it breaks through 950, I think we want to be done this name. And we'll take an L on the short because, hey, some ideas don't work out. But I like this one. Let's see if we can get it a little more short here. Did your positions get fixed? Yes, they did. Good. Yeah. So we're both only long AMC here, but a lot of ideas on the sticky note. So let's just see where we go.
There was a tweet, guys, from Charles Gasparino, who is a Fox business reporter, talking about this whole story. And he's not even saying anything, which is the best part. Another algo move. That's the highlight there at the bottom. Might have to pay $20 a share. Might have to pay $20 a share to convince shareholders. But and then he also says, come watch his show later today. So, yeah, there we go. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market. Just watching this NIO move as well, back off that 2280. Brought to you by the Small Exchange once again this morning. Make sure you check out thesmallexchange.com. Sign up today, guys. So easy to get involved in futures trading. Very small, easy to understand contracts. Check them out today. Use the QR code on screen right now. Hey, Arun, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, man. What do we need to know today?
Well, I guess nothing's really changed, right? I mean, we're going to do the exact same thing we did yesterday. It was pretty straightforward. Yesterday wasn't a non-eventful day. I mean, we drifted down for the most part, but at the same time, respect of the levels. So we're going to use the same levels again and see if we can't work some trades in the same areas. Okay, so we're going to use 3,900 going on down to 3,870 for potential longs. Worked out yesterday. Let's try that again today. And then the flip side is we need to see what is above 3950. 3950 is the top end. So if we can get above 3950, which also puts us just above the overnight high from yesterday, which is around, looks like 48 or so. If we can just get above 50, I just want to see what stops are up there. If we can get above 50, fail, then we can get a short going there as well against the 3990. So that's two trades right there. There's a long at the bottom, and there's going to be the short depending on whether we actually break out through the 3950 and fail. If you get that failure, you get the short. If you don't get that failure, you back off and you let the market go, and you maybe can catch up some longs as the market traces back up. So I would just keep those two in mind for now. Be aware, though, we're heading into some high volume time, which is going to be the quarter end, the month end, and going into a long weekend. So I would imagine Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is going to be where the majority of the volume is going to sit. If the market wants to consolidate up until that point, you have to respect it, play the edges, play the range. If the market's giving you a range, and when you get to that time frame where volume picks up, activity picks up, that's when you got to take your shots, right? So for now, we're just going to play the edges. We're going to play the range and see if we can catch up that long around that 3,900, or if maybe we get the short north of 3,950. But that's about it. There's no point in forcing any trades when this market wants to work inside of a range.
Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow. Before we jump into the watch list, guys, so it's an offering, it looks like, for Li Auto. So LI downside here. There's a $2 billion ADS offering just came out there for Li. Neil, as you rejoin, I hope you caught that. $2 billion for ADRs for Li Auto. Let's get into, as I said, the watch list this morning. Well, sorry, Lucas, my bad. That is the link, guys. If you're looking for it, we send it out every single morning before we come on at 8:30. Absolutely free to you. I'll show you that note here before we jump in, if anyone missed it. So it is, yeah, so NEO moving, XPeng moving on this. Li Auto with a $2 billion ADR offering there. So heads up on those. Let's get into the rest of what you need to know this morning. We'll talk about the banks here to kick things off. They passed the stress test, and then not all of them, which was kind of interesting, but a few anyways, raising their dividend.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely glad for that. And I'm really glad that there was actually something that happened there in that EV space. Otherwise, that move on NEO didn't make sense. But in the context of Li Auto doing the offering, okay, not a lot of bid in the pre-market, and so it goes down on sympathy. Look, Morgan Stanley, like all the other banks, it's not picking on anybody, but realistically, you've been in this downward channel for quite some time. You're finally breaking out, and we just showed an Airbnb chart earlier on for names that have been in a bottom channel and trying to break, and Morgan did break 77, 78 here, that previous low. We've gotten back above that 77. I like that. I mean, I like that price. I think when you're reacting to the stress test, and basically the all clear is like you go into recession, and basically what the results are telling you is the banks are capitalized well enough that they don't believe there'll be any risk to their buybacks and their dividends if we get some of those worst case scenarios. Now it's up to you whether you want to believe that or not. I think that's probably a little bit, maybe it's too optimistic, but either way, they're reacting by increasing their div, which the market's gonna like that. I'm not saying the bottom's in for banks, but one of the things that made sense to me as they kept on coming to the downside, like they just, based on price to book and a lot of other factors, it just felt like the banks were undervalued relative to the market, and the market caught a bounce. Well, the banks need to be going too. I understand the R word is going to be out there, and that's not necessarily a good thing for the banks, even in a raising rate environment. However, you've got to start somewhere, and I like this as a good start. I will be at the open. I'll be on the bid in front of 77. It's this entire range from the last 2 days at the top end that I like, particularly on Morgan Stanley, which is really 77 to 78.5. But it's in that pocket that I want to be a buyer of the stock. A lot of times you're not usually seeing the banks just straight break out as trades, so I want to be buying any kind of a dip. And when the market started rolling down, I guess 20 minutes ago, whatever it was when we came on air, it felt like we were going to get that opportunity to buy the dip on some of the stronger names. Since then, we've recovered. So might have to step these bids up at 930, possibly in front of the 78.5 area. But that's the support area I like for Morgan.
Yeah, if you get down that low, I wrote down 79 there for Morgan Stanley today. I mean, I just think that it's off to the races here. You could just check out where 79 is. I mean, whatever. It's at 80. We'll bring it down $1. It's already up that 3.5% there. Tighter capital requirements and stringence there for J.P. Morgan and Citigroup than the other banks, which is why they didn't raise it. But again, Morgan Stanley, it's so nice because it's a $20 billion buyback, but their market cap is only $140 billion. So obviously, they believe that their price is way down here, so they're reinvesting their capital in their stock. J.P. Morgan reinvesting it in the business, and that's fine. I mean, these companies can do whatever they want. The thing is, I think it would have been funny if, Morgan Stanley's on here as the number one. So this is my number one trade idea today, is to go long on Morgan Stanley. And again, just looking at the 20-minute chart, right back here, yesterday's high 79. That's where I think we can buy this at. So we're waiting here for a 79 bid, and then when we get that, we'll just see how the banks are reacting. If they're all puking to the downside for some reason, then we know we can get out. But let's put some bids on here. I am bidding 79.20. If it falls down $1, we will get that. But remember, J.P. Morgan and Jamie Dimon came out and he said that there was Superstorm Sandy on the horizon there. That was about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I think that would be a little silly if he started deploying capital back into their stock. If he thinks that, we'll see. But they're all look the same on the chart. I mean, whether or not you had a 110 bottom there, up 7% for JP Morgan from its bottoms. Basically the same thing in all of these banks. So let's just wait to see. They're all bumping up on the same level here. So 117 there for JP Morgan. Let's see if it holds. It's not going to. It is going to trade a little bit lower than that here today, up 0.7. All these banks have 3.5% dividends, so that's all fantastic. And I feel like they're just beat down so much. I mean, you have here, whether or not you want to go into XLF or one of the ETFs that maybe is paying a monthly dividend or whatever, you can get creative with how you want to account for it. But a PE of 9 here for JP Morgan, a PE of, I'm just going to find out what Morgan Stanley's is as well, 9 for Morgan Stanley. Bank of America, 8. I mean, some of these banks, and I know that they're not as sexy trade, like they're not going to go up or down 20, 30% like a DraftKings or anything like that. But look at this decline. It's been pretty, it's probably a good thing, but these declines have been pretty brutal here. So, I mean, the top. And it might not be time to get into these names yet. So I think that if you're going to invest, you may want to wait for earnings to come through and then see if you test some of these lows. I feel like the banks, just the way this chart is looking, like you gotta, if you're gonna draw lines, like you gotta start to do something like that where you're looking at top and then a top again. So we at least got to break through 121, which is right there, to get going again. So, we're pretty close. Let's see if these stress tests happen. Quick check on the imbalance locator, though, Lucas. I know you just switched off, but there's TME. There's nothing on here. So I just want to show there's really no banks. Obviously, I see BAC there, but they're there every day. Morgan. These are just all very light, but they're all buys. Everything's a buy here. Box D is a sell, and whatever the heck TINV is, that is also a sell. So right now, a lot of buys. But they're not big values.
All right, let's go on to Nike. We're just noticing here there's a bit of a uptick currently, guys, just breaking through 108 once again for Nike. Back to the upside, some volume coming back in. I mean, the forecast was a problem. The actual report, not terrible, but a bit of a worrisome forecast for Nike.
Yeah, I mean, no one likes the fact that you want to guide better, and you also don't want to have inventory issues. But I mean, it's one thing that Kathy Wood got right, is that there would definitely be build up on inventories, and that could be a little bit deflationary, at least in some sectors. It's at least a possibility there. And Nike certainly is facing that as well. What I really, really wanted to happen was a test of the 117.50. Obviously, it would have taken a great guide and just an overwhelmingly positive report for us to get there and then be trading off the 50 period in previous lows. But we do also get the double bottom or triple bottom or whatever you want to call it at 105, which is now firmly in play. And that's been a big level on the daily chart. To me, I'll defend it till it breaks kind of thing, and it has broken 105 to get to 104 and change. Realistically, it's about 104.40 is that low. So, I'll be long if we get down to that price. As far as the fade goes, I really liked 117.50. We're not going to see that. So all I have to look at is this channel up to yesterday's bottom, which is 110. And I'm not really talking about like those pre-market lows. I'm really talking about since the open on Friday and then yesterday's 110. So, I'm looking at that 110 as a resistance level for me on Nike. It's not an overwhelmingly positive situation to be in. And the first look was down today. I think some of this bounce that Nike is getting is just the fact that the market has recovered back from that initial push that we had just right when we came on air. So I think it's just more of a recovery than anything specific to do with Nike. It seems to just be following the ES right now.
Yeah, I wrote down here on the sticky note, this is name number 2. We have Morgan Stanley on there. We have Nike. We have Wynn. We have Robinhood. And we have Meta on here, all discussed a little bit here. But lower forecast and FX issues send this name lower. FX isn't getting any better. And, of course, when you repatriate the earnings back into the U.S., you got to put it into U.S. dollars. And if it's a strong U.S. dollar, then that's going to be a problem. I still feel like there is some tailwinds coming with China there. So, anyways, I told you about 110 and 106, so I'll get to that in a second. But I think that there's some tailwinds coming from China, possibly with the reopen. Hopefully they can get that stuff going. Hopefully the supply chain will open back up and they can stop using that, not as an excuse, but as a reason for making the move all the way down. But Nike's been really in a bit of problems here, big trouble. Down 30% this year, more than the market. 106 coming into play possibly as well today. It's bounced 106s. I just got short Robinhood. So new position there. This is the 106 bottom right here. We did tick below it and hit the 105. We actually made a bottom of 103.50, 104 just a couple of days ago. So, we're ticking in the middle of this. Let's see which way we're going to bounce now, take it up or down. But for me, I like it up here. I don't think you get to positive here. So for me, it's a short until that one up into 110. We're going to start it at this 108.50. I'm a little uncertain of the direction of the move. So if it does come back up to the upside, let's short this pre-market high of 108. We probably should have just shorted right there, like 108.21. What's the difference? But we were just sitting there. So if it kept going, we would have got short. I feel like there is a chance to get a blowout short here off the open where it rips. I mean, you're already at 108.10. So we're 40 cents away from getting that short. And then we'll build it up till 110 and then probably get rid of it at 110.50, something like that. I mean, really the ultimate high there is that 111. So I may look silly not holding it to that 111. So there is a 111 top there. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll switch that up and we will give that to 111. But anyway, short into 111. We'll see if it goes. Or I really think you might want to take this bottom break of 107. The breaks haven't been great. So that's the one thing I wrote down on the sticky note, 106 as a possible breaking level as well if the market really gets pretty sour. But right now we're up. Oil right here is starting to fall back down, which would be good for a name like Nike. So we'll wait to see what happens here in the market. But I feel like we're going to get an opportunity to short this name.
All right, let's continue along. Speaking of China, speaking of higher on the day, Disney, guys. Before we actually do that, I wanted to show you this as well. On Nike, there we go. Anything above this line is an analyst price target cut or negative note. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 moves to the downside for Nike. Disney. Yeah, another one trying to take out pre-market highs here, or test them at least, up 2.6. It was this time last week, I believe, they came out and said they were going to reopen the hotel and resort portion of the Shanghai facility. But now we learned that Thursday is going to be the day the actual park gets to reopen as well.
Woohoo!
Yeah, back to business for at least part of it. But like Disney, we definitely like right on the bald cam. I love that shot. Doesn't everybody love that shot? But I'm super happy for Disney. I actually like where this is sitting on the chart. So we keep talking about these bottom channels. This is very similar to it. Basically, it's the same thing as Airbnb when I look at the chart. Only it feels like it is going to break today. And this is about 99.5. The only annoying thing about the breakout on Disney at 99.35 is the current pre-market top, and it's a double top from yesterday, previous support as well. And you're probably going to guess it, is that long to the high is in front of $100. So essentially, you'd be paying for a break to then go right into 100, which means, at least when I would look at it for a trade, you definitely want to scalp some out, play a little tighter to the vest, because you want to cover some in front of 100 just in case that's a pretty big barrier. We've seen that in the past. Getting back through a line like that can be a little bit tricky, the same way as it is when it breaks it the first time or the second time. So that leads me to favoring dip buys or letting it trade above 100 just to see if it can hold above that level. So I'm not all in on this break. Like the other day, like Roku, when it broke out, it was just like, okay, that was a clean break. You looked at it in the chart, just you want in long, and it's like you want to hold that price all day long if you can. This doesn't feel the same to me because you're going right into that 100 level. I think you can only really give it halfway back, maybe to like 98, 80 or so, 1-to-1 from that 99.35 to 100. And then 100 could end up being a place to add to that position if it gets above. We're probably going to need some help from the market with regards to Disney, but we've been in that place before. Decent recovery here, but again, the market bounced. So that's why I think the market just bouncing here is causing us to get back toward that high. If we'd continued lower, I did like the dip buy to about 27.25 here yesterday. The afternoon tops. I would have been a buyer in front of that. It doesn't look like that's going to come first. Looks like the breakout's coming first.
I don't know. There must be some sort of a conference going on with Coinbase here or something. They announced 7 new assets. So, okay, that's not the big deal, but it's this one, Coinbase.
Is one of them Terrarium?
Terrarium, I don't know, maybe Terra Luna again?
My barber was asking about that.
Terrarium. Isn't that what you grow like little, like bonsai trees in? And like it's like an enclosed, isn't that a terrarium?
I mean, you're right.
I don't know.
You're
Anyways.
right. No, you are right about that. I didn't know anything about a token. I got a haircut last night. My barber was asking me about it. I'm like, I don't know anything about it.
If your barber's asking about it, man, I want a short terrarium. Just because because it's the same thing. It's like when your barber starts talking about crypto, when your taxi driver, when your Uber driver, that's the thing. When it becomes main street, right? I don't care. I would have said that about anything. He mentioned. I don't care. It doesn't matter. That's just a joke. I have no idea if your barber's into crypto or not. But we always get asked those questions. Proud was saying the same thing. Remember, he went to the wedding, and the next thing he knew, everyone was asking him what stock he wanted to buy or what his opinion was on everything. So, okay. So, anyways, I just want Coinbase. But the interesting news was free payments from Coinbase users to commerce merchants. So I think that's a pretty good sign. If you can sort of take money out of Coinbase and then pay Nike, for example, for those new shoes, you make a little bit of money in crypto, and then maybe you can transfer your payment back and forth. And I don't know enough. I just threw Nike out there. I don't know if they even mean retail like that or what. But anyways, just looking at Coinbase here, I still think it's a short at this 59 level. We broke it yesterday, tanked down in. We never got back to 58.50. So, 58.50 probably is short, as is 59. But I don't like when they're releasing all these things because it's very hard to trade a name when you may be expecting some more news to come out. But anyways, stealing a little bit of Brendan's fire there. Not that it's fired. Coinbase isn't moving at all on that news. So watch out for 55 bottom. This is just a tricky name. Bitcoin's been pretty stable right now. So to say that, Coinbase is in play today, yeah, maybe not. 150,000 shares. But if it does get to 59, I do like it. Just a position update. Nothing's happening for me on AMC. I do like that out though that Neil took at 23.24. I think that's decent, and then you can test out this 14.50 area. I don't have any offers out again until we reach some of these highs up here, so hopefully that can come into play, but we are in the money here about a dime on AMC. And then Robinhood, it hasn't moved for us. We did get that short. If you ever see us in with purple ticks, that's going to be a short. So any purple tick on our board is a short, and then anything else, if it's red, it's a sale of a long, and then a long is obviously with a green uptick, not followed or not preceded by a purple. So anyways, maybe I just confused it even more there. But Robinhood, I still feel that it's a short, and we're going to be in that until 9:50 break on all this crypto talk.
All right, just saw oil with a down move there as well. Yeah, there wasn't any official, events or anything for Coinbase on their website mentioned. Let's talk Oxy here. Warren Buffett had the buy program turned on again yesterday in OXY to the tune of 794,000 and change additional shares after they picked up 9.5 million last week. It was a decent trade on that news the day after last week, guys, for OXY.
at some point, he's just going to be running this thing at some point. But yeah, I mean, he just keeps buying more and more and more and likes that value. But it's below that 50 period. Has a chance to get there today. $62 going to be in play. I'm a little bit more interested on the break that just sort of happened off of 60 even. So at the time, and this is what happens when you put these orders in. Like at the time when I was looking dip buy at 60, the stock was trading beneath $61 in the pre-market. Now we've stepped up a little bit. So if I'm thinking there's going to be a dip before a potential rip, break of these tops, and then get to that 50 period moving average, then I might have to step this one up. And with 10 minutes to the open, I'll probably get in front of like 60, 50, 60, 75, probably somewhere in that range. I'd have to pay up to. You know, that's what'll happen. Like you can have your best laid plans. The market's going to make some moves on you going into that open, and you just want to adjust a little bit here. So I'll step up a little bit at the open. I do like the long in Occidental. As long as it's above 60, I'm going to like the long on it and we'll be looking for these dip buy potentials on Occidental. I just feel like there's room at least to that 50 period. And when it got here and failed it last time, I mean, it would be breaking it and then advancing $1.50. So even if it manages, even if it runs and closes below 62, you could still have gotten to 63, 64. It's done that several times at this exact price anyway. So I'm just going to be a buyer in front of 60. If it breaks that price, then okay, I'll give it up. But you know, he likes it. I like the breakout in the chart, so I'll be playing that.
Look, when we talked about XLE just not even too long ago, it was just a couple of days ago, you had a huge 20-25% drop in XLE. We called up the chart for you, and I was like, this is the time that you might want to start to buy some more energy. I feel like energy is the winner this year. I don't care what's going to happen in the next couple of days. I really feel like, you know, you're still at 110 here, man. I mean, some of these valuations have come down. Remember, XLE is about 40% of XOM and CVX. So as those names start to come down, you are going to get a drop down in XLE. Same as the OIH has also been getting hit. But I don't think you give up on oil. Like I said, the supply and demand is not tipping in the favor of lower oil prices. As summertime comes through, more people are traveling. And I really don't think that, I mean, here, someone just put in there, and you're right, no one's heard of Canadian Tire, probably, if you're not Canadian. But,
really?
Well, Raheem's been on talking about Canadian Tire a little bit. I don't think many Americans would know what that is. But anyways, it's kind of like a Lowe's, I guess. I don't know, because it's not really like a Home Depot. They sell, they don't really have grocery, but they sporting goods and things like that. So departments, it's like a Kmart. Remember Kmart? Does Kmart still exist? I guess it's
I don't think so.
It's almost like a Canadian Walmart, but without the grocery, I guess. Let's call it what that is. But anyways, 207 a liter, and it's 3.79 liters in a gallon. So we're up like here in Canada, and I should just say about Toronto that, you know, we're about $8 a gallon right now for a gas. So that's like ridiculous. And people aren't stopping. Like, well, I'm going on vacation. Neil's going on vacation. Both driving. People, they talked about the bookings being up at record highs here. I don't know if it's record highs, but pre-pandemic high. I think it's record highs for the airlines going through. You're hearing shipping. That's costing oil. Everything. We could just keep on going. Manufacturing is oil business as well. EV cars obviously takes energy to make EV cars, pull those things out of the ground, the lithium, all this kind of stuff. So anyways, until we get a resolution there in Russia and Ukraine, and I'm not even sure that that's going to send oil reeling to the downside. That might just give you another buy opportunity. I still think you got to be long energy here, and you know, we've pulled back from some of those highs for sure. XOM made it on June 8th, which is basically when this made its high up to $94. I think XLE is a buy down there, and you could start with Oxy. You could start with really any of these names and start to buy them up. So for me, I'm still strong and long on oil.
Let's go on to Snowflake. We had a huge move last week after a couple of positive notes and upgrades from analysts. Here we go again. Another one from Jefferies today talking about the possibility. Here's another one trying to go right now. 3.5%. Jefferies talking about expansion plans to come. This 155 right above us here, guys, for Snow.
Ooh, man, yeah, Snowflake
big level.
Yeah, Snowflake was probably my best trade of the month, to be honest with you. I don't get as excited about this upgrade as I did the last one. I feel like you take it when it's first upgraded, not a few whiles back, but we had that, was it right here? No, that's 144. We had the dip down when it was into 132. Here it is, it's gonna be right here. So this was the first upgrade. This was on the 23rd. It was down to 132, so that's 20% lower than, well, not 20%, but 50% lower than it was before, so you can get this price back in. Boom, nice little upside move. That was $12 we wound up catching on the end of that, or $10, 132 to 142. So that was a big move. Now you have some Snowflake levels coming through, 153 possibly breaking to the upside. We're already above that, 150. You have this base of 151. For me, it's still too high up. It's one of those high valuation names. I haven't even really looked at it today. I don't think I'll be in Snowflake. I like the move. I just think it's already gone a little bit here. If it's going to continue, then great. But for me, I'm going to ease back on Snowflake here.
There's two interesting things for me on Snowflake. One is it's got a double top on it that if you fail to break that high, I mean, if it doesn't break the lows, nowhere else to go. It's the same thing with the high. If it doesn't get through 154, that's a pretty monster level after that double top. And you could see a decent size reversal if it were to. Like, this is a consolidation. It's breaking that 50 period. And the other thing is, if it does get through that top, 160 looks pretty big. That's the previous resistance. May tops at 160, also previous support at that price. So I'm looking at both those. I did get into Disney, not when it broke, but I used the wrong stop order, the one that doesn't actually trigger for us in the pre-market. There's one that does, that you can use pre-market, one that you can't. I used the wrong one. But I am into Disney now after it just took out that high. But I did want to mention AMC did this little quick. I know we're both in AMC. Kind of hard to see there, but it did another one of these flashes down from the 1420 area. And I did miss this opportunity because the last time it did this, you could actually get some 14s. But it did this at about 8 o'clock. It just made that same move there again, where it flushed from the 1420 range down into 14 even. I should have reloaded because exactly like last time, it's managed to pick itself back up. I love that 1380 support from yesterday in the afternoon. As long as we're above that, I'm long on AMC.
All right, busy morning for small caps once again. This one from yesterday, however, AGRX, this level right here that ended up being support before the market opened yesterday was 155. That was tested already here this morning, but we are coming back down to 155. Trades below that, you probably get 110 again, which was the bottom from yesterday. Otherwise, watch 190 and then 2 to the upside. KZR very, very strong as well at this point, guys.
I mean, and I was having this conversation with Kevin, and Kevin sort of in the chat saying, yeah, should we be shorting NEO? And that came out of nowhere, right? Like, I was looking at the support level for NEO. I had the bid out there, and then Li Auto does the offering, and then you flush to the downside. And that was probably a shortable event. It tried to bounce, tried to get back above that same 23 that we like for the entry, and then reclaimed that low. Once it did, it's been just sort of skirting to the downside. I might flip to, if I get a chance, shorting in that range, like that 2280 to 23. If we get a pop at the open, you might see me jump into the short on NEO. I just didn't want to flip the script in something that the litmus changed when you had that Li Auto offering, and I was prepared for a different market, obviously without that. So I didn't immediately flip. It probably looks like a fantastic idea to have done so right now. We didn't talk EVFM, which is it's a contraceptive stock from 22 million float. Big runner yesterday. It was great long opportunities, 60, 68 in the afternoon. It gave you some good longs as well. It's made a double top here at about 150 or so. But what I care about is that it's holding 125. That looks like a good support area. Might want to jump into this. I might jump into this one at the open, or at least jump in front of the bid at this 125 area at the open, maybe grab some 130s. It just feels like it has another shot to go here and looking strong once again. 50 million in volume. So as usual, these things are doing multiples of their floats. When I say these things, I mean these low float runners. And this actually does have a catalyst, obviously, but it's doing multiples of its float. Huge volume yesterday. I think it's going to do a few hundred million today as well, so it should be on our radars one more time here. Revlon, we talked about this. Does it have a secondary move in it? It's still above that 650. I don't know when it might have a chance to go, but the longer it holds at 650, it could take a couple of days here. But if it doesn't break 650, at some point there's going to be an opportunity for this to go. Once again, it's going sideways, and yesterday was a pretty weak day, but even then it held that 650 price. So as long as it's above there, it's got a chance. If it breaks that, then I'd start thinking about maybe shorting below that price. But until then, I'm looking for longs off 650. But I need volume to pick up as well. It's been a bit of a sleeper. Obviously, yesterday was a huge sleeper.
NASDAQ right now coming back down in a nice little candle here, taking out this pre-market level coming out right there, 12,070. We'll see. Remember, NASDAQ 12,000 coming through there. We do have the opening bell being released today, so we have, we came up with an idea. Why not have the man responsible for the opening bell to ring the opening bell? So Justin's in the building. You'll see him in a second. Thanks, Justin, for all the hard work he's doing on that newsletter. Okay, so that's that. Just a quick look here. Nike up to 825 here. Probably worth a little bit of a short at this level, but again, we're going to let the market open up to see what it wants to do. Just joking. Let's take a little price here. We'll see if it gets it to us. The spread is now pretty large on this name, so we're going to look for that one. And then here's just a quick look at we'll go short if we can get a Nike short in here. I don't know if it's going to print that high. Okay, so just a quick look on their imbalances. Ford here on some news as well. I believe I thought Brendan and I saw some news on Ford come through, but I might have missed it there because I was talking about Coinbase. Neo coming through, Oxy, but really no big names on here that we haven't discussed. So Zila is a sell there as well. That name is pennies, I think, at this point. Yep. That's about it. BAC Neo as a sell as well, 300,000. So we'll take a little bit of a Nike short if we can get it. Remember, we're going to be short this name until 111. We just decided to change up our plan of action on that one. There it is. So there's the Nike short in on that one. AMC is coming back down a little bit. We're going to average into this one. Neil talked about that 1380, so watch out for that level there. I'll probably hold it until about 13 with only 10 seconds ready to go here. Let's get ready to rock and roll with the day. As there it is, Nike starting to rip upside. We got a short on.
There we go, and as promised, there he is, Justin, the opening bell. Here we go. 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, my friend. Psych. That was a little bit of a... Yeah.
Never allowed again. Okay, there we go.
Like you mean it.
Okay, nice win already taking on Nike. Bang. It's coming in now. Big time short for us on Nike. We got that 109 short, baby. We're in the money at $1.13. Hallelujah, we came in today. Let's go, Nike. $1.30 in the money now.
Yeah, quickly, Nike making some power moves. AMC moving down toward that 1380 area. That is my line in the sand for AMC. If we get through that, and my chart does not want to flip, sorry guys, but if we get through that, I'm stopping out on AMC. That's going to be our support. Flip. There you go. Not working? Okay. Oh, yeah, there he goes, finally. But if we get through that 1380, I want to be all out of it. I got the dip on Occidental. We wanted to make sure we're buying the dip. I did step up a little bit. I liked defending 60 even, but I stepped it up when we moved up in the market. So took a little bit of this out if it gets through 61.25-ish. I want to make sure we're banking some profit. And I also got a leg out on Disney there. So Disney making a bit of a move off of that open. We talked about the breakout on Disney, how I wanted to make sure I'm taking some out in front of 100. Got to 99.97, and now the dip buy can be on. So I'm going to try to buy that dip in Disney. We did take the break, and we're able to get some out in front of 100. Always got to cover some in front of that 100 level.
Holy shnikes right now. There goes Nike. $2 now in the money on this name. It's the number one. Like, it's on this sticky note here for a reason, guys. We really like this trade coming through for Nike. Now a monster for us here as it just continues its march to the downside. NKE continues to make a move down to 107 there. It touched 107. We should have had a bid out there. So that's definitely on me, as every trade is here, naturally. But there it is. We'll put another bid down to 107 right now. We do have Hood on board now. Let's take a piece out if we can at 7s. Why not? Robinhood still continuing to fade down a little bit. We got a short there up at 920. But again, we got to get out of it to make a little bit of money. So let's see if it can respect that $9 area. We'll put a bid, like I just said, 907, because for some reason when I flipped over to it, that's where it was. So right now, 907 coming into play for NKE, for Robinhood, sorry. Nike continues to make a move down. Let's put a bid near 7. That's working out for us. There's Robinhood. We just got it. So hopefully this one can come down to the downside as well. Robinhood downside pressure there. Nike downside pressure. And then AMC kind of just dancing right now around that 1380 level.
Yeah, I'm going to get my stop for Disney to make sure I get the 100 break as well. I tried grabbing the dip there on Disney. Looked like it got about 10, 15 cents away, didn't catch it. Same thing happened on EVFM. We liked that one for a run. Wanted to make sure we're buying in front of 125. I'm going to cancel the order for now, but I was sitting at 130, and it just bounced off that going back toward those pre-market highs as well, looking pretty strong. And then one of the others we mentioned for a potential fade, this market is starting to go up.
Yeah,
Snowflake breaks the 154. But look at this. It's actually holding consolidation. This looks actually very, very strong on this move. So it breaks, snaps back, and then immediately reclaims 153. But Disney's the one. I just got more shares of Disney as it took out that 100 level. So I didn't quite get the dip buy. We sold in front of it. And unfortunately, we didn't get any more shares down in that 98, 99 range. Either way, Disney's still on the move. I just got into Nike for the first time. It just cruised up to that 110 area. That's where I want to fade. Obviously, the market is booming at this moment, so it's all upward action that we're seeing.
Yeah, we shorted Nike as well. Reshorted that right now for NKE. So let's see where we go on this name now. Nike looking like it wants to head back down, but we'll see. No idea yet for NKE. So we're on this name. It's going up to 110. I mean, there it goes. That's why, man, we took out some of that profit early on this name. So let's see if we can continue with that sort of a move now for Nike back down here. So that's what we're looking for. Let's see if it can make that happen for us now on NKE. We shorted that. We were waiting. Oh, we got that 110.50. My bad there. So definitely Nike on watch right now for me. So a concern area there. We are short a decent amount of shares on Nike. We do have Meta long as well.
Neo's dying.
Yeah, although we were waiting for Meta a little bit lower than this. So we'll have to wait for 168 to come through on Meta, it looks like, guys.
Yo, that Neo trade, man, I'm going to be sitting here thinking, like, why did I not get aggressive on Neo after that Li Auto offering?
Nike went up.
This pop is now looking at the little pop we just had from 22 to 22 and a half. This stock is absolutely dying, and I have to jump into this party to the downside at some point. But Disney's starting to pull back. It might get a chance at those 99s after all. Was that Brendan?
Big mover yesterday, guys. AXSM. Not a lot of volume here so far this morning, but just be aware there is an investor call going on right now for AXSM. Remember, this thing was up huge yesterday, coming off in a hurry, though, for that one.
Boo, Nike,
Yeah, Nike's actually catching a serious bid here. Looks like it's going to get to that afternoon resistance on the in the aftermarket, about 112. Looks like that next level. I just tried. Give me a break. I was just sitting there trying to get some Neo on that little bit of a pop. It popped into 22.70, and then I'm immediately trying to catch some shares there at 50. I just paid down to grab some 44s. I just want to see if I can get this below that 22.75 to 22.90 area. I want to make sure we're getting some short. Snowflake. This is going absolutely gangbusters.
Going upside, I guess.
No. Remember we said if it doesn't take out the high, so it goes through that 54, and then look at the rejection it put on. It was looking pretty strong initially, and now this one wants to give it up. So it's going the other direction pretty heavily. Occidental, which I was able to get, it just spiked up to 61.2, and now is absolutely failing back to the downside. So it looks like we're getting pretty weak over there, despite the fact that the market is booming. Nike just got right through last resistance for me, so going to have to give up the ghost. Nike too strong. I thought it was going to be a negative day on Nike. It's exact opposite is going to end up being the case here. So you can't fight it for too long here, guys. You have to be able to give it up.
Right, and so I don't feel bad about it, but we just crushed a long there on Nike. We actually went to the long when it broke to the upside. So short out Nike. Our best out there, 113.50 for NKE. So that looks like it's continuing to work out for me there on the long side. But we definitely lost money on the short and then didn't make enough back on the long. So it will be a negative stock for us. But what's not negative at all is Robinhood, man. I mean, and this is what we talked about there. You know, I was passionate about it when we discussed it. And there it is right there. Robinhood. Nice little move to the downside now. 25 cents in the money on this name, right? So that's going to be a big take for me there on this. And like I said, when you believe in something, you average in and you take the amount of shit. Whoopsies. You take the. I almost got out of too many there. You take the amount of shares that you wanted to and you're comfortable with. So right now, Robinhood makes that move back in, and we're just cashing out now like a thief in the night. Robinhood right there on a move to the downside. So 30 pennies in the money on Hood here. Nike's come back in a little bit. So this name, it's very tough. I mean, if we've learned anything about trading earnings is that, like, I think Neil was right there and so was I, get out when your levels break, man, because honestly, like, it's very, very hard to sit here and judge, where other companies are. Are they offside? Are they long? Are they short? But we'll do the best we can to analyze it for you. And right now, like, Nike bottom 107, top 114. Like, what? That's a 7% swing there in the stock alone. So that's just shows you sort of the difficulty there that you can have when you're looking at some of these names.
And one that I don't think we mentioned this one in the pre-market, and apologies for that. I think a few people were trying to get our attention on AGRX. This was a runner, small float from yesterday. I forget the exact float. I think I had it written down. But look, under 30 million float. It gave up the ghost big time and just flushed twice, both in the pre-market and then after the open. But it's this area here, 155, which held at 930 until you get a huge capitulation. It's now support. I'm buying in front of that level. NEO just took out 23, so I don't know what's going on with that stock. I just shorted in front of 23 after not reversing before, but it looks like NEO's going the other way. Disney is still working to the upside. Oxy is still working to the upside. And so in this booming market, we're at least able to get a couple of things working. This actually has a chance, by the way, Oxy, to break out the top. Might be a bit of an ad there if it can take out those highs. AMD flushed right at 930. Sorry, right going into the open, was looking incredibly weak. Still looking very weak here in the chip sector. That tried to get through the highs, and now it's retesting these bottoms. If there's anything that's not going to the upside here, I'm noticing a lot of weakness in these chips. They can join the party. This gets into a pretty interesting day because, I mean, the NASDAQ's up 1%. AMD's not even green. Chips are weak.
Chips have been weak for a hell of a long time, and I've been trying to figure out why that is exactly. But there it is, man. Spin it. I mean, Amazon. Sorry, we just got into Amazon. Meta. We wrote down there on our sticky note, guys. We're into Amazon right now. I'll cover that in a second. But we wrote down there, Meta 168, man. Pick up on any weakness. Okay, we're long right now off that. There it is. Comes back into 168.80. We take that long, and Meta right now ripping to the upside here. So that's starting to go. Robinhood. We did cash out. We're cashing out more on that. Amazon, new position up to 115. We have that short. Let's see if that works. Worked yesterday fine for us. Let's see if can it work again today on that same short for Amazon. I don't know. We're going to put some bids out here near the 50s, see if we can't catch it to the downside. And if it really wants to collapse, then we'll be there for it as well. Amazon right now, 20 cents in the money now for Amazon. So yeah, so far every single position green right here. $1 in the money on Meta though, right? So that's going to be a big one for me. Let's take some more out here. What's up, Brendan?
Early halt, guys. Gray Bug Vision, GRAY, little tiny stock going crazy right now on this note. They announced a review of strategic alternatives. Seems to be a pretty good catalyst these days. So big pop there for Gray on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, big pop for Gray. Big pop for AGRX. It just consolidated off that 165 area. Was able to get some at 171. It's already popped to 190. I took a bunch out when it hit that first 10 cents. The next 10, I'm getting out in front of this $2. There's just no way I want to hold through that price. I think there's going to be a breakout potential in this at 2, which means I'm getting out in front of it almost every chance we get. That's the way I want to be able to approach it. You mentioned, you were mentioning it was Meta, I think. No, it was Amazon.
Yeah, we're crushing
Meta's
that
still
one.
looking relatively weak in front of that 171 area. We got away from this trade yesterday when it didn't get to 172. Market going up and looking super strong. Meta not getting through the highs. Relative weakness is still there below that 171 price. So that's one that we have to just go back to the well from yesterday's trade.
Yeah, Meta, I'm the other way right now. We're $1.50 in the money, but I am looking to get out if it comes up to that 171. Go Meta, $1.50 in the money on Meta. 40 cents in the money on Robinhood. 40 cents in the money on Amazon. We just took some Amazon out at 114.20 right there. So yeah, man, big time trading today. There goes AMC. So we held that one, no problem. We were waiting for that 13.20 or so level. AMC back upside here. We'll get some out if it takes out some 96s. There it is. Nice little win for us here on AMC. And again, we're only long at 89 here, so this is not like a monster windfall or anything yet. Let's see if it can get above 14 first before we start to celebrate a little bit. But we'll take another piece out at 97 if we can get it. There it is. I mean, the liquidity is ridiculous on this one. So far, so good here. The only trade that we have a loser on, unfortunately, is going to be Nike there today as we are fading back into that 110 area. That little bottom right there, here it comes back in. What a crazy stock today, man. Long was wrong. Short was wrong. And we'll just have to wait to see where Nike goes, but a nice little market helping us outside. There it is. Come on. Give it to us, Meta. Right here, we are now in the money. $2 on Meta. Give me that 90, baby. Yes, sir. There it is again. Coming through again. Meta saving the day here for us with a nice little move to the downside. To the upside goes Meta. Now $2 in the money on that name. Nike, man, just continues to baffle me. Maybe we'll take a 110 bid if it breaks one more time.
Here comes Revlon, that 650 level. Looks like it is going to finally be tested. So we get that line in the sand. Well, it's been a line in the sand anyways the last couple of days. I still think it has one chance to maybe bounce off this. It just turned red on the session, but this is just this huge level. I'm going to get on front of it right now if I can. It just bounced at 61s. Might have to start getting into this in that 60 price. But if it breaks 650, I'm getting the you-know-what out of Dodge. It's a level we've been watching and scouting for a couple of days now. We're going to take advantage of it if we can. I just got out of AGRX. So that one looks like it is headed toward that $2 range. It was just a pure scalp off of the 160, 150 area. 160 area. Now it looks like it has a chance for that breakout. I will continue to buy dips if it wants to give me those 60s or 70s again. Otherwise, we're waiting for that breakout. Disney is still, the market's retracing a little bit here, but Disney's still sort of testing that high. Now, we had dip buys and we had breakouts, but we're still in this channel where you're attempting to break on the daily chart, and there's a lot of room to run here if we do get through that 100. That's why you're not really seeing me, I'm not celebrating, I'm not worrying about it, because I think we have a lot of room to this 103, and if we're not stretching to that price, I don't think a heck of a lot is happening on Disney at this point. Hopefully one that if the market's strong, I can be in almost all day long. At these levels, it makes some sense.
Yeah, so just to recap here on what we're doing with Meta. So we did get out of the majority of these shares, right? We only have about 20% left of META here, Meta. So, we got a great price out there, quite frankly. So 171, like Neil mentioned, I think that is a short. This market is failing a little bit here. So we may just get out of this Meta. Robinhood to the downside as well. That's continuing. We've cashed some out there. I don't know. We'll probably leave this one alone a little bit for now. AMC. Okay, it is now breaking above. Where's my outs, man? I don't even have one up here. I just took an 01 there. Probably should not have done that. But right now, there's a nice little 01 out. Here it goes now to the upside for us here on AMC. A nice little victory dance happening now. It just went to 14.20 there. What was I doing? Okay, we have shares on this name, so we can continue to get this out. So here comes 7. Let's get an 8 out if it prints up a little bit more. It just missed us on 08 there. So we will look at that as a trade. And then our Amazon trade, that just keeps on cashing, man. Good trade on that one. Did we just get that AMC, by the way? No, we got Nike breaking back above 110 there. We're going to get out of this if it takes down 109, guys, Nike. I have no idea really where this is going, so your guess is as good as mine. We'll hold it back for 109.
Nike's been absolutely ridiculous. If you like price action, this thing is giving it to you. But I wanted to be in this one all day long, kind of like a Disney trade, but it just immediately took out that resistance. I just got into Revlon, guys. So we're jumping all over the place. Got to go to what's moving. This is a huge level on Revlon. Whether you like it long or short, it's managed to be a double bottom, now almost a triple bottom. But if 650 goes on Revlon, this is a multi-day level. It's really just a squeeze play, obviously. There it goes. It just took out that level. I'm instantly out and looking at the short. I did not get the short. Don't tell me I didn't pay for the shorts there, guys. Brendo?
Another little one starting to go. STRO, which is Sutro Biopharma, up on a deal for a cancer treatment with a company from Japan. Big move so far, guys, for STRO back towards day highs at this point. Guys, take a second, hit the like, would you? We would greatly appreciate it. We're here every single day. The market is open. Great to see everyone with us. Take a second, hit the like, and subscribe as well.
I didn't pay for
Great.
Revlon
Yeah,
shorts.
That sucks, man, when you don't pay for shorts. That's what I was talking about.
No. It's that stupid restriction.
SSR,
we can't
is it?
short. No.
Oh, that's right. We weren't able to short Revlon. Yeah, so that's... Yeah, that is kind of a crazy one there. Remember that yesterday? I was never really seen anything like that. I want to talk about Amazon here because it is starting to go back to the downside there. We're going to bid out now if we can. We already got, did we get it? I don't have my Amazon bid's not even there. What am I even doing? AMZN.
That's not fair.
I thought we had an Amazon bid out here, so let's just do it right now. 114. So again, a nice little victory dance here for us on Amazon. As there it is, yes sir, 80-cent winner there on Amazon. Nike though goes the other way, taking down. It's too bad because the short was fine, except that it blew up. So we are in. I guess it's not fine then. But there it is. It takes down that 109. We just got out on that one. I am wondering now. Look at Amazon, man. That flush is just continuing $1 plus now in the money. It just sucks that this Nike trade didn't really work out for us. So we learned a little bit of a lesson there. Too focused on that play as an earnings play. We should have, definitely given that one a little bit more room to work with. But it was up and down. I was not expecting that kind of a play for Nike today. But we'll go long one more time here on Nike just to see if that was that wick bottom there. So that's 108.80. But we are back long now, Nike 109. 109.20. So we'll see if that can work. Again, looking at some of these levels like 111, we need to make money on this trade. So 111 or so here on Nike, hopefully coming into play for that. But we are long. We're going to get out of it if it takes down 108.50 one more time.
Yeah, going to ring the register a little bit here on Meta as it gets back to that 170 level. It doesn't quite get to 172 from yesterday, so we didn't get everything we wanted to the short side. Ooh, that thing happened again. How do I fix that issue? I don't. There we go. My charts sometimes hate me. We didn't get to 172, so I didn't get the last entry point, but I want to make sure I'm covering all the way down toward those lows. I haven't been going over Oxy. I kind of feel like Revlon, I knew we had that issue and I weren't able to short it here at Day Trade the World. And I know some people can't short the stock, so I kind of knew that. I shouldn't have been as frustrated as I was. And we're now at that 162 on Occidental, so this is that line where we feel if it gets through that 50 period, the last couple times it's been here, it's gone $1.50 and reversed. If I think that's going to be the case again today, then I need to be taking some profit in that 63-ish range. So that's going to be that next line in the sand for me on Occidental. So far working pretty nicely. Disney is now really starting to boom past that 100 level. I'll take some out 101s. I'll take some out 102s. 103, the ultimate target for Disney, showing its strength after that Shanghai reopened. Brendo.
I just saw Tesla breaking above its high here this morning, guys. There was another couple, in fact, one or two analysts cutting their Q2 delivery forecast for Tesla on the Shanghai factory shutdown. Remember, they shut it down for a week and a half to upgrade the plant, in fact, so it can make more.
No, indeed. Oh, AGRX, guys, just got the break at $2, so we'll not look any gift horses in the mouth, and I'll show you why very quickly here. We did have the long off 160s, or sorry, 170 in front of 160s. When it takes out this top, you have yesterday's high at 220 to contend with, so going to be taking profit on the way to 220. If I'm ever taking a breakout into overhead resistance, I'm always covering shares in front of that top. If it puts in a double top, you make nothing sometimes on that breakout at 2. So you should take some profit here, and maybe it's the wrong thing. Look, if it breaks 220 and goes to 3, it's going to look bad, but I'm more concerned about what works if you do it 10 times out of 10 than what works just that one-off time.
Yes.
So it's about what will happen more times than not, which is a bit of a pullback, which you're seeing right now off that 220 level. If it does come all the way back into 2 even, we can maybe reload some at 2, refresh that position, scalp some more, and if it breaks, we're still going to be in the long. I'm going to hold something if 220 breaks, but no need not to take profit there in front of yesterday's high.
All right, AMC guys, what's up, Dave Nation? It looks like you battled back a little bit here, AMC, so we'll see where that wants to go now. So we are sitting there trying to get it back into the 20s. That's an area that I think we can get back to, so we'll wait to see if AMC does exactly do that, go back into the 20s. That's where my offer is. Maybe it's a little too high up, but we'll wait to see if it gets up there. Just that's where we hit, was 20. So we'll see if it wants to respect that or not. Everything's in the money for me right now, even Nike. But Meta right here, bouncing. I still want to be long this name. We want to be long against that 168 level. So many, like I'm in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names right now. So got to try to focus on some of these. Nike again, one. I mean, I'm looking back and forth here. I have some levels that I like. So for me, it's all good right now. But you know, you gotta stay focused here, right? So 108.50. If that breaks, we're gonna get out on Nike. So that's just a little talk there on that one. Amazon continues to be a banger, man. That's still 70 cents in the money. We'll see. We took some out at 114 flat, so that's a little level there. Let's just check back on Win. We haven't done that yet. Yeah, nice upside move. We were waiting for a 60 bid. That didn't come through. That only went to 61. So right now, Win is on our sticky note, but no executions for that name. Executions on everything else. Nike is about, we're into that one now, 109 flat. It looks like it wants to hit us one more time. 108.50 break. We're out of Nike. That should have been a short, man. We talked about that all day. I cannot believe it got blown out there to 113.50. I feel like a lot of people can't believe that. That's why we had that huge spike. So, yeah, Nike looks like we're going to get out of this one. It should be a short. I was just like, oh, maybe the long is right. But nah, it's not. So Nike, with all those downgrades, Brendan brought them to us, all these price target cuts, everything. It had no idea going up there, no business doing that, but it did, and we got hit. It's our one red stock here today, NKE, and yeah, sorry, not sorry, because I like the short there. It just sucks how much it blew up. But again, when you're averaged in, man, like our average price is about 110 there, and we got at 111.35, so still about $1.30, 40 hit, but still sucks to take it. Nike, unfortunately, downside here.
And downside comes at EVFM. However, that's where we wanted to pick this one up. It gets to that 120 level. I got 21s here. You'll see this was, I guess this was the post-market high really at 120, but it broke out in the pre-market at that price. A 115 was the bottom end of the range. So if it breaks 15s, if it breaks 15s, I'll probably defend $1 because it's $1, like longs, 2s, 3s, 4s, something like that with a 1 stop, maybe a 99 stop. But for now, it's just a 121 long with a 115 stop if it can get back up. We've seen some of these actually work on secondary plays. Not everything is just a clean breakout. If it holds previous day support levels, it can be good. I talked about getting back into AGRX. If it get back down to $2, it did. It's a little fast. It snapped back from 202 and then immediately retested those highs. I tried to get on the bid there. Instead of sitting on the bid, I waited for it to get there and then tried to pick up the shares. I did not get any. Now I'm just sitting on the bid in front of $2. It looks like it could challenge yesterday's top and break out. If it does, I still have some on board, but did not catch that reload, unfortunately. That kind of sucks, but you know what? It's going to happen to you. Sometimes if you want to get in as it's going with the move, instead of just sitting in front of the freight train, you miss out on the fill. If you sit in front of the freight train, you get filled, but sometimes you also get run over.
True. Right now, we'll go Ape Nation because look what just happened, man. We got that 24 offer, and I say this all the time, like you can't get shares unless you're sitting there. So that was definitely an adventurous fill up there to 14.25. And what I mean by that, like it had to travel to get up there. So a nice little move right into those day highs one more time there for AMC. Remember, you have pre-market highs still higher than that's 14.50, and then you have 14.75 on the very high side there as well. Meta goes right back to day's high again, so that long is definitely working out. I'll promise, I still have Nike up over there. I'll promise not to look at that again because, again, you know, we're 0 for 2 or 3 on that name there, so that one's been kind of nasty. And then look what just happened right here, man. Robinhood does pop up. Now, I haven't averaged in, and we only have like 15% or less of our current position on Robinhood. But let's take another short here if we can. Because we were at, I mean, did we even get filled there? Did we? No, we didn't. So we're on a paid gateway here. So hopefully 29 will fill us. I guess we can go on a free one so we can get the shares. I just thought it would rip up there and fill us. But right now we'll wait for Robinhood to come through here up to 9:30 right here. What's up, Brendan?
Watch Altria here, 2% already. Just saw a volume and a note on Mo. CNBC was talking about their attempt to get back or fight back, I guess, against this ruling on Juul with the FDA. So more details apparently coming out on what they plan to do about Juul, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, and that AGRX just went parabolic. So it did break yesterday's high, that double top. That's on me. I should have gotten that reloaded too, but broke the double top. You could get shares on the 20 break for sure. I've already taken some out at 35. I might take some more out at 30. This rejected up at 240 pretty heavily. And look, this stock is already, it's just given you 160 to 2. It then gave you 2 to 220. I mean, at some point, it's going to make a bit of a turnaround here, and I don't want to get caught having not taken profit. So every time it gives us a chance, I'm going to do that. I now only have the 220s left. We're done with the 160s. We're done with the 2s. I'm going to hold on to these 220s, maybe give it back to 10, something along that range. If it gets through 250, this could really get spicy, I think. It hasn't halted, but, I mean, this is obviously in the category that could do that if it gets through that 250. That could be a good one. I mean, what I love about this show, if you can't tell, like stocks give you an opportunity to win in either direction. Like you could be long Meta off that 168. You could be long on breakouts in Meta. You can be shorting it off the top and scalping it in the range. And they're both working. So I was able to get some out just there. Again, in front of 170 on Meta. Is yet to break that 72 mark. Looking pretty good there. I said under my breath when Sean was talking, how did I get into Robinhood? Because last I checked, Robinhood was at 885, and I was waiting up here in front of that reopen resistance at 235 to 250, just sort of sitting here at 928. Next thing you know, I'm short.
Yep.
So I wanted to short this in front of 950. I didn't think this was coming in after the way this opened, but looks like it did. 950 is my out on Robinhood. I don't want to fight this too hard, but you know, I saw when it reopened. I was in that halt to the long side. When it reopened, there was all kinds of selling, 35 to 50. And I always take what happens in a vacuum as a bit of a signal that there's sellers in this stock at that price.
I mean, I really like that call there on Meta, so I think we're going to try to do the same thing. I mean, it just bounced up to that 170 again. You know, we're trying to hold out for like some of those like miracle fills, so we realize that those are a little bit harder sometimes than you think you can get. So yeah, we are going to wait out for that one there up to that 171. So we already got it once. Let's see if we can get it again. Like I was waiting for a big, huge bump to the upside here on Meta. You know what? I'm actually going to cancel it. I don't have too many shares left. We've done really well on Meta today, so let's just hold out. Hope that one does come through. Excuse me, we did get, we did get that average in on Robinhood, same price there, up to 928. It did come back in there. I was actually waiting at 16. I just thought, like, let's wait ahead of 15. So that's where my out's going to be here if it does come down. And again, a pretty random price selection for me, like 916. But again, just ahead of 15. No real reason for that. I do think we can travel back in here. So, and this is just one of those names where it's like, hey, are you or are you not going to make that play there, SBF? So if he doesn't, then yeah, I think Robinhood falls back down. I don't like the stock, as you guys know that. But okay, there we go. Robert, there it is. There we go. There we go. Let's go. Wow. We just called that play as well, down to 916. So we do have some more bids down here in the 11 area. So here comes Robinhood back in, man. And we did we reloaded that name, baby, and cashed it in. So hit that a couple times. Robinhood, one of my top stocks. But hey, how could Robinhood be my top stock when we're $1.50 in the money right now on Amazon short that we gave you as well? So really happy to be here today. It's been a big day. And anything you want to recap before we go to happening now?
No, I mean, I just got out of some Robinhood, which you just covered as well. And Oxy's still going up. I'm not ignoring Oxy. It's not really giving me any concern. It's just about managing the trade. It's headed to 63. That's where I'm offering. 10 o'clock already. We need to get to Brendan for happening now. This market is a good one.
Yeah.
Hey guys, brought to you by Glownode this week. Check them out. Great indicators from Glownode. We thank them from coming on board for the week. S&P 500, guys, 0.85 to the upside right now. Nice move for the Dow as well. I mentioned in the pre-market, it's been a while since the Dow was showing the most amount of strength, but here we go. Up a full percent. Small caps, pretty strong. It is the NASDAQ, kind of lagging here, only 0.5% for the composite. And the 100, great look for Toronto as well, 1.25% here for the TSX. Back to the upside with mining and energy leading the way. WFC, 3%. We had the banks on watch if you joined us in the pre-market, trying, in fact, right now to get back to day highs, guys, for Wells Fargo on that positive note this morning, up nicely. Disney as well. Look at this move. 98.5, took out that last little pivot right at the open. Straight up through 100, guys, for Disney this morning. Back to you.
Yeah, keep going, Disney. We've had a couple of longs on Disney. The initial long, we've already gotten out of that one. Now the long break at 100 we took as well. So, you know, if that loses, we'll be flat on the stock overall, but I still like that trend. Hopefully it'll do what Oxy's doing. Morgan Stanley, I said I like the dip buy. There hasn't been a dip to really be bought. It looks like 80 is holding pretty well, and I should be adjusting here, maybe just buying in front of that 80, giving it to that pre-market low, getting a little bit more aggressive, which incidentally, I remember sort of saying that, you know, as the stock opens up, I should have to reconsider after the opening range gets put in where I want to be doing the dip buying. I like 77 before. I'm just not sure we're getting that price. Meta, like we've been saying, you can get it in either direction. It's still trying to take out the pre-market bottom here, which is 170. But let's not forget, this has had all kinds of support at 168. You saw what happened yesterday. In these shorts, if it gets down to that low, I'm getting out. Like, I'm not thinking on a strong day that this is getting past 168. So take your profit and run when you can if you're playing inside the range. Oxy is now getting really, really close to that 63. So I think we're going to be able to get our target on Occidental. It got pretty close here, but the last time I got trailed out of Occidental in a similar situation, it then proceeded 20 minutes later to go exactly to my price. So I don't want to put the trailing stop in here. I sort of feel like the momentum is pretty strong with this, and I haven't seen a lot of reasons to get away from that stock. AGRX, however, this is a bit of a different story. It's already been really good off of 160, then 220, but 250 is a pretty big round number, and it looks like it's turning at 243. That is, you know what, instead of just talking about it, I'm getting out. And I just sort of feel like if I was flat on the stock right now, what would I be doing? I'd probably be trying to get short in front of 250. And if that's true, then it might be a reason to get out of the long here, at least for myself anyways, and just sort of give up the ghost. It's been a good one, all longs here, but I'd have been shorting that price and probably in the money right now. I don't even know if I paid for shorts on AGRX, given that I went long. I might not have even bothered to do so, but 250 looks like a good level for potential short here on AGRX.
Yeah, good one. What's up to TradeX Freedom there? I see. Are those your positions or mine? Right here. Yeah, I'm short Amazon as well at that same price. You're short Microsoft and short Facebook. Yeah, I like that. Shout out to Neil there. I like that short on Facebook, 171. Should have really looked at that a little more carefully. But it is coming. I was going to say it's coming back up. It just went to one. Did it just go to 170.80 there? I don't know. If it does, I think we should take that price. So I don't know what. It seems to be bouncing around a little bit for us there. Look at this AMC trade right now. That's a nice one to the upside. Robinhood, we did get out a little bit. I'm just going to put my out on Meta. I think that we need to do that. If it comes, so here it comes back down in now. So watch out for Meta falling down a little bit here. 170.75. Let's just put our offer at 170.75. There's no way in hell I think we get this, but we could. So we'll wait to see if that comes through now. And I just say that because the market's now broke below the 50 period. Ooh. So a lot of these longs, I don't really want them anymore. AMC though, that one we can hold on. I know that's not really following the market too much, so whatever. They're on AMC. We'll see where that goes. But Robinhood, and again, not that this is going to follow the market either, but there's another reload. We reloaded one time at 20, another time at 30, and just started taking it out. So that's going to be a good one. Tesla is the one name that's, I don't think it's funny or anything like that, but let's just see where it goes now on Tesla. Up to 740 TSLA one more time, positive today. So Tesla's up that 1% and the market's down. So that's an interesting correlation there. I mean, the market's heading down, but still the market's 0.2, Tesla 0.9. A little bit of strength there in Tesla.
Yeah, it's worth noting. I mean, anytime you see relative strength, relative weakness, we're interested in it. I just feel Tesla's a bit of a trap. I'm not ignoring AMD, but we said the chips are weak, and I went to Meta short. Probably should have just shorted AMD, man. Like, there's relative weakness, and it's been in the chip space for a while. People are talking about they need to pass that chips bill. I think there was another company saying if they don't pass that, they're not building their plant. A Taiwanese company. The name's slipping my mind because it's been pretty active trading. And more news. Brendan's got something for us as well.
June consumer confidence seemed to kick this off there at 10 o'clock. 98.7, guys, versus 104 or 100.4 on the June consumer confidence number. So big miss there. That was the move down in the futures.
Yeah, what is that? I mean,
it's like something wafer.
Story. I never heard of that story.
It's a smaller. So. Well, Intel basically has come out and said like the next leg in their investment into that big factory they want to be doing needs to happen only if that chips bill gets passed, which right now it's not, and you're seeing some pressure on AMD right now. Wow, AMD's now really starting to flush. I have to give up this Disney long. It does feel like the longs are just going to be wrong. We'll hold on to the shorts we got, but Disney. You know what? I'm not giving it up just yet. I should be taking this one down to 99.35 as well. But was that Brendan again?
The Register report is reporting, guys, a data breach for AMD. So they were targeted by a ransom house. Cybercrimes claims that 450 gigabytes worth of data stolen from AMD.
How do they just get? Oh, I know what happened on Meta.
Yikes! Yeah, go over to CrowdStrike or something there if you want to figure that one out.
I'm out of Meta, and I accidentally went long because when I took that last scalp trade out, I didn't adjust my other bid. So I'm just going to get out of that. I don't want Meta long, but we rang the register in front of 168. This stock has been giving it to you pretty much. At the highs of yesterday, you could short it, and at the lows from yesterday, you're able to buy it here. It's all about trading a price range. I think Arun even said that. If a stock wants to give you the range, if the futures want to give you a range, you can always trade within it. Only short I now have is going to be that Robinhood short, which now looks like it's going to be still on the NASDAQ, Neil. I've done that like 3 times, and you guys haven't seen that. I keep typing New York for Robinhood, and I'm not even sure why.
That is a tricky one. I wonder that's.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
But either way, Robinhood now back down toward this VWAP here, holding forward. It's in an upward trend. I don't want to get anything else out until we're testing 9 even, and then I want 885s, and then maybe we can actually get to those lows. But at this point, even Disney's starting to come back in. Oxy, which had been my darling here, got to 62.86. Where am I?
Watch out for Meta.
62.91. I missed it by 5 pennies. Man, that's close enough, but it's also a wick off top. That essentially got to my price target and put a wick off top. So I'm going to get out of Occidental, ring the register on that trade, ring and Reggie on longs, which I should have done on Disney. Now that the breakout trade is possibly going to cost me the gains we had on the initial long over in Disney. Happens.
Yeah, I really just hate Nike still because we
obviously.
really wanted that. Like, we had the short. We talked about the short. I even wrote down, like, hey, man, why not just take a short on a breakthrough 106? Like, that's how much I thought the short was going to be good. And then something happened, man. Someone blew this stock up, and it's going to be the only red name that we have here today. But, hey, cry me a river on that one, because you know what else we have on board? How about a $3 banger for Amazon right now? $3 in the money. Hello, Amazon. That's going to be a good trade for us here, as you could clearly see. Now $3. We actually pegged that one yesterday as well at that 115. It gave us that gift to the north side, so we sat there with open arms and took that. Look at that tick we have right there. It's the high, absolute high of the day, 114.80 there on AMZN. So that name continues to work out for us now on this. So look at it continue to go down, man. 250 in the money on Amazon. We almost got reloaded back there in Meta. I thought we could get any price we wanted. Maybe we can't, but still 168.50. We'll try it. We have that 168 bottom there on Meta that we're going to try to respect. Whether or not that comes through or not, who knows? But let's just take a little bit here if we can get something. Okay, there we go. We just got something there. But now we're into it. We'll see again where our average price now, 168.80. So that's fine for us on Meta. Let's see if it wants to drive itself back up to the upside here. We are waiting for a few more shares, though, guys, down there at 168.50 for Meta. So hopefully we can get some of those shares. Maybe not, but that's what we're waiting for on Meta, 168.50. And if it takes out 168, look how fast this thing can fall. This is not something that I want to be sitting in right now. So Meta taking out 168, we're gone. Like, it was just 171, which was a great short and a great out for me. But now we're running it back up to the upside. 20 cents in the money long now. Looking at this bottom here, 169.80. Maybe we get a piece out there.
So I do want to at least circle back for a quick second here. Now that I'm in fewer positions, Revlon 650, I mentioned we couldn't go short. Couldn't get the short. That was the granddaddy of all levels. It broke down and gave you instantly down to 580. Like, this is a one candle on my 3 minute, and then the second candle down to 550. I mean, it just flushed from a level like that. And it was so gigantic that when you get these multi-day support levels, you just want to be taking them in either direction. I did try the long in front first, but it's catching a bit of a bid. I think if it gets back to 650, it's probably a fade, at least until it gets above that price. I mentioned getting out of Meta in front of that 168 level on the short side of the trade. If it can bounce there and find any kind of support, I mean, the NASDAQ just got down toward that 12,000 mark, which has been so big. I don't want to shift away from Meta, so I'll show you this way. Just got down to that 12,000 level, which held pretty well yesterday's trade. If we can bounce off that, Meta off those lows has been gold. So short Meta in front of yesterday's tops, long Meta in front of those bottoms. As long as we're holding 12,000, I like that trade. But if the futures break down, we just went red on the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
This level's probably not going to hold forever. But until it does, hey, I'm going to go long in front of it.
So we're short Amazon, remember, and Amazon just ticked down. Oh, it's not going to look, it's not on this chart, darn it, on the 20-minute chart. 112 has been a great level for Amazon. So obviously something to look at here if you are going to be shorting or trading it with me. There it is right here, 112. So tops, right into here, 112 again. So we're right at 112. I think we can put a bid down there. And honestly, man, if it falls even further than that, then it falls even further than that. But Amazon at 12, we got to be somewhat responsible. It's already ticked down there to 112.19. So let's sit there, see if we make a new low around that 112 area for us on Amazon. It'll be a good out, man. I mean, we're already $2.50 in the money on this name. So let's put a bid there and just not be so crazy and not take that. I mean, this is a big win. We weren't expecting it. Obviously, we got out earlier on Amazon on the way, like right into here on the way down. Our best out's only 114. Like, we didn't even get any out down here. So maybe let's just wait and see if we can get rewarded with that trade now on Amazon. Meta starting to go back up now, 20 cents in the money here on Meta. We're going to get some out at 169.20, I decided. We're long at 83, right? So if we could take 40 cents, and I know Neil scalped a little bit more than, are you still short 171? No, oh, that's right.
Out
You got out, yeah, right. Out
in
of
front of
reverse
the low.
long by accident. That's right. Sorry about that. Yeah, so there it is. Yes, sir. I was going to say, I don't know. Like, I didn't really want to put my scalping hat on here for Meta, but let's just see if we can hold it for a little higher now. I'm just going to cancel all these. We didn't get that 168.50. That sucks. But right now, Meta is starting to go back to the upside. So I like this trade here. 50 cents in the money on Meta, 23 cents in the money on AMC, and 18 cents in the money on Hood. Oh, let's get out of some Hood. That just touched $9. What am I even doing? This is the problem when you look at too many names, man. Too much to look at. Damn it.
Yep, it's definitely the case. You can miss out on some opportunities. Robinhood did come back a little bit. I took a couple legs out, but I'm more interested right now in this AGRX again. It's still going. I thought this might pull back to 2 on that move from 250. That kind of makes logical sense. It bounced at 210, so I've missed a chance to reload there, and now it looks like you could take out the high. So I might be back to taking breaks on this thing. Dip buys are better, man. I'm telling you, I love dip buys. That's how you get the 170. But the last 2 trades were breakouts. I thought we'd get 2. We still could get another dip into VWAP or 2 even. That's where I'll look to. I just prefer getting in that way. Like, I'd rather, instead of paying up, be able to get a good entry price, know where my support's going to be, as opposed to buying the high, which is, it's just a trickier trade. I'm going to pay for shorts just so I have the option. If this thing goes absolutely parabolic, we couldn't trade Revlon. That had nothing to do with paying for shorts, but I'm going to lock those in on AGRX just in case we do go absolutely parabolic here. I never got Meta at 168. Didn't quite get down to my bid.
Yeah,
but Robinhood looks like, and this time I get it right. So it hit 9, or at least got to $9. I took the second leg out, so I still have half the position. But it's 950 that I think is the out here. So if it puts in a lower high at about 25s, I'll add to this short, just thinking it has to break that 950 from yesterday in the afternoon before I want to give it up. Disney's now back in the money, so that feels like it's going to be in that upward trend. Unfortunately for me, I want to go back over to Occidental here just for a quick second. Unfortunately for me, as usual, you know, I'd be out of Occidental right here. It did get to 63, 62.97, but I did give up about 50 cents when I put it eventually. Whenever you put a trail, it's always wrong if I put a trail on Oxy. So we'll see if this one continues to go. It is breaking out on the higher time frame and now through the 50 period. So I do believe there should be opportunities to get back into this stock, likely at this 62. So if we actually do get a pullback off the 63 area, I'd be looking to catch dips off 62. That was a previous gap fill from a few weeks ago. That's my next trade on Occidental. It's been one and done for me, but I think the trend is pretty strong here. Just got to make sure oil is still looking strong.
Yeah, it is up 1.6%. So nice look there on oil. Good. Yeah, I never use trailing stops, but I do understand the advantages of those for sure. Nothing wrong with using trailing stops. So definitely pick your poison with those ones. But okay, just quickly here to review. So Amazon right now, just noticing, man, if we get that 112 low, which we're sitting on right now, 112.10, if we get that, then hallelujah on that one, and we'll be celebrating that trade. But if it takes out 112.60, we're out. So excuse me there, I just downed some water. 112.60 there on Amazon is out if we don't get that 112.10 bid. Meta right now, 50 cents in the money. AMC still 16 cents. Robinhood, man, we didn't get that 9 bid. That sucks, but our eyes are now open for that trade in case that comes back in. So Robinhood, Amazon, all these stocks are going. Meta for us, man, now 70 cents in the money on these longs. Man, we've been really, really hitting Meta well the last couple of days, but let's go back over to Brett and see what he's up to.
It took a while to get going here, but some of the casinos guys back to day highs. Just saw Win now 9% pop up on volume through that last little high there for Win.
Yeah, we gave Win as a trade, obviously, on our sticky note here today. But the thing is, we were really waiting for $60. We talked about that Macau easing of restrictions sends this name higher. I've liked Win for a long time, and nothing's changed my opinion on that name. So I still like Win. Let's just see where we go from here. Hopefully higher. But what's it trading at? 160, you said 62 there? Yeah, so 63 now for Win. So yeah, nice move up 9%. Yeah, good call on that one, Brendo. Win, though, we wanted 60. It only got as low as 61. So just like Nike, some of these names pretty tough to trade when they have these ranges, but Win definitely nice little upside move. And what just happened? There it is. Let's go. Wow. There for Amazon, $3 pretty much there. $2.70 on that one for pretty much the best trade for me today. You can't get much better than that. Top tick, bottom tick. Let's go now for Amazon. Good trade there. Really happy with the way that one worked out, guys. AMZN.
Oh, we haven't really talked too much Coinbase here, but I think it's about to take out this low of the day. And look, it hasn't happened just yet, but 55 was a pretty monstrous level. It flushed into 55 and bounced off it exactly in the afternoon. I know it's just an even round number, and sometimes we like those. It's gonna get to that price if we take out that 12,000 mark in the NASDAQ for sure, but it could get there otherwise. And if we have a double bottom, we saw what happened with these multi-day levels on like a Revlon, how weak it was when it flushed through that price. Sometimes you've got to be willing to sell through that low. I can short Coinbase unlike Revlon. So 55 comes in. I'm putting my stop through on Coinbase. I would have much preferred to short in front of 58 and 59, like the prices yesterday that we liked. But you know what? It hasn't come anywhere close to those. So you have to trade the market that's in front of you, not the prices that you would wish that you could get. So if it's 55 on the break, I will take a breakdown in Coinbase at that price, but pretty much only that price. I don't want to chase it too far. This AGRX, I'm trying to be patient with it. But the easy thing, what will happen is you'll see a move like this, and you'll start to get like that FOMO that it's going to take out the high without you. That said, I think it's putting in a lower high right now. Patience is waiting for it to come back down closer to VWAP, closer to $2, give you a little bit of a consolidation, catch that bounce and get a good price, as opposed to starting to chase it. It still has an obvious top at 250, a level which I would have expected to slow down. In fact, I would have shorted it if I had paid for shorts. On your daily, you're still going to see room for this to that $4 range, if not $3. I think $3 to $3.25 is more reasonable if you're being conservative as opposed to $4. Either way, that's profitable on a 250 break. I'd just rather be very, very patient and wait for this $2 to come back in here instead of chasing the move, especially at 10:20 when things tend to calm down just a little bit before you get secondary moves.
Okay, yeah, great call there on all that. Meta's coming back down there. Yeah, AGRX, like some of these small caps, I haven't really looked at them, but those can be the bangers for sure. So Neil will tend to trade those a little bit more than I do. AGRX, and there's a few other ones. AERC was another one that's ripping. Eli Lilly, 52-week highs, actually pulling back now, 322 on Eli Lilly. Oh, shoot, man.
AERC's going nuts.
Yeah, AERC's going nuts. As Amazon, we don't have the bottom of the day there, but pretty happy with what we have. I mean, it was the bottom at that time. Okay, Meta, reloaded Meta. Nice trade. We got to get out here. I didn't even realize that. We are nicely in the money now on Meta. Let's go, baby. We get that 168.60 there on Meta, and here it is, man. It is party central, man, on that. Yes, sir. We just got out of half of that trade. I ain't looking gift horses in the mouth at all on Meta. We'll just take 40 cents there clean on that name. So if it gets us that 168.50, we'll take it again. But right now, wow, we've really abused this name today, Meta. So let's see where it goes. Meta, nice little trade here to the upside. Here we go, Meta. Here we go, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe I forgot AERC. This one is looking like it's trying to break back out again. It's been on a run and a tear trying to get to what I think is $20, and it just took out yesterday's high as well. That's a big level at $16.50. The problem is the spread. 10, 15 cent spread, the volume's starting to taper off a little bit. So this is not the strongest break of that level on the daily. And look, if it's not a strong break, then you want to wait for dips. If it can hold 16 even, I think you can get an entry point there. I just never want to see the spread open up at the high of the day and the volume come off. That usually indicates a bit of a fail break. In that case, you want to be buying dips instead. It's what I feel about AERC. Obviously, it's a strong stock that I didn't look at until just now. I want to go back to that EVFM. Make sure I get that name right. It stopped me out at 115. And look, I think that pre-market support, it ended up being right. However, you got to have yourself an out. My out was obviously a little bit too aggressive there. It spiked back up to VWAP, but it's about to retest those lows. So if it can hold these lows again, I'll try to jump in, maybe give it a little bit more, just a couple of extra pennies to 113. But that also means not getting in at 120. This has a chance to maybe go one more time, but in a downward trend, I need to see it really tight to that 110 area. I just got into Meta in front of 168. I'm still in the Robinhood. It's not really doing much. But Meta, that 168 has a chance to break. We'll see if it can hold up as Brennan gives you the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning. Let's jump right into a few that we're moving around here in the pre-market. KZR, monster move aftermarket yesterday on positive news. This thing was trading below $6 yesterday. So unbelievable, all the way up here to $12 at the high there. It broke down This level in the pre-market was 11. It broke down right at the open through 11, gave you an opportunity versus just 11.25, 11.50 even. If you wanted to give it 50 cents, down to $10 now. It's kind of riding $10. Volume dying off as well, so still up huge, obviously, for KZR, but needs to get through 10 if it's going to continue. EVFM, I tried the long initially, thinking it might get through 150. Failed miserably. Flip short now. See if we can't get back to $1, which was in the middle of that high range from yesterday for EVFM. AGRX on the daily chart, this 230 up to 250 area is kind of the last line in the sand before it has a ton of room to go back to the upside, as Neil was mentioning. So trying right now, but we'll see what happens here for AGRX, guys. Back to you.
Yeah,
Hold it, Meta.
I cannot believe Amazon just continues to tank City here. What a great short we had there at 114.80. We gave it up, but we only had our last 20% or so. So crying over spilt milk a little bit there. But Meta coming back up a little bit. We did average into that trade as well down there. So I had an offer at 50 to get something out if it can go. I mean, I don't want to scalp it too much because again, there it goes, breaks through right there.
Yeah, it just broke.
It just broke through 168. So we got out of that. I was going to say I didn't want to scalp it because I was, willing to hold it. Like my average price there was 168.50. So it came up. We almost got out, but then didn't. So Meta falls back down there and breaking that 167. Damn it. 168. Sorry, that sucks. But Meta, yeah, gave it up as the market continues to go down. The only short that we have on board right now is Robinhood. So that's going to be a good one for us. Let's just continue that parade to the downside here on Robinhood. Just broke through 9.
This is crazy. AGRX was just about, I'm telling you, it was just about to pick me up in front of VWAP, and then look what happens. It just had a huge volume spike and got back to the high of the day. So this kind of came out of nowhere on me. It was right on that bid, looking like it was about to just gently get down there. And now we're right back up to 250. So this one's getting out of hand, and I think it looks still incredibly strong. I'm not shorting it after a move like that. At 250, the first time was good. The second time, forget about it. No chance I'm going to stand in front of that moving freight train. It looks like a 250 breakout could be in the cards. I would have preferred not to take a break, but I think that's just going to be the next move. EVFM, someone just said, I saw someone in the chat saying that just moved up. Yeah, actually still coming back down in. So I'm still looking to be on the bid in front of 110 here and try and pick this up on a consolidation. But someone in the chat was saying it moved up. It was AGRX that made the power move to the upside, not EVFM.
Man, that Nike is now at 106 flat. Darn it, man. That was that price that we talked about there. I think that, if we're going to talk about that price, maybe we should just go long. It sucks because Meta right now is back to 168.50. Like I said there about Meta, big time mover there. So we're going to be long Nike there. But Meta, look at that, right back up. That's why it's hard to scalp this name. Like, I'm willing to take these hits, man. Like, that was a 50-cent hit because, look, you need to be able to capture the profit when the profit comes in. So right there, Meta, back to 168. We called that level, but it did dip down enough to get us out through there. So hopefully you guys are still in it, but I have to have outs, and that's, you guys know the way we trade here. So and I'm not going to change that. So 168.50.
Gotta do what works, man.
Yeah, that sucks, man. So right there,
here's the thing.
that was the level. Yeah.
The other thing too is, like, I know this AGRX. There's a lot of people that are saying the stock's going to $5, going to $10. Look, man, I get it, and there's lots of ways to, as they say, skin a cat. If there was a better saying, I would say it. We don't like skinning cats, but as a day trader, I'm gonna get in and out of it multiple times because we can take advantage of, our ability to get multiple trades in over 100 fills on all the stocks that I'm trading here today. And yes, you could just hold the long and still be in it. That's just not the style of trade I ever do with these small caps. I'm just taking the breakouts. We took the dip buys where we can get them. Like, it just broke 50. I took some out at 60. I'm going to take some out in front of 75. And then I'm going to take some out in front of $3 and do that every single time. The same thing we did with the $2 break and the $2.20 break on AGRX. Because at some point, I think it might pull the rug on me.
Yep.
And if it does do that, then I want to make sure that I bank some profit. And if you were holding 170s, great. You have a way better trade, as far as I'm concerned, than I would. I want to go back to Robinhood and type NY again. But Robinhood just broke 9 even, so it's like the only short that I got left. So we'll try to hold this one for these lows. But I've given up just about everything else to the short side. Someone mentioned I'm not in coin even though it fell. Well, we like the short on coin. It was just we didn't get the price that we wanted at the open, and now it's about that 55 level, which is on the bid. It got to 55.06. It hasn't broken just yet. This is yesterday's low. If that gets taken out, then I guess I will be short Coinbase a lot further away from the initial entry that we would have liked.
Oh my God.
I mean, Meta went up to 168.80 there. So yeah, we would have banked Sam Bankman-Frieded on that one all the way to the upside there. Yeah, I got a laugh from Prad there, so that was good. Yeah, Meta there,
Is it Frieded,
not a great name there for me. Just relax. Sam Bankman-Fried. Don't worry about that one. I got you there.
No,
Brad.
I'm questioning if it's Frieded. Would you say Frieded?
I don't know what he said.
Or would you just
there.
say freed?
I'm not sure what he said.
I'd say you get freed.
Sam Bankman-Fried is what it is.
No, but when you're doing plural, it's still free.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
You said Frieded.
Frieded. Yeah, I think that's right.
I got
keep Neil Roberts to. Yeah, okay.
Sometimes
hold on for your show there, Brad. With all these
That's my bag getting way
with all
offline
these
there.
great jokes coming through. But yeah, we got Sam Bankman-Frieded there on Meta. We should have held it. Doesn't sound right. You're right. But we'll see where it goes now. This is going to be Meta to the upside. But look at Nike, man. We are trying to bank a little bit on this one. We're long at 106.26. We indicated that we like that 106 level. So you know what? Let's just see if it wants to hold out hope for us here on 106. And park for Nike. So we'll see that. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully people know about 106 and park, and if not, look it up. BET back in the 90s, I guess, 2000s. That show ended. They had a good run, but I don't even know if BET.
Nah, they changed the.
I don't have cable. Yeah, your little Bow
No,
Wow.
they changed the host, right? And then when they changed the host, it was just never the same thing.
AJ and Free, and then there was someone else in there. But okay, let's just go back on this trip again. Robinhood down to $8.99. That could be a good level for us there. How low can you go on Amazon? 111.60. And Nike, I was waiting up here at 107, but that might be a little bit too juicy here for NKE. Like we mentioned, man, the downgrades piling on this one, down 3% today. We loved the short and then somehow lost on it. And then lost on the long as well. Like, what a disaster that was for me. But still, man, good trading today. Only two red names now. Meta, of course, which shouldn't be red. And our boy Nike. So, but AMC right now dancing as well. That's a name we could look at down to that 1380. That's a pretty key level for us. And
just going to come back to a couple here. I did get the reload on Occidental 62s. That level looks like it's holding. And the same thing with Disney. It's still holding VWAP, holding around that 100 range. Just to recap, we did initially take Disney lower at 99s, and we eventually got the 100 break. Like I said, I think room to 103 today. It's going to need a heck of a lot of help from the market to have any chance of getting to that price. But it is still showing its relative strength, up 3.5% in a market which is just falling. As I see here, the NASDAQ has turned red.
Yeah, now we're turning again.
It's hard for some of these longs to go. Clearly, Disney's relatively strong, but it just might not matter if the market can't catch a bit of a bid here. I like the position. Obviously, I'm still in it. I have taken some profit because you can't put all your eggs in one basket, assuming that the market wants to cooperate with you. Not happening here, unfortunately, for Disney, as strong as it looks.
Yeah, I still do own Nike in the long-term account. In my long-term account, I basically never sell anything unless it gets like extended out at some prices. So I still do own Nike. I won't be buying any more today. Let's give it the 3-day rule. Let it flush down a couple more days here, and then we'll see about Nike. But honestly, man, I like tech in this environment, and I can explain that after. But right now we are going. This is also something that's pretty important here with the social sentiment. So let's go see what's popping off around social media with Brendan at the big screen.
I fixed my app, guys, so I'm happy about that. Thanks to Reuters for fixing this. It wasn't working the past couple of days. Here we go. Look at what is being mentioned on social media and what direction we are talking about so far today. AMC front and center here to the downside. After a huge move yesterday, obviously a little bit of a pullback so far today, right above that. Yeah, Robinhood's still positive, even though it is or it isn't, or it is, or maybe it is, maybe it isn't. EVFM, bottom end, SPY, positive, AGRX, Mullen, Hood, I mentioned Zila as well, back in positive territory. This one has been pretty beaten down over the past couple of days, but being mentioned on the positive side, guys. So if you're, again, seeing this for the first time, the size of the box, the intensity of the color indicates the direction of the move and the frequency of how many mentions there are, KZR, on there as well today, guys. Back over to you.
And you can pretty much flush Coinbase
And you
down.
can put it on the board.
But hey, you know what? I'm used to if we get a winning trade while Brendan is in front of the big screen, got to hit the goat. It's almost like he's good luck. Coinbase finally broke 55. I was waiting for the 55 break. It's already at 54.50. So it's when a breakout or breakdown trade happens, I'm always going to scalp out that first initial push. That's the point of a break. So that's what I'm going to try to do in front of 54.50, get a couple of legs out. Looks like it's starting to give itself up. AGRX. Every single time this thing dips, it is being met with a wave of buyers, man. This just pulled right back to 250. I was about to say, okay, I got to make a decision here. Do I want to actually get out if it breaks at 245, the previous high? Do I want to load back in? Before I could even process the decision, it was right back to the high of the day. This stock is like gangbusters, but I said if it got to 75, I'd be taking another leg out. So I just got out at 74. If it gets to 3, I'll be all flat again on this thing and looking for a re-entry price. It has just been only going in one direction. And that direction has been upside. So if it goes to 4, congratulations to everybody that said that in the pre-market.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to everybody, period, who shorted anything, it seems like, in the pre-market. I mean, this has been like, I look at Amazon here and was like, yeah, we got out at 112. And why did we get out at 112? Because, that was this sort of top here that we were like, okay, maybe that's going to be a level right there. Let's see what happens. And we got out. And honestly, look at this move to the downside. The NASDAQ since then hasn't been giving any love to anybody whatsoever. So NASDAQ, nothing but downside here and continuing its move to the downside, as we just keep saying downside. But the NASDAQ is collapsing pretty good here, man. So is Robinhood, but we are at a good level for Robinhood now, I feel like. So this could be something to look at here, down to 895. It's bounced off a couple times at this 885. So 890 here for Robinhood, maybe just to close out this trade. It's been a good one for sure as we look to continuously go short here. But again, look at these shorts early. We got one real early. That didn't really matter. It was these ones, 920. We talked about that on the sticky note that we wanted this name up until 950. Didn't give it to us up there, but hey, we're happy enough to get 930. Robinhood continues to go down. At some point, man, we're going to have to pick up this Amazon. It is absolutely getting destroyed right now. Like, this should be $5 in the money, but it's not. So look at it, just down, down, down. Maybe we support itself at 110, but I don't think we want to go long anything right now, and especially Amazon. We've been picking on that name for the last little while. We were short yesterday at 115, my number one stock, and again here today, my number one stock again. So Amazon, we just keep on beating this name up, and I'm not going to stop with it. So if it pops up, we'll short this, but for right now, it's in a free fall mode.
And speaking of free falls, that EVFM bounced finally. So someone said it had already bounced before it moved. I guess they were just looking into the future. Now back up to this VWAP price, or at least close to VWAP at 130. I still favor buying it in front of 110. Coinbase on that breakdown, it does give the 54.50, but that's why you always take some out on the breakdown. Because now if it continues to trend, I have the opportunity to short the pop. Instead of just holding 55s in the money 50 cents, then out of the money, I'm getting out, looking for a chance to reload. The pre-market lows were at 55.5. So in that target area is probably where I want to stick some offers. Still looking obviously relatively weak. Somehow Disney's managing to hold up, which is all well and good. But we haven't revisited, unfortunately, kick myself. We keep talking about relative weakness in the chips, and I keep ignoring the possibility for a short in some of these. And AMD, yeah. Another fresh low in AMD, now down 3%. This is getting at least a little bit close to some significant support. 83 is a decent one. 80 is a monster one. Brendo?
Just watch these Chinese EV names, guys. The Grizzly, something called the Grizzly, out with a short report on NIO right now. So big spike downside for NIO.
The Grizzly, yeah. You go get them, Grizz, on that one. But yeah, this market is going lower, lower, lower. We actually just took out, we have a position now on Microsoft, so kind of a new position alert. We are still long Nike, but I don't know, man. If Microsoft takes this 262, we get out of it here again. I just wanted to short something, and I think this is going to be a pretty good call here for us on Microsoft, but we don't want to be in this for a very long time. It's 261.7. Yeah, here it goes. Damn it. Come on, man. Now I finally get into a short, and now you want to start to rip up a little bit. We'll hold out for Microsoft, not too far, but there it is. Hopefully this name can continue down. Look, double the market on the weakness. So we just don't want to be wrong in case the market starts to rip back up. So we are pretty careful here on where our outs are going to be. 262.11, we're going to get out on this one. It's very violent, man. Some of these names whip around like crazy. So here comes Microsoft back in a little bit, but respect the strength that these names can have off the bottom. Remember, 260 is pretty key for Microsoft, so wouldn't be surprised if it does bounce off here a little bit. Microsoft, new position for me into the short. Robinhood is bouncing. AMC, for some reason, still holding out pretty high here, upside. So that made a bottom at 1370. We're still into that one. Meta, I can't believe the market's cranking like this to the downside, and Meta's a lot higher than where I got out. Like, I just can't wrap my head around that one, but Meta right now could be a decent short up at these levels, but we picked Microsoft right now. I don't know why Meta's not falling here, but I feel like it should be.
Yeah, and watch out for oil. I got the reload on Oxy. First leg was good. Oil futures back down to 110. So that's what I'm mentioning here. So I got to point out to you guys, if it actually holds this level, if you're trading any kind of an oil name, you should always have the charts up, have an idea what's going on. If you're trying to hold this 109 half area where we closed yesterday, long consolidation after, when only the electronic market was open and after oil futures closed, that's where it held support. If it bounces off there, that's going to be a reload spot for me on Oxy. If we can't hold that price, then we'll have to give it up. But Oxy's been relatively strong despite oil giving it up. So if there's any kind of a bounce, I still like it. Disney's still somehow, it's somehow managing to hold here, but this is getting a bit ridiculous. If I don't consider at least taking some of this out, the long off 99 was pretty good, but this 100 break hasn't really given you much. But it's managing to hold at the money. I'm just going to have to trim this here. Look, if we break 3,900 on the ES, then I'm going to trim Disney. How it's even holding up at this point doesn't even make sense to me. It is, but if 3,900 goes on the ES, then I got to give up some of this because I don't see how it's going to be able to hold 3.5% in the money if the futures take out a level like that. For now, it still looks pretty good, but I'm sitting here worrying about it because I keep seeing lower lows on the futures, and then somehow Disney manages to catch a bit of a bid every single time. I get it, it's relatively strong, but there's always an endpoint to that. Market keeps going down, even the strongest name is going to follow.
Yeah. Shoot, man. I hope Meta can fall down here a little bit. We have a new short on that one, and we do have a new short on Microsoft as well. So Microsoft and Meta, right here. Here's the Meta short right now, 168.75. So what's up, Brendan?
Wide open West. Not a lot of volume here, but a heads up. Wow on New York. Just popped up to 19 there on some M&A activity, apparently.
Wow, that's some great news there. Yeah, I'm just watching Meta here trying to go. So let's just wait to see where it goes from here. Meta, we just took out some profit. I'm just watching this like a hawk here. Don't really know where we're going to go on Meta, but I don't mind this name here to the short side. We do have our 169 as our out. Microsoft also getting pretty tippy here at that 260. We're almost out of Microsoft. It looks like this one we picked on, and we probably shouldn't have. I'm always long on Microsoft, so it's a little strange that I'm not right now, but here we go again, man. Microsoft downside, Meta downside, but looks like the market's trying to get back to the upside right now. AMC still holding strong, but yeah, Meta right now is a problem, and so is Microsoft. We went short too late.
I gotta hit it. There's no way Brennan's coming in with a symbol wow, and I'm not hitting the wow button for you guys.
True.
Look, that's 7%. I'll quickly go over the chart for you. The breakout at 18 is pretty obvious. It's the only consolidation level that it could have broken from. And when you break 18, 10% goes to $20. That's what I'm thinking about here. If we do end up having to pay for shorts on it, I want to make sure that I have them there. No, we don't have to, so it's actually going to be free on that stock. But wow, $20 does stand out on that daily. Coinbase, I was trying to get a reload on the Coinbase short. I think I mentioned 50-50 I liked. Yeah, well, that didn't happen. 55-50 I meant. 55-25, this thing turns right around. So no reload for me, unfortunately, on Coinbase. I still have a piece of the 55 break, part of the reason I get out is to try to get back in. And it almost feels like every single time I get out early to try and work back into the trade in this market, you don't always get that chance. So might have to be a little bit more aggressive next time in catching that. Maybe get it a little bit early, work into it a little bit earlier instead of trying to get that perfect price. Brendan is at the big screen for Sector Watch, and that board, it doesn't feel like this kind of a day, but it is a pretty mixed board. Always important to know what's relatively weak and what's relatively strong.
Hey guys, yeah, basically flat for the S&P right now, 0.09 in positive territory, but actually a decent amount of green on this board right now. I wanted to mention some of the travel names popping right off of the board, essentially. Those are the airlines right now, 4 to kind of 5.5%, including Boeing, 3% kind of day for Boeing. On this side, here's all the hotels and casinos. Win up 8.25%. MGM, LVS, RCL, the cruise lines also there, 3 to 4% for those. To the downside today, retailers under pressure. Etsy, Best Buy, Home Depot, 2+% across the board for those. Tech stocks, kind of a quiet day, really. Some of the semiconductors helping to offset weakness in the software names. So basically flat to a little bit negative for tech stocks so far today. Utility stocks, material stocks in positive territory. That's Disney, 3.5%. We were talking, if you joined us pre-market, about the positivity surrounding their reopening. In Shanghai, 0.08, guys. But I mean, a bit of a deceiving board, I guess. Pretty green so far, but the market overall kind of flat.
Yeah, it's definitely deceiving. The ES holding in positive territory, and there's these pockets of strength that you're seeing, which even if the momentum is down, you are still holding in positive territory. And that's why sometimes that percentage thing is. I always, my quote board, I keep percentage from the close, and then I also have a column. This is just for myself, so you understand. Percentage from the open, and that gives you a better sense of the actual momentum. Like EVFM, 20%, it's up on the day, but it's down 10% since the open, and that reflects the fact that it can't get through the highs. And so you have a better, just on a glance, I have a better idea of what's going on in the actual stock. EVFM, by the way, huge volume spike just now, breaking VWAP and then rejecting another wick lower high. So the thesis on this, getting a second leg going, it's going to have to hold this consolidation, hopefully at that initial pre-market support of 125. If it does that, then I'll believe we can get to that high of the day. Otherwise, I'm still waiting to defend this in front of a dollar instead. So here's 125. Looks like it's trying to hold. If it can't do that, going to be really patient with longs. That is a monster wick off top. And a lot of times you think about shorting that level instead of going long.
You can be late to the party as long as you're well dressed, but
Yes,
the
sir.
thing is like I don't feel like this meta here now back up to 169. Like we like the long, and now we're just like dancing with this on the short. So I don't know, man. What does this market really want to do? We did break below 12,000, but now it's trying to go back up. It's just kind of going back and forth a little bit here. So I'm not convinced one way or the other now on any of these plays. So I kind of feel like. Microsoft, we tried that short, didn't work. I mean, these are all little small ones, but I just don't know. I mean, maybe AMD is going to bounce back here. The NASDAQ's not down that much. I mean, let's not think that this is the end of the world here or anything. But the NASDAQ's only down 0.5. But I feel like there is some resistance here on some of these names. Meta's, now it's stronger than the market. We haven't checked out? We haven't, let's check out the big dog here. What is Apple doing? 141. Apple basically following exactly the market now. So yeah, that's not going to be a good little indicator there. But there's that bottom of 140 again on Apple. So maybe that's something to take out into consideration, especially a 141 break long. That's not horrible if you like the long here on Microsoft. 141, you're basing it out. Bottom there, you can just take this out for about 20 cents. So 20 cents R to R here on Apple. If you think the market's going to bounce back up, this could be a decent spot. I think I'll take it.
Yeah, and I probably should have gotten all out of AGRX. But it's pulled back to this 250 level. At some point, it's gonna stop just trending upside and have a deeper pullback into VWAP. And I would never hold this type of a trade into VWAP. It just doesn't make a ton of sense as far as I'm concerned. So if it does break 250s, I'm looking at 240 for the out of that 50 break that we're sitting in. And then $3 is the ultimate top that we're going to hold out for. Coinbase still giving you. I mean, it's on the NASDAQ. It's still giving you a chance for that 55 short. And ultimately with the trend of this market, I want to hang on to the 55s. I still want something closer to 55.50 if we can get it. If you look at yesterday, between 55, it was pretty clear shots. It bounced off 55 and pretty much went straight to 56 even. So if you get too aggressive with the short down here and the market bounces, you're going to be kicking yourself that you didn't get at least a little bit more patience. So I'm going to go away from an aggressive reload here. If we continue falling, there's still room. I mean, a lot of room for this to get down to 52, 51 and a half. So if the market does capitulate and we go deep in the red, I think Coinbase is going to be the one to hold on to. We'll see if that ends up being true. And Robinhood, that's the other short that we're in. Oddly enough, Goldman Sachs was the other direction. It was Coinbase, the downgrade, Robinhood, the upgrade, but the shorts are working on both of them today. It has not gone anywhere near that high, that 930 to 950 area, but it's still finding some bids around $9. Market takes everything out. I'm going to be getting flat in front of 840. And the reason why is yesterday, I like the breakout at that price. Regardless of the news that happened, I was sitting in the long here and got lucky that headline dropped when I happened to be in a long position. But I'd cover in front of that 840, 850. If Robinhood drops another 35 cents, count me out for the day.
So we're just, Robinhood's a good one there. We're still in that one as well. We are into Apple right now against that bottom. If it takes it out, like it sucks because right now, like Meta, oh man, it's such a good stock. We are red on it today, but I really like trading Meta, how crazy that stock moves. Look where we are back. I mean, now Meta's back down to 168.50. Wow, like that would have been a nice win if we still held onto that, but that one got taken out as well. And there goes the market right now, dipping down. Spike. So there it is. Meta, we are out now, of course, of Meta. So there we go on that one, man. Of Apple. That took out that bottom there on that swoosh down. So yeah, trying to catch some of these tops and bottoms, not really working out here. We're going to have to wait for some key levels. So let's wait for Apple to get down to 140 instead of playing off some of these new levels there. We are long Microsoft, which, we did take that at the bottom there. So let's see if this one can work. 25 cents in the money on MSFT. But again, like we were short and got taken out, right? And we were actually short again up there. So we're going to have to hold on to some of these. But yeah, it's been a little bit of a dangerous little ride here to trade some of this. I don't even want to see what Amazon's at. 110.40. Wow. Amazon off that 114. I mean, thank God we had that trade there for the shorter, else all these longs would truly be busted. But yeah, big time movement here. Meta one more time, man. It doesn't, like it goes down. I just wish this was back down here. Like I can't believe we got dumped out. I mean, I can believe it, but wow, getting dumped out there really sucks. I still feel like Meta's strong, man. Oh man, we're only 10 minutes left in the show, but Meta, I like that name to be strong. Just got to find my way into it at some levels. But Meta right now, I like it. Let's go over to Brendan quickly.
We've been talking about the strength in Chinese names. I just noticed 10-cent music, guys, it was up, but it wasn't really doing much. But just broke through that 520, which was that high from going back a couple days ago. Nice, really nice day, in fact. Almost 10% here for TME.
Wow, 10 cents. Yeah,
that was on the imbalance locator. Yeah, that was on the
we were thinking the same thing. It was on the imbalance locator. I said if 3,900 went on the ES, I'd have to get out of Disney, and just in time, because it did. It held up above 100 for like a split second, and then a huge 50, 60-cent candle to the downside. I still have a tiny piece of Disney, but thankfully took some out. It's still relatively strong, but you've got to be able to take some profit. There's nothing you can do about it. This market is just super weak. In that same little spike to the downside, Coinbase retested those lows, so it looks like it is going to head to the downside and maybe break that 54.50. I think there's room all the way down to 52 if things get out of hand in this market. And we have been, unfortunately, avoiding the EVs or ignoring the EVs. I'm only now realizing that Tesla went to 750 exactly and turned.
Yeah, we looked at that. I was at 740, but that's 750. Yeah, another key level.
What am I doing? Like seriously, that's like the low-hanging fruit for me usually. Like that type of a level on a Tesla, that's a bit frustrating because usually I'd be all over something like that. Just say to myself, okay, 750, get that 49 short. 749.91 is where it got to. That is one of my favorite styles of trades, especially on something like a Tesla where you just wait for that level. The risk to reward is usually pretty good if you can get it, but that's 725 is now holding. That's what I should be talking about right now because you can't think about the trades you missed. Think about the trades in front of you. 25, nice sort of round number there. You go to the higher time frame, and it has been a pretty significant level last week. So if you're looking for places that things can bounce from decent risk to reward, at this point you're thinking longs because guess what just happened? We just held and got back above that 3,900. So if that's going to be the case, I kind of know exactly where I want to get out. I just took the long on Tesla at 26, and I'm essentially just going to give it back to the recent low. And if we hold 3,900, then I have something which can be a decent scalp trade. But I should have been short Tesla 100% at 749, but for whatever reason, I wasn't looking at it this morning.
Yeah, I'm just right now looking to make sure about, because we're into a new position right now, guys. That is going to be our friend right here, AMC. Obviously, we're into this name here. So let's just see where we go on AMC now. We took this long. We got a nice little bid there at 65 and 60 here, trying to absorb some of these bottoms here on AMC. So let's just see if it comes through for us or not. But we do have that bottom pick in mind here for Advanced Micro. So here we go, guys. Advanced Micro, AMC. I need to be trading AMD maybe a little bit more there today. But breaking through 1350, we're out. Let's take a shot on this one. It was a big run yesterday. Might be over with. You guys know that AMC, you got to really pick your time to trade this name. And it's normally when all those stocks are going crazy. And today, GameStop, AMC, giving some back from where we were at yesterday's levels. So not super exciting here on AMC, but still down 4%. Let's see if it holds 1350, just a key level, that's all. But right now, it's money talks over there with Brendan with only 10 minutes left before we go to the midday show. Let's go, Brendo.
Hey guys, brought to you by the Small Exchange. Once again, make sure you sign up today. Smallexchange.com. Use a QR code on screen, guys. Here we go. Move to the downside for the euro today. Christine Lagarde talking about the July meeting coming up for the ECB, saying they're leaving options open as to what they're going to do. If you remember last month, they said that would be the first increase for the ECB if you're following along anyway. So here we go. 0.64 to the downside. That's a daily chart for the euro here, back to 105. Trying to hold 105 right now, in fact, for the euro. US dollar higher on the day, 0.5%. British pound about the same to the downside. Everything else actually pretty negative on this board, top to bottom, including cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple, all red on the day. Not huge moves, but worth a note, back under 21,000 once again for BTC, guys. Back to you.
All right.
Giving it up a little bit. I mean, Ethereum, of course, with their changeover, having a little bit of a stronger day, I want to say. I just got the scalp 1-to-1 out on Tesla, and the same thing. I'll always do the same thing with a breakout that I would with one of these counter trend. Try to buy the dip and catch a bit of a bounce, and that's go. If it's 1-to-1 in front, then I'll take that. If it's a really tight stop trade, like if I was in front of 25s and was taking like a 20-cent risk, then I think you're at least a little bit more liberal in holding some of the position. But you always try to scalp that trade because you're catching a falling knife. And it's really difficult to predict where that will be. I'm essentially just looking at what previous support was and saying, okay, well, there were buyers there before and it had a decent reversal. Can it happen again? Well, this market is a little bit weaker, I think, today. At least given how it looked at the open, it seems relatively weaker, the reversal we put in today. I know we're flat in the session, but overall, the price action feels a heck of a lot weaker to me. And that's why I'm going to scalp these longs wherever we can get them. Disney has come out. Had to give up that trade. Unfortunately, it just was not able to hold on to some early strength that it had. It'll still be a positive stock for me, but it's going to be the biggest disappointment because that entire flush, it felt like if the market caught any bounce, it was going to go, and we had it dead to rights. Coinbase were late, but it was a 55 break that we're now holding on to. It looks like this one is, again, flushing through those lows. I think we can get to 53 on coin, giving up the ghost a little bit. And speaking of Coinbase, I haven't talked about Square at any point today. Load. This has yet. So you saw Coinbase breaking its bottom. Square, block, I should say, triple bottom here at about 67.5. So this hasn't really gone through those lows. What it looks like on the higher time frame, it has some support down at about 67. So if I'm looking for things that might be okay if we catch a bit of a bounce, it's worth noting that you have support above yesterday's low on block. So if we do manage to catch any kind of bounce in the futures and we go to the upside, block, not a bad place to go, as opposed to something like a Coinbase if you wanted to express that trade. Maybe if crypto bounces as well, you could get a little something as well there.
Yeah, no, for sure. We're doing the same kind of stuff here on all these names, man. We're trying to find some bouncing plays as well. We still are short Robinhood, of course, down to 890. We really like that short. I'm going to check back on Amazon just to throw up, but there goes Amazon to the downside as well. A nice little move there. Robinhood, Meta still holding out pretty high as well. Nike, wow, 105. 105 now. I guess that was a good call for that one on the short side of things. But Nike right now down to 105 as that's just looking pretty sick there. So I feel like a lot of our trades were decent. It's just we didn't catch them enough at the right times. Microsoft, 261.60. We're going to wait here for 262.30 or so on the high side to see if we can get out a 50 cents, 70 cents winner on this one. We will average into this down to 261. So I like that 261 spot there on Microsoft, 261 flat. Meta, I mean, I haven't traded that well recently, but if you could see Meta right here, I think we want to try, we are going to try a 168.20 bid or so on Meta in case that one comes through. But yeah, right now, lots of stuff happening here. The market doesn't look very healthy. I agree with Neil on this one. I would try to stay short if you have some big ones, but the market can rally. So I know like it's kind of double talk there, but if you find some good bottoms, watch out. This market's not dead yet, man. You could travel back to 12,000. That's where that 50 period is. So I'm definitely looking at that. And just like an example here, Microsoft, try to go, man. We're just 25 cents in the money there. Let's see if it does want to get a little bit higher here for MSFT. What's up, Brendo?
A couple of notable earnings once again today, guys. Coming up actually tomorrow morning, we'll get Bed Bath and Beyond, but General Mills on the board as well for today, guys. Here we go.
Well, if I'm going to hate on Kellogg's, I should at least like General Mills, I suppose. My wife hates Kellogg's. It's not even me. Bed Bath & Beyond, we always talk about that in one context, and that's the potential squeeze. So I think that's more or less the only one on that board that I'll be watching, and for that reason alone. Like, you get an outsized or I guess beat, and then we know what can happen there. So a bit of a bounce happening in the market. Oxy on the reload. We said we wanted oil to try to hold up. Decent bounce there. We've only gone long Oxy, and obviously there was a short off that 63 target we had. I think I'll be covering another leg in front of 63, and I think if I thought it was a target before, then in a weaker market, I'm definitely going to be aggressive getting out in front of it as well. And when I said, Tesla, that level, the other thing about it holding support, previous support from yesterday, is 3,900 on the ES holding up just now. So we ticked below, and now we're recovering above that. That was the other thing. If we hold above that price, then I think you want to hold on to your longs if you got them, at least until you get to significant prices like this 733. 733 to 35 are your pre-market bottoms, opening range bottoms, and where we closed yesterday on Tesla. So that'll be my target for Tesla, somewhere in that $2 range, as long as the ES holds 3,900. If it can't do that, then these longs are no good. I think that's pretty obvious. Brendo?
Twilio just popping up here on significant volume, guys. Wasn't really doing much today, but some Amazon tie-up possible rumors floating around for Twilio and Amazon.
I like Twilio, their cloud business there, and back and forth with messaging and stuff. Twilios and Ubers and stuff like that, but those high flyers definitely got hit in the last little while. We'll go a little bit of diamond hands here for Microsoft as we took 60 cents on that, so that's pretty good. Giving back a little bit here on or making back a little bit on what we lost there on some of those plays, so that's going to be a good one for us. Out of Microsoft, the only position we have now left is Hood. I still like Apple off that bottom. Bed Bath & Beyond is an interesting name that we talked about a couple times there, and I know Neil just highlighted that for you a little while ago about why that name could go a big short float and then bye-bye baby. I'm pretty interested in that as well. So yeah, so far so good here today, man. It's been a tough day if you've been long. I feel like the market is pretty weak, so watch out here with only a minute left to go in our show. Interesting to trade maybe AMD and some of those names as well as they've been beat down here today. So yeah, just watch out. The market's starting to bounce back a little bit here. I said we'd probably run to 12,000, so let's see if that can happen. You're only points away now, 19,970 here. Yeah,
exactly. This market, it's trying to make its move, but it feels weak enough that it could just be a temp bounce. I did get trailed out of AGRX, just last thing there. That 250, it didn't quite get up to $3, 278. I kind of said, yeah, maybe I should be getting out of all of it, and obviously that'll be the right call. I don't think this is done. As long as it manages to hold VWAP and hold this trend, I'll look for re-entry points, but I think a little closer to VWAP or even that $2 is going to make a little bit more sense here. So it's been a good long. I didn't take any shorts on this just yet, even though I have paid for them. I'm not ruling them out. Nike, clearly, that would have been one up there at 280, but I would have said $3 would have been your price, and it never really got there. So we'll see what happens. We do have today, it is going to be Ian and Trader Pratt.
And Tony on the afternoon show with you.
Well, I was going to say,
we've organized that already.
We got Tony. It is Tuesday, but it's not just a little bit of Tony. We get Tony for the entire afternoon
The full
show.
load, man.
Should be a lot of fun there.
Drop some grenades for that one.
Now, full load. For now, we're going to send you guys over to Trader Pratt and Ian. Go get them.
Yes, sir. Welcome to, I guess, the tumbling Tuesdays. I don't know what else to explain to this market right now. We started off green, and now, sadly, we are going off into the red territories. Here's a chart of the MNQ. For if you were wondering how much we're down, we're currently down almost 6.6%. Sorry, on Nasdaq, and down. Well, we're flat on S&P 500. So the market might just have that ability to bounce. We're seeing how 3905, 3900, and 3895 plays out on the S&P 500. My day has been so far up and down along with the market. You know, I was trying to build longs, and those longs didn't work. Then I flipped shorts. Those shorts worked until they didn't. So it's been a little up and down. Right now, I'm just being a little patient, waiting to see what the market will present us with. And I have my buddy Ian to help me with the job.
Yeah, how's it going, guys? It hasn't been easy, that's for sure today. But I've traded a few things here. My best name is KZR. I am having more of like a negative day. Well, slightly negative, just pretty much flat as KZR loads up here. I was originally shorting this. You know, it was a small cap runner in the morning. It was up about 85, 90% in the morning there. So I was short bias. I took the short here as this 80 mark broke. Well, originally I kind of wanted the fade off 11, and I missed that. And I saw like this 1080 area. It was struggling around there, so I shorted there. And then, you know, it was just kind of being patient, waiting for my bids to be hit. And, you know, eventually it came down here to this 10 level. And this is where it kind of got interesting because this is where it kind of got interesting because I saw 10 was holding up, like it would break, but then it would like quickly reclaim 10, and there was like almost like a reserve or an iceberg at 10. So basically I was just like scalping off this 10 level and, you know, scalping it up for like 10, 12 cents at best. And, you know, that was a decent trade there. Eventually I did one last time and just stopped out for like pretty much break even. So KZR is definitely my best name on the day. I have traded Nike as well. You know, Nike obviously had the catalyst being with their earnings report today. Their projections were not that great. So, you know, a little bit weaker on the day. It did have that quick run up, you know, to like 113, 114. I was originally looking at 110. When I saw that breakout, I was like, okay, forget it. This could like just run, and, you know, what negative catalyst, right? But eventually it broke down again. And showed a lot of weakness. And then I was like kind of getting chopped around this 107. Eventually, I did get a good, decent long here off 106, just front running that level. And my best out's around 106.50 area there. But yeah, overall down on Nike for the day. I have traded a couple other things, but we'll get into them a little bit shortly.
Yeah, so my most profitable stock of the day, I sat down and I was actually trying to trade AMD to begin with. So I was like, okay, AMD just randomly starts falling off. I didn't know the news then, so I tried a tiny long, didn't work. So, and then we find out the news about their 400 gigabyte data breach. That's like the size of the Warzone game itself. Like 400 gigabytes is not that much, but obviously that getting affected for the chip makers over there. There's other weakness in chip makers too. What I noticed was NVIDIA about to break the pre-market low or off the opening drive low around 168. Instantly started piling in onto the shorts. Took the 167 breakdown short also, and took profits. And on the way back through 167, I got stopped out on that trade. My number one trade of the day so far. Tried going a tiny long over here, but did not have the faith in the market. But obviously, the long was the right direction, and now it's paying off for anyone who's holding any longs, as Neil has mentioned. I tried a long over here too on AMD. Didn't really like it. I don't know. I'm not really liking the longs at the moment. And one of the stocks that I'm working with right now, I typed in FB because, you know, I didn't get the memo, but it's actually Meta Platforms getting back towards that 169 or so. It's been playing with this level for the whole time. The market's been, you know, heading to the downside. So I've just been scalping this range. It's been giving me beautiful 50-cent ranges to keep on scalping Meta Platforms. I've been going short, but I'll be honest, you know, while I was listening to Sean talk about it, how it's been holding, his idea behind Facebook too. It's only down 0.35, whereas we see Apple down almost 1%. I see NVIDIA down 2%, AMD down a bunch too, Microsoft only down 0.3. So all of those factors combined, if market really finds a way to bounce from these lows near that 3,900 on S&P 500, I would be worried about my shorts over here. But as long as it keeps giving me this opportunity to scalp it, I'm going to keep trying that as many times as I can and just keep on stacking the chips over here. Watch out for MRO breakout. Let's go check out what MRO is doing today. 9 million shares traded on MRO. We're looking for a possible breakout, if I'm guessing, the high day over here near $24.50. Let's see if MRO can do that. Today already up 5.62%. S&P 500 trying to keep on, it's showing me a 5-minute green candle, which is good, obviously, and so is the NASDAQ. So maybe the market does have the strength to pop up and take MRO with it.
Yeah, for me, I was trying to play the bounce, the 3,900 bounce on Apple. I saw it around, first I took that short, Prad called it out there. He wasn't on the show yet. There was size at like 140.90 area. So I originally tried that short. I got about like a few cents on that. It was pretty much nothing. And then I saw it like kind of holding the 140.80 area. And I was trying to play the bounce off that. I did get a nice cheeky fill, like 82, just risking about 2-3 cents with slippage there. And then, scalped it up for about 10 cents. I tried it again. I tried actually the breakout 141. That didn't work and eventually just stopped out. And then, obviously the 140.80 broke down as the 3,900 kind of got breached, right? But still, we're still hovering around this 3,900, and Apple's still hovering around these same levels. I'm probably going to leave it alone. Sean mentioned he's probably going to wait till like 140 or something like that. I want to be more patient with this one. I don't want to start trading in the middle and kind of get chopped up. I did trade Hood a bit as well, and I am short Hood right now. I just added to the position. But although I might get stopped out soon, but we'll see. I was more short bias on it, with it kind of falling below the halt price. If you guys recall from yesterday's closing show there, Hood halted around 896, right? So as soon as it fell back below there, I was like trying to short below it, and it did work the first time here, and I got a couple nice fills. Like my best fill was 10 cents, that was decent, but eventually it just broke out again, and I was trying to short in front of this 9 level again. I got a couple fills there for some profit, but eventually just broke up break even. So I was overall like pretty much like flat on Hood at the beginning, and now I'm trying to like build into another short position on Hood. So that's Hood. I also traded EVFM. I know you guys were kind of saying don't forget about EVFM. I've been trying to practice, like I've been telling you guys, I've been trying to practice trading some small caps. Trying to expand my playbook a bit, and I think I obviously traded this poorly here. I knew it was kind of holding up above this 115. Originally, I saw size of like 120 breakdown, and I was thinking like, oh, okay, this can kind of flush down a bit, and my stop was a little bit too tight. I took a little bit too much size on it. But that's okay. And then I was like trying to long off here, and my stop got ran, and eventually gave these nice pops, right? But I think if it gives another pop like this, I think that's when I'm going to kind of jump in for a short there around this 140, 145 area. These wick off tops here, I feel like that's where you want to kind of get short. If it starts to make like, it makes that wick and then makes like a lower high or something like that, pushes up towards it. I think it's a good short play there. So just going to be patient with this one. It is a loser for me right now, a negative name for me right now. But a lot of time left in the day, and we'll see where this kind of goes.
Yeah, right now I'm actually scaling into an Apple short, trying to see if we can work with it. But the market, obviously trying to decide what the market wants to do at the end of the day. Not trying to give this stock too much of risk. If 141 goes, I'll probably get out of it real quick for a couple pennies lost, 5-6 pennies lost or something. Not gonna give it too much leeway room over here. My average price, I don't know if you guys can see it. Yeah, you can. 140.91, and we're pretty much flat on the trade. And I'm waiting for Facebook to give me more entries to take that same scalp. I fat fingered my entry. Instead of taking 20% off, I took the whole basket off. So I see the stock fluctuating up and down below my average price. So that sucks because I fat fingered it, and now the market's moving back down. Thankfully, we do have the Apple short on board to ride this market short back to the lower days to see if Apple can ride right back to the lower day, also giving us maybe a 50-cent scalp on the short, allowing us to get back up on the day over here. But right now, man, yeah, I'm glad I kept my trades pretty minimized today. The risk wasn't too much on my end, and I traded some stocks poorly where the profits could have been way larger. For example, NVIDIA, I added it on the break. I could have added it way back over here instead of just taking the stop below back through 167 and so on. Multiple dollars in the money, and I had decent size on NVIDIA too. So obviously that sucked to not trade that properly, but it's okay. You know, we have the whole day left, as Ian said. We have tons of opportunities coming in. This market clearly does not like what's going on today. We have Powell coming in and talking tomorrow, so that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, there's
at 9
a handful
o'clock.
of people talking. Bullard's talking as well. But they're probably going to be like reiterating what they've already been talking about. So I doubt there's going to be any sort of like big unexpected market moves. But you never know, right? It's something exciting for this week to kind of make a play around and be excited for.
Yeah, Facebook is dumping right now, and that's the Meta Platforms is dumping right now without me, and there it goes. I'm very upset because I had so much size to scalp in this range all day. But now when the trade is actually in the right direction, I fat fingered it. But as Arun and Neil would say, get right back in it. My mind doesn't work like that. Once I have a price, I can't get back in, even like for a 10-20 cent price differential when the stock's eventually going to the downside anyways. Hopefully one day I can level up to that mentality. But right now, man, maybe not. Meta's not dying. Meta still wants to hold that bottom and not really break 168 to the downside. The low of the day at 167.83. Here's your at NASDAQ market, NQU22CM. Just holding the bottoms, not able to break the bottoms just yet. Same with S&P 500, holding 3,900, which makes me worried about my Apple short.
A couple people are talking about AMC. What do we guys think? Someone said here, should I keep holding or just kind of let it go? Okay, so AMC got the big push yesterday, right? We saw that huge volume come in. It was up like 12% at one point. And we were trading in the afternoon there a bit. And never made that 15 level. If you look at here, like go back on the daily here, back to the beginning of May, it looks like this 15 level was kind of like a shelf or like a support. Eventually just crashed below, and then, obviously a bunch of weakness below. It did test it again, but again, couldn't really reclaim the level, couldn't close above it, right? And today, or yesterday rather, we didn't even get that close. I think the high was like 70 something, but then it just faded the rest of the move there towards the close, right? So today, didn't really gap up. It was pretty much flat in the pre-market, and then that considerable weakness at the open, right? So, it did kind of fade below the 14 level. It seems more so that the 1430, 1440, maybe 1450 to the upside is more of like a resistance level. Yeah, you could have been short bias on this, got in early, faded that move, and then faded the pops, and then now you're just living life holding on to that short. As Hood, takes me out a little bit of my position. I'm still holding on a little bit here. I'm gonna readjust my stop and my position here, to continue managing this one. But it looks like I may be a little bit ambitious on this short here. I might have to be a little bit more patient and wait for a better price to come in and fill short. But I still do like it up towards this 930 area. I believe like 950 is where it stalled out yesterday. After that halt, if you guys were watching like the tape in the level 2 there, every time it got to 950, it just completely stalled. I think that's closer to like where we want to short it off of. But again, I'm trying to see if it falls below 9 and shows some weakness below 9, and right now it doesn't seem to be working.
People talking about Roblox. Let's go check out what Roblox is doing today. Down about 1.25%, sadly, along with the rest of the market. So I guess not that sad, right? But 11 million shares traded overall, trying to hold up at the bottoms. The pre-market, I'll say the pre-market lows, we're not too far away from that level. It's only down 1% over here. I think if market can actually hold up at 3,900, we'll see some buying coming in across the board for stocks such as Meta Platforms, Apple, and maybe other stocks across the table. So we'll just be waiting for that buying volume come in. hopefully that buying volume comes in earlier than 12 o'clock, because that means by lunchtime we get some nice pops to short on the stocks, especially on tech stocks across the board. I'm waiting for some nice pops on Nvidia, AMD. That way we can load up on those tech sectors, especially your chip makers shorts, as they have been a lot weaker today. AMC, did you already talk about AMC?
I talked about it.
You talked about AMC, no worries. Coin. Let's go look at coin. Actually, let's go look at darn it. AAPL on this screen. I want NIO on this screen, because Brando in our work chat called out that NIO was at the low of days, and yeah, it walked down to 22 and bounced off of the 22 level, giving you some areas to go long off of if anyone was interested in that. Looks like NIO might just be curling back to the downside right now, though. I know Chinese, not Chinese stocks, but Wynn and Wynn Resorts. Is it Wynn Resorts?
Yeah, it's Wynn Resorts.
Wynn,
it's like
and what's the other one? Las Vegas Sands.
There's also I think it was TCOM. It was like a Chinese travel company as well. That gapped up this morning. But again, with China like easing their COVID restrictions, a couple things kind of getting a little bit of a pump this morning. Yeah, so Las Vegas Sands, Wynn Resorts, they're easing up their restrictions, as Ian just said it. So that helping obviously with the gambling stocks over here, which make a ton of money in China overall, up 7% on that catalyst. Some of the other stocks that had a catalyst today, and I was looking for a spot to get into a long, was actually Snowflake. Snowflake got upgraded, was up in pre-market, but sadly gave up all of its gains in pre-market going into the opening hours, and now down about 0.25% on Snowflake over here, trading near $147. Some barriers coming in near 148. Looks like S&P 500 actually rejects 3,900 one more time and is pushing to the downside. Let's see if we break the low of day, which is at 38.95, which obviously takes my Apple position to the money. We're currently 90 cents in the money, so yay me, I'm happy, but I'm not happy that Facebook, Meta Platforms, is no longer holding that because of a fat finger. I just traded Hood a bit there, and I want to tell you guys what I was kind of doing. So I saw this pop, right? It stopped me out half my position. I saw it kind of rejecting this area. I was just watching the tape, just reading the tape. There was buying, and then all of a sudden at like 9:14, seller stepped up, and then there was a lot of selling on the tape. So I immediately punched again, to get a better average and whatnot. Immediately in the money, about 10 cents from that punch. So I scaled out half now. Now I'm holding half, for a larger move. Let's see if there can be continued weakness below VWAP now. It looks to me that maybe VWAP, it tested it, couldn't really reclaim it. Now there's sellers stepping up above. Is it going to continue to fade the whole day? I hope so, so I can turn positive on Hood here and, turn green on the day. Yeah, it looks like that was a decent entry and a decent scalp there, but holding some for a continued move now. Hood is moving with the market. I don't think so necessarily. I think it's just it's volatile today. It's active today, obviously off of that rumored news from yesterday. But for now, that seems to be working. What else do you guys want to talk about? Let's call it out in the chat, and let's keep it going. NIO pushing right now. So ever since I took those L's last week, there I haven't looked at NIO at all this week.
Blacklist.
Yeah, it's on that blacklist for the time being. But who knows if it gets a catalyst, and I'll probably be back in play, and maybe I might trade it again. It looks like it stalled around this 24 area, and if I recall correctly, yeah, look at this, guys. Look back at April, where NIO kind of fell back or stalled around 24, right? And that's exactly where it curled again in the past week or so. And then even look at this consolidation back in February, 24 to 26, that tight consolidation, and eventually breaking down. So no surprise that it has turned around here. We've been talking about NIO for a while now, just how it's been having this huge run up. Look at this, guys. It went from $16 at this higher low to 24 in that's 7 trading days, 8 trading days. So monster run. It's obviously due for a pullback. And look at when in doubt, zoom out, and you can look at the higher time frames here and see where potential resistance would be. So that's around this 24-25 area on NIO.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the market beta for Robinhood just to see if it does move with the market. I'm struggling a little bit because FinViz doesn't even show you the market beta. I'm trying to find my screen. There we go. So Finviz doesn't even show you the market beta for Robinhood. And beta, for anyone who doesn't know, is basically how close to the market does a stock move. For example, Apple has a 1.19. Meta should be pretty close to 1 also. Microsoft should be close to 1 also, but then you have those stocks that are nowhere close to 1 and do their own thing. Maybe let's think about a stock that does its own thing for today. Is maybe Coinbase. Yeah, look how the beta doesn't even show up for Coinbase. Maybe because it's not that old of a stock such as these other stocks, but because Coinbase did IPO recently, so did Robinhood. But I think they're just not able to compute the number at this point on their software. So you're short Robinhood. Oh, wait a minute. Apple short is 18 cents in the money. I didn't even know. We're about to make some good amount of money on this trade. Thankfully, we have a ton of size. I have an order already laid out to the downside as the market did take out the bottom of the day for S&P 500 and NASDAQ's flirting with the bottom of the day. This might just be the opportunity for me to start going into the profits for the day once again. We did give back some of our money trying to catch the bottoms across the board on Amazon. I didn't show you guys my Amazon trade at all. We tried to catch the bottom pretty hard at 11.50. We won, we lost, we won, we lost, and then we gave it all back, whatever we won on this last little drop that the market had. That was like a death candle coming in. But now that Amazon's actually around these levels, oh wait, the market's going down and I'm thinking about a long. Yeah, no thank you.
Yeah, probably not the right time to do that. I was taking a look at just some of the large caps to see how they're kind of reacting as the market kind of flushes a little bit below 3,900. So if this 3,900 really can't hold, then there might be more pain to come in the market here. I was watching Apple, and it seems like this scalp off 141 is pretty decent. Like you could have been patient, wait for this position to come to you, basically this trade to come to you, and risk off that 141.
Oh, you mean like this?
Yeah, exactly like Prad's doing essentially, and he's scalping as it makes its way down to the lower day. It's always important to Apple hasn't broken lower day. The lower day on Apple is 140.37, whilst the market is breaking new lows, right? So if the market somehow catches a bid and starts to rip up, you can see Apple holding that lower day. So it's important to scalp out in front of that. I wanted to take a look at AMD. I haven't looked at AMD at all today. But looks like is having a lot of weakness. Like look at this, like it's just getting flushed down, just grinding lower. There was like no bump in the morning. If you see, like the market got that little bit of a bump, that little run up, but no such thing for AMD. And it's just been fading the entire day. Does it hit this 80 level today? I don't know. That's a ways away, but that's going to be some fireworks going off at that 80 level for sure, I think.
Let's go. 50 cents in the money on Apple right now. I would like for it to break the lower day. That way I can take some more profits, just being a little stingy on that one. But let's go take a look at some of the stocks. I will buy AMD at 69. Tyrone, chill out. ENDP popping. Let's go to ENDP. ENDP on NASDAQ. Penny stock, 113 million shares traded on the day. So yeah, this is the type of penny stocks I like to be a part of. What was the penny stock yesterday, if you can remember the ticker? The counterceptive pill one?
AGRX?
No. EVFM? EFVM.
AFIB?
EVFM.
Yeah, that's the runner today.
Yeah, and I actually wanted to go long on this one on the hopes that this one ends up in like some crazy territories, but the stock didn't really do much today. We're still above $1. It's up 13%. It's not up those crazy numbers we were watching yesterday. So let's go back to that other stock, ENDP, I believe is the one you were mentioning, the penny stock, which is now about to take out the high at day, 114 million shares traded. Does this stock have the potential to get to $1 is the question. I don't think we do that today, but eventually I think we do see some $1 action coming in. Looks like the high on this day right here on the 1st of June was around 69.73 cents. I can't really tell right now off of my chart. It's either 70, let's just say 70 cents. We're not that far from it. And on my Apple short, we're right now 60 cents in the money. We did take out the lower day, so I'm going to take some more profits over here on my Apple short just so I could capitalize on that move. We were struggling all day on Apple. Apple was negative for me. Now Apple is going to be almost my #1 stock of the day. It's going to take over NVIDIA very soon and help me get back to the positive on the day and absolutely not have any worries. So now, at being flat, I can start worrying about taking more lunatic shots.
Yeah, that's always good. Once you get to that crest of being flat, then you got all that potential, that upside potential. GFB, gain from bottom, that's what we kind of call it around here. I'm waiting more so for this 140. I do see it flushing here. Is this 140 going to come into play?
That's what I'm tired of waiting for. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna. It looks like it's kind of imminent now. At some point, it's going to come into play either for like a front run if the market does bounce. If there's size at 140, it doesn't really test it, there's some buying below there, or if it just flushes towards there, then we can take a breakout. But got to be patient with it. I don't want to get chopped up in this middle zone. If for the short, I'm not going to chase this short. Now we're chasing the lows. You really need to be in more where like Prad was, closer to that 141 if you were in the short. If you are holding it, obviously keep holding and keep riding those profits. Hood for me is still kind of bouncing around, not really doing much. I did scalp up more profits on it here in front of the 896 level, just because that held up earlier. It couldn't really flush below it earlier as well at the morning. Held up around like the 1030 area again. So, I don't want to be too cheeky with it. I'm going to take most of my profits if they are offered to me in front of this level and, hold a piece in case it does start to break down. That being said, I have trailed my stop now, so I'm not going to let this turn to a loser. So, hopefully can take some positivity out of Hood and, turn my day around a little bit with this name. I was taking a look back at Nike just because I traded it earlier and I wanted to see where this has been kind of going. And it sort of just faded once it broke below this 107. Like I did get chopped around in this 107. It did give a nice flush afterwards, but taking more size on a breakout, I want to run a tight stop. I don't want to hold that like 10, 15, 20 cents against me. That's an easy way to get smoked, an easy way to get shut down or get closer to your shutdown, if you will. So took that stop out, took that loss. I got chopped around again here, and eventually got the long there. But it looks like this one's just fading as soon as that 107 broke, right? The reason why I say 107 is it acted as the support in the pre-market. The pre-market low was literally 107, right? So that's why I was kind of playing around that. But it looks like it might bounce around 105. If we look here from the daily, 105, it looks like it's kind of coming into play shortly, but it bounced here as support back in May there.
I'm about to GFB my whole LFT, baby. That's right. Gain from bottom, my whole loss from top. That means we're about to really smoke these trades over here. I'm actually looking up for some synonyms for fall down. So, that start with a T. Tumble, trip, tumble down. Anything else with the T over here? Because that's the type of Tuesdays we're having, baby. Tumble down Tuesdays, trip over Tuesdays, timber Tuesdays, because someone's hacking at the wood over here and the support's no longer there.
Broke.
Apple just broke 140. We're about to be $1 in the money on Apple. We're back in the money on the day. The energy's back into Prad. He's about to channel the Kanye energy right now. Oh, the ultralight beams shining down on this market. Sadly, not in the right direction though for long-term portfolios. But if you're a day trader, I know you gotta be having fun with these moves. Let me try to cover some more positions over here on Apple as we are tumbling down to the ground and the whole market's going with it. NASDAQ down 1.4%, S&P 500 down 0.5% right now. Let's go SARK, yeah baby. Take that SARK ETF to the north side. This is your inverse ARKK ETF. So the Cathy Wood ETF, ARK, you guys know what stock she holds in there. This ETF basically plays the inverse of whatever stocks are in that stock or in that ETF overall. So if this one's up, that means ARKK overall is down to the ground. This one's about to go to a new high a day today, up 3.4%, about to hit $60. So if you're sure, as Neil and Sean and Brando have said in the morning show, if you're sure anything, just hold on to them a little bit as long as 3,900 on the ES holds. If 39 on the ES breaks, you want to run for your exits on your longs and you want to continue holding these shorts, which is what I'll be doing right now. Apple short, $1 in the money. I took out 50% of my bag. I still have another 50% and it's time to party.
Yeah, you know, I'm probably going to get stopped out here. I tried something on Apple here, just to break through 140 again, just to see if it was going to get a bounce through. It looks like it is super weak, but that being said, I haven't gotten stopped out yet, but it looks like I will be shortly. So it is what it is. I gave it one more shot here because I missed the breakout. So I don't know if that was FOMO. I missed the breakout of 140, and that seemed kind of decent. But you know, I tried the long back through, and that didn't work. So, you know, Luke always says if the long can't be wrong, or something about, you know, if you can't long, go short or something like that. I don't know. But it clearly didn't work. You know, the schlong didn't work. The short long didn't work. So, yeah, bad trade on my part there. But we'll continue to fight for more opportunities. Someone's saying why. Yeah, I don't know why. That was you saw a little bit of a FOMO there live. But I think right now we're going to push it to Brendan at the big screen.
I didn't even see him, man. We're gonna.
Yeah, we'll jump into a look at what is going on in social media land here in a second, as soon as we give Lucas a chance, but he'll catch up. I was looking at Twilio still because we had that note on Twilio and Amazon, but came right back down, basically back to day lows. There we go. AMC front and center still to the downside after a big move yesterday. Again, if you're seeing this board for the first time, size of the square, intensity of the color going to signify the direction, obviously, of the sentiment on social media right now, and the frequency of how many times it's being mentioned. This EVFM, yeah, not really doing anything. I mean, it is positive on the day, but chopping around back and forth. Ton of volume in EVFM again today. AGRX on here, SPY positive. Vinco Ventures as well, ahead of, I believe it's the 29th. For that Cryptide date, if you're looking for it. Mullen back on the board here as well to the downside today. This MMAT had an offering earlier in the week, had a big move on that, but back to the downside. So a lot of interesting names, including Oxy. Yeah, Warren Buffett in there buying again yesterday. We'll see what happens today, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, Oxy, that was another update by Uncle Buffett or Papa Buffett coming in and buying more shares. Now owning about 16% of Occidental Petroleum. So obviously, the more stocks he buys, people love to follow his legend and blindly buy some stocks that he does. The same way people like to follow Cathie Wood for a while, right? Sadly, we know how that story ended up. I mean, look at my portfolio. I followed her. My account's completely blown up. So is hers. But she can stay solvent longer than I can, apparently, and hence she can continuously keep on loading the bag on these stocks. But no, so Occidental Petroleum having that catalyst behind it. I want to go over to a super chat coming in from Mohammed. Mohammed with the AGRX and LYFT analysis for a long possibility. Yeah, I like AGRX long. Obviously, it's up 81%. The market's bleeding, but AGRX isn't. The question now, though, as we're going to go into lunchtime in about 30 minutes, which means volume depreciation, volume should be going away from the market the closer we go into lunchtime, and you can already see that playing out on AGRX. So lower volume means less chances that buyers are actually going to come in, and more chances that you're going to be trading against algorithms and robots. So I would be urging you to be a little careful on it. You know, you could be a little patient and wait for $2 if that level does come into play. If you want, you can start scaling in at VWAP, because obviously the stock has been holding VWAP ever since it opened on the market and then pushed above from it. So you could scale in from here and allow yourself to go all the way up to $1.90, right? If it goes below $1.90 or even $1.85, which is this 100-period EMA, this is the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, then I'd be like, okay, the longs are done on AGRX, but that's just the type of trader I am. You know, I would scale into this trade all the way to the downside, or just have the patience and wait for that level to come into play. And if you miss out on that trade because that level did not come into play, then you miss out. Wah, wah, wah. You know, you can't do anything about it. Just cry about it and move on. Sometimes you just miss trades. LYT is the other stock you called out in your super chat. Thank you for the super chat to begin with. I don't even think I said that first. But yeah, almost 4 million shares traded on LYT over here on NASDAQ, down 70%. This is the exact opposite of the other stock that you just pulled up, just getting beat up, going down to $12. Looks like we halted not too long ago to the downside, I would like to say. 13.95 is where we halted. So yeah, I'm guessing we halted on the downside. The open indication is near $13.10. And real quick, before we throw it on to big boy Ian over here, I'm going to cover some more Apple shares, as Apple does not really want to go much lower than 139.74. S&P 500 bouncing off a little, and NASDAQ also bouncing off of 11,850.
I just punched into EVFM as it comes back down to these lows here around 115. The reason being is that I was watching the bid here, and look how much size is on the bid. Not only at 118, but also a bit lower. If we get down to those prices, you'll see on mine I have an extended level 2, so I could see down a little bit further. But there's just a lot of size there. So to me that was like kind of an auto punch. If we do get another run up to VWAP, then I'll be scaling out that one, and I'll look to continue adding as long as these levels hold up, just kind of adding and then scalping it out as it goes in the money a bit for me. So, that's the one long trade I have. I was kind of looking, I was kind of looking around to see if I can get another trade here for a potential bounce or something like that, get involved. I did have that bad trade on Apple. I was watching that. I was like fighting myself, to overtrade this a bit. But you know what? I have to be patient with this. I have to wait, for some better levels to come into play, and for the ES to kind of do its thing, because now we're just kind of fading into no man's land, if you will. Now that we have faded below that 3,900, so maybe it tests that 3,900 again, and we get another leg down, something like that. AMC will run. Let's take a look at that. It hasn't really done anything. Like, there's been no continuation from that move yesterday. I can't remember what volume it did yesterday, but I know it was quite a bit. So it was trading, obviously more than 2 R vol yesterday. And then, look at today, guys. It's only 21 mil volume. So no continuation at all. So I don't believe it's going to run. Like, it doesn't look like it, at least as of right now. So for now, I'm just going to leave that one alone. I was more short bias on it, and I wanted to kind of short. The 14 short would have been nice, but I think that broke right before the market opened. So, to take that in pre-market, a breakout like that with more size, it is a little bit risky, especially since New York stocks don't open right away. But I think I'm just going to leave AMC alone for now, as EVFM goes in the money for me a few cents there, and we'll continue to ride that one.
Yeah, I don't think most traders, or at least, most people don't know that New York doesn't open right away. So, technically the market is supposed to open at 9:30 exactly. NASDAQ is very efficient with that. But with how you see how the imbalances work with stocks, especially in the morning, you have Neil and Sean showing you guys the imbalance locator every day on the morning and on the close. You'll see sometimes stocks have a big enough of an imbalance to the point where they can't find the counterparty to pair that stock volume to, so the stock takes a little bit longer to open up. Instead of opening at 9:30, you'll just see the book is just stacked with NYB gate books, which means the stock has yet to actually open on the stock market. Sometimes opens at 9:30. The latest I've seen is like 9:0302, but honestly that doesn't really make much difference to you guys, right? You just take the trade and forget about it. It doesn't make that big of a difference to us either, but especially when you have a $50 shutdown, we kind of urge traders to wait for the stock to actually open properly before making the trade. $50 shutdowns, trading in pre-market, the opening drive, the opening pairing of the volume coming in could really wash you out. I hear dump it coming in. What are we talking about, my friend? What's that?
EVFM, yeah, EVFM is dumping on me now. So maybe since I started talking about it, now it's dumping on me. I think I'm going to get stopped out, and it looks like it's going to be potentially a loser for me here. But I was kind of riding in front of that size. That size was nothing. It just got blasted through. So maybe Branko's in the back there took out that size. So if you did, thank you for that. And I'm about to take an L, but that's okay. Hood is still in the money for me. That's kind of rough. And just doing nothing. Again, I want to be patient. It hasn't really reclaimed that 9 level. It hasn't really reclaimed even like the EMA here, VWAP. And now it looks like it's showing a little bit more weakness. So if this fades below 890, 885, 884 was like the low earlier. So if it fades below that, then I think I'm going to be sitting pretty, and I'm going to keep holding this one. Maybe it's like a fade all day, hold all day type of thing, and just cover at the lower day at the end of the day there. But hopefully that works out for me. I hate to be using the word hope all the time, just because you shouldn't hope for things to come. Like you make your own fate in the market.
I removed it out of my vocabulary.
Yeah, you make your own fate in the market. You're the only one pressing the buttons. I did add on that flush there on EVFM, so that seems to be holding up for now. But I have to respect my stops on that. I'm not gonna get run over and end up losing like a lot more of my day here. But we'll see. Again, Timber Spy. Yeah, the ES is coming off quite a bit here. As we look back at Apple, just because I know that was flushing a little bit below 140. Maybe I should have FOMO'd into this one, as now it's just flushing way below. And I think are you still short Apple? Yeah, you are. I'm looking at the position there, and Prad's still short Apple, so he's living life right now.
I'm looking at NVIDIA, man. Look at my short NVIDIA. 168 break short, 168.7 break short. Cover as the buying starts coming in on the market. I could have reloaded. I don't reload. But imagine I do reload. I'm multiple dollars in the money. This stock is just getting collapsed. And I sat down. I'm listening to my music. I got my shades on. I'm feeling real fresh already. My beard looking nice today. So I come in and I'm feeling myself. I'm like, okay, let's try an AMD long. And I go, whoa, what's going on? AMD's getting beat down. And then I hear from my right side of this table that the chip sectors are weak. Then that's what the comments that Sean picked up from you guys in the chat over there. So I was like, chip sector weak. All right, let me go over to NVIDIA, smash these shorts, and obviously was one of my best trades today until AMD came in, and Apple came in over here, giving me almost a $2 per share trade right now, holding the last few shares that I have to see how big of a move we can get on Apple. I do have a stop on the break of 140 to the upside, but at the same time, as we are pushing down over here, I'm going to take some more exits on this trade as the market just keeps on pushing down. We love making money. I am right back into the exact same price point that I was in the day where the losses started coming in. So this is a great recovery for me so far. I'm loving this day. Tons of opportunities for me. I hope you guys are enjoying it too.
Yeah, I'm just watching Hood here. It has flushed below that, so now that seems to be working nicely. EVFM, it's kind of struggling around my price, so I'm debating to take some risk off, or just hold for a bigger move here. It did flush below the low, so it did make a new low there. Did it? Maybe the low was from the pre-market. Yeah, it looks like the low was from the pre-market, like when the market actually opened. But now it is kind of struggling a bit around this 115 area. So it looks like I might be wrong there. It looks like Brankos keeps pushing this stock down in my face. He probably sees my position over there, and he's like, let me run this guy over. But yeah, I'm sure he's laughing as he's listening.
He's too busy managing his position. He's not paying attention.
Yeah, he's being manager Brankos right now. But yeah, it seems like I should probably take some risk off. So you know what? I am going to offer out. If it hits, it hits. And I'll take some risk off there. If not, then we'll just continue to hold on to this one and respect my stops. AGRX, we talked about this one a little bit, and look at this one. This one really is running now. So I was like debating which one to kind of short, EVFM to try and play that short, or AGRX. AGRX was the stock that I was playing yesterday. Another similar industry. But it looks like AGRX caught more of a bid today. The high from yesterday was, I believe it was like 180 or 190, maybe 2 in pre-market. And it looks like that topped out there. And I was like thinking, okay, this could fade or whatever. It was pushing less volume than EVFM. So maybe, maybe a less crowded trade, if you will. But it looks like it caught a bump here, broke out that 2 level. Ever since it broke out that 2, it hasn't looked back. Like, look at that. You could have taken that breakout and, been in the money right away, about 15 cents on a $2 stock. That's absolutely massive, right? So, you're going to take a lot of size on that breakout, scale out, and then hold for this bigger move here. But what a move by AGRX, and it looks like it's getting a pump as Prad brushes his beard to the left of me.
I want to show you guys something. This is actually something that Sean got tweeted at, and it has a pretty interesting I guess case study behind it. Red arrows equals end of the month, also last week of the month. Every market peak in 2022 has been the last week of the month. That means we're in the last week of the month right now. We peaked, last week. And this week, it could just be a red week. And as you guys can see, we started off yesterday with somewhat of a decent day, and then we turned back to the downside, right? 12K broke yesterday going into the close and so on. And now we're actually continuing that loss a little bit more. Market breaking that 12K. We're at 11,800 on NASDAQ. S&P 500 near 3,860, a full 40 points away from 3,900. So this idea is actually still playing out. It's like, historical trading a little bit. You just look for some patterns and try to see if that pattern will give you a trade. Obviously, if you believed in this pattern too much and you traded yesterday, maybe it didn't work out for you. But today, that statistic is still playing out, man. So nice little case study by whoever that person was. And it is indeed playing out. I'm trying to find my chart over here. Here's AMD on its way towards $80. We're at $81.39 on AMD. Apple near $139.20. I'm $1.37 in the money on Apple. Number one stock of the day for me right now. AMD about to go towards $80. I'm also watching NVIDIA in front of 162. I'm not sure if we'll find any buyers in front of 162. It'd be great to, however. Here's NVIDIA. So these are the lows on NVIDIA around 162 on the day 22nd of June. Even on the 23rd of June, now it's not the low. Low was 158, but it stopped. The candle tail on that day was pretty much around 162. So I think if we do see buyers coming in on NVIDIA, it would be around these levels. So actually, let me take a small long over here, and I can add it on the on the way back down near 162, and give it the break of 162 to the downside, maybe 169.80 or so, because you got to give it that little bit of a wiggle room past the stops getting blown out. Already in the money on my position though, and we're just about to cash these chips on NVIDIA. I don't think I have a single loser on NVIDIA today. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, I'm just trying to manage my my EVFM position here. So I just got it there. So let me cancel that and let me do this, readjust my my stop there. So I did get some out added to it. Now I'm adjusting my price a bit. I am running a tighter stop on this, so if I do get wicked out, I'll leave it alone, and that'll be it for me on EVFM. But I'm gonna give it one more shot here, as it looks like there is a little bit more sellers stacking up here.
What?
What are you knowing about? You covered your Apple, didn't you?
No, I took too much size by mistake. Almost got washed out over there.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you gotta be careful with that. We talked about that yesterday. Taking a little bit too much size. You gotta manage that correctly right away. As it looks like I might get wicked out here on EVFM. I'm just gonna turn away from that and not watch my own demise on that one. AMD. We already talked about AMD. It looks like Apple just continues to flush down. So I gotta be patient for that. I can't FOMO into this one. So I'm just going to look for other opportunities. Hood, I did get a little bit out on Hood on this nice little flush down to 85. Just because that's where it flushed down below earlier. And then, a lot of buyers stepped up there. And look at this, I bid, I get the fill, and then it runs away again. Still holding a lot of my position here. Well, not a lot of it. It was a quarter, and now a little bit less than a quarter of my initial position. Still in the money, about 25 cents on that one. So, I want to see this continued weakness down below. I did trail my stop, so, if it wicks me out, it will lock in the winner for me there. But right now, Hood seems to be the only thing that's working for me.
Yeah, so I'll explain what happened. Obviously, I was trying to get long in front of 162. My orders, the amount of size, the default size on my order was wrong. I took way too much size than I wanted, and obviously gave my day right back over here, but that's fine. We know what we're trying to do. We're trying to build into a long around 162. And what did I say? You want to give it up to 161.82 or 80s, right? Lower day 161.82. We're about to go test those lower day one more time, most likely. But I'm watching NASDAQ on my second screen. I'm watching S&P 500 on my second screen. Both of them are indeed showing a little bit of a green candle on the 5-minute, and UVXY, which dropped down pretty hard. Here goes NVIDIA for a retest again of the lower days, breaking breaking a little bit lower than I would like it to, but that's fine. You know, we know exactly what we want to do with this trade. We're waiting for the market to play around with it, and if we get cleaned out on this one, then I guess that's going to be our first official loss on NVIDIA. Sadly, we did turn NVIDIA into loser by taking that mistake that we did, which is keystroking into too much size. But we know how to handle keystrokes, which is instantly get out of that trade. Don't try to work with it.
A couple of people here saying Jim Kramer said Nike, great buy here, guys. You know, Nike is still holding up above that $100 level. It is kind of fading. Another person said here, there was another comment about Nike. Yes, Nike 110 was when Kramer said it's great. Yeah, look at it now, guys, 104. It looks like it's probably going to test, you know, since it is breaking below this 105 area.
That's because Jimmy Boy wants to create liquidity for his own shares to exit.
Maybe he needs to like get out of his position or something like that. But yeah, it looks like maybe if it closes below the 105 area, you know, 105.50 or 104.50 rather, it looks like this 100 is probably imminent here. Is having a weaker day. You know, it did beat earnings, but you know, their forecast or projections was kind of bad. So you know, that's why there's a little bit of more negativity surrounding NKE today.
NKE, yeah, we also have like the COVID problem in China that could give more problems to NKE. Thankfully, that is easing up a little bit, so NKE doesn't have to worry about it that much. Let's go look at some of the stocks you guys are talking about in the chat. As I have to actually, can you take over for a little bit longer?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so let's take a look at what you guys want to do or want to talk about in the chat. But for now, let's get to this bit here. Smash that like button, guys. Only 1.8K likes today. You know, so we have been breaching more towards that 2K, 2.5K mark. You know, during the midday show here. So I want to get it up there. Let's see it up there again. You know, 4.5K people watching. You know, we obviously always appreciate your support. If you guys haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification button. You do have the option to join and, you know, get different, you know, emojis and emotes that you can use in the chat if you are a member of the Trader TV Live family there. If you do subscribe to our channel, there's a lot of different things to check out. You know, you could go to videos. You can search here about different videos and different like educational content, some technical analysis and whatnot, and then obviously get all our videos that we live stream about throughout the day. And then if you guys want as well, we do have some cool merch here, you know, some cups, some shirts, some cool hoodies. I'd rather be trading. That's probably my favorite hoodie. Maybe the white one, actually. The white one with the classic Trader TV, that looks pretty clean. But yeah, some nice stuff there from our store as well. But again, guys, thank you for your continued support. We always appreciate it, and let's keep it rolling.
Yeah, I'm just trying to manage my NVIDIA position. It's been up and down a little bit, so just shaking my legs, getting tense, you know, just worried about my position. But the Apple, we closed our Apple position. We're done with that trade, you know, beautiful, almost $2 per share in the money on that trade. We walked away with that one. Let's go see what stocks you guys are looking at, or maybe we can just quickly go over to our watch list. I don't know if you talked about KZR. I know you said that was one of your best stocks today.
Yeah, KZR is my best name on the day. I can talk about it if you want.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it has been fading. So it was kind of hesitating around this 11 area. It was up about 85% in pre-market, and it just faded the entire move. You know, now I'm having a little bit of regret, if you will, because I didn't hold on to this short, and you know, I was trying to play this bounce around 10. Eventually that broke down, and look at how clean this $10 test is. Like, breaks down, you know, flushes below, catches a bit around like 980, pushes back up to 10 again, and immediately rejects. Like, and now it's just like fade all day. And now we're closer to the $9 area there. But yeah, you know, definitely a good short for KZR today.
KZR, yeah, so that was a stock I wanted to look at, but that's all good. Roblox, then we can jump over to Roblox. What about EGLX, Enthusiast Gaming, Canadian company? I don't know about gaming companies, man. Gaming companies don't really make any money, especially esports companies. You know, they all just run red. Even the big name companies such as FaZe and all of those companies just run red for the most part. Here's KZR though. Here's Roblox, down 2.5%. I know I brought up Roblox earlier. It looks like Roblox didn't really do much other than just extend its losses a little bit more. So Roblox still struggling today, up near $34. trying to find a base near $35 right now on Roblox. Not sure if a long trade would show up around here. You know, I do see the low near 33 yesterday, and we also have a low near 34 on Friday. So maybe some support could come around these levels, but I'm just going to be away from the stock at the moment. You know, the overall trend of the day is obviously to the downside. Maybe just look for stocks that have popped up at some point. You know, we're about to be in lunchtime soon. It's going to be 12 o'clock in 6 minutes. Once any stock pops up, we can think about going short, reloading on the short over there, because the long on NVIDIA right now looks absolutely atrocious, and I'm just sitting here bag holding this trade. Markets taking out the low a day for NASDAQ and the S&P 500, UVXY getting pushed back to the high a day, and NVIDIA just struggling.
Yeah, it's like I'm bouncing around here some of the tech stocks, and I'm thinking like, do I want to play the bounce here at these levels? And you know what? The answer is no. Like, the market is getting just crushed, right? So we saw this market fade the entire move, and now a lot of weakness below 3,900.
Ooh, Apple broke 139.
Yeah, so you know things keep breaking down those lows. So am I really trying to like front run some of these levels? Absolutely not, right? So I think, like Prad said, I'm trying to like maybe look at some sort of you know, resistance. I brought up Meta here. You know, if it does pop up to like this 167 area, you know, you could short off that maybe 168, but that's still a ways away. Apple, you know, I'm more so going to wait for like maybe 140. You know, test there again, you know, to fade off that move. Again, I want to look at resistance, see what can potentially hold if there is like a little bit of a market pop here, because, you know, it's going to pop eventually. It's not just going to fade all day, and we're not just going to like send to zero by the end of the day, something like that. Or maybe we do, like maybe Free Fall Tuesday is a thing now, but that doesn't really make sense. We need a and what is that, like an
Synonym?
acronym, a synonym,
Yeah.
for Tuesday there. That's similar to free falls. Someone said AGRX, Ox, or actually let's talk about Oxy quick. That was on the watch list as well this morning, because I guess Buffett disclosed more of his position, or said he bought more or something like that. Last time he did this, it did get a little bit of pop, but then it was more of like a fade move. So, you know, and it was tough to trade. That being said, I kind of left Oxy today. It wasn't pushing that much volume. It did get the bump up. It gapped up about 4% there in the morning. But it looks like, you know, the early fade would have worked, but then, you know, it's kind of getting run over, and now it's kind of chopping in between. So again, it looks like it was a bit of a harder trade for Oxy there. So, you know, hence why I kind of left it alone, and instead chose to get smoked on the likes of EVFM. Timber Tuesday, there you go. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's
Tanking Tuesday.
That's the one I said already, buddy.
Oh, you said that. Tank City Tuesday. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, market's just continuously taking out the lows here, not looking good. Market's struggling, so can't really do anything besides that. Trying to find some stocks that you guys are looking at. You guys are just making up more synonyms for Tuesdays. That's amazing. Will AMD hold 80-30? Not sure if it will. You know, only time will tell. Right now, we're at $81 on AMD. Here's the AMD chart. We're at $81 on AMD. 81 flat was the low a day. Trying to see if we can get a long scalp off of this. Already took some profits on that. You know, just getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out. Constantly providing services to the market makers, which is liquidity, as the market's about to take out the low. So you just want to be a little careful with this one, and not try to work with this way too much. You know, be very careful with your trades, especially if you're trying to go long. Check out BABA, says chat. So let's go over to BABA, see what BABA is doing at the moment. BABA right now down 1.3%, 1.4%. I thought Chinese stocks were actually going to do good today because of Win and LVS catalyst, but looks like that's not going to be the story. BABA over here down near $117, trading actually. It looks like a fail break of 117 to the downside. So maybe the longs could just be coming in right now for especially BABA and maybe even Apple. I see Apple giving us a fail break. AAPL. Apple giving us a possible fail break near 139. Maybe a long opportunity on Apple over here. Let's see if we can get into that one. We're long AMD, Apple, and NVIDIA. AMD at the moment 11 cents in the money. NVIDIA 20 cents in the money. And we're waiting to see if Apple can push up with us right here.
It was funny. I was reading the chat here, and then someone said, "Yeah, AMD long looks good now." Like I said, I was trying to see around some of these tech stocks, see if any of these levels look good for a bounce, and then I was like, thinking to myself about AMD. I was like, it's holding up this 81. The low is exactly 81 flat. The market, it has to bounce eventually. We're close enough to 80 maybe. And then I realized, okay, AMD is like down 5% today. It is one of the weaker stocks. If I get in here, it's got to be a quick scalp. So I was like trying to talk myself into it and then trying to talk myself out of the trade and try to take a good trade if it is going to be like my next one. Since I am, I don't want to start over trading and the losses keep racking up, if you will. And we get a little bit closer to the darker parts of my P&L here. But I'm not having a bad day, but definitely a worse day than yesterday, that's for sure. Hood still kind of doing its thing. I haven't taken anything out again, but it still looks like it's holding above this 885 level. Like I said, I have trailed my stop. So if it wicks me out, so be it. But if it gets above back a bit, maybe this could be the one to short again, since it has worked for me. If there's like a pop above 9, towards 910, maybe I just jump back short on this and play the short that way, since it's been working for me. Like a rinse or repeat sort of thing. Yeah, I think for now, just gonna continue to be patient and try to pick my spots a bit.
This market's not going up, mate. This market's a joke. It's not going up. Forget about longs. Just close all longs. Go home. And if you're thinking about long, come back when the longs are actually in play. This is insane. I think the level that I just looked at on the S&P 500 is around 38.55 or so, and we're still away from that one. So it looks like the market just could get pushed back a little bit lower. So hence I am getting out of all my trades here, and I'm just gonna wait patiently for this market to go to that 38.55, 38.56. Wait, we're already there. So I'm gonna get right back into my AMD long then if I can get a decent price on that one. Looks like we're not gonna be able to work with that one, but thankfully we can get onto our Apple long again. Yep, Apple long once again. AMD, did they give me my shares on AMD? They did, awesome. And NVIDIA, we're just gonna wait on that one. So 38.55 is what we're waiting for on the MES. So since we set that, why don't I just try to go long MES also over here, just to have some multiple stocks across the board, and we'll see how this one will pan out for us. But right now, we're gonna go over to Brando on the big screen to see what's happening now.
Guys, as we head into lunchtime here, some red numbers to show you on the board, unfortunately. Back to the downside, as you guys have been talking about here, 1.17 right now for the S&P. Remember, it was the Dow initially that was leading as far as strength is concerned until that consumer confidence number comes out and turns the day on its head. 0.6 now for the Dow, back to the downside. The Russell here all about a full percent. It is the NASDAQ, though. Tech stocks, 2%. For both the composite and the 100 back in negative territory once again. A few things of note. Yeah, Nike day lows just before I came up here, trying to get back down to it right now, holding below 105 after that unbelievable move this morning all the way up to 114. Gives it all back and then some, back to the downside after earnings. This one as well, we were talking about Disney here, trying to get below and hold below that support level from pre-market here at 98. Ends up being the last line in the sand there. Unfortunate kind of turnaround day here, guys. Back to the downside for the market. Back to you.
Yeah, very unfortunate events happening, obviously, in the market over here across the board. Everything's bleeding, everything's red, and what a bad day for us to be a part of, to trying to go long across the board over here. As the S&P 500 looks like it's about to break that low that we were talking about near 38.55. So here's the S&P 500. I'm still holding my positions a little bit longer just to see if we can end up working with it, but that will probably end up being a no. So here's 38.55, waiting for 38.55 bounce to come in. Apple just took down the 139. Is it 139? Yeah, 139 low one more time. Apple's low 138.83. Let's see if Apple Apple can get back above 139 over here. AMD basically doing the same thing, made a new low around $80.92, but that's the absolute low on AMD for now. You know, AMD did held up at $81 not too long ago, but here's the futures. That's going to be the number one question. If S&P 500 cannot bounce off of this 38.55 area, then I think we have, as Ian puts it, more points of abyss to the downside. 38.07, 38.31 are the levels that actually I can see coming into play if we failed holding this 38.55. Hence, I'm long on the S&P 500 futures at 38.59, giving it a little bit of a wiggle room to see if we can break that bottom and extend our losses on the market a little bit more. Down 1.25% on the ES, down 2.18% on the NASDAQ, which is your tech sector.
Yeah, I'm trying to manage this AMD position. I did get long there. I stopped out a bit, and you know, this is what I've been finding. I'm finding that like I'll get long in front of a level. Now I'll bring it up here on my main screen. I'll get long in front of a level. The stops will get run. It will give like a little bit of a dip, and then it will reclaim the level right away. And I'm like sitting there sometimes out of the position. Meanwhile, I could have just held this a little bit longer. As now it goes in the money for me a little bit, and then gets flushed right back down. Wow, look at that.
No.
Yeah, that looked bad there, and it seems like that's probably not going to work now. As I was talking about it, yeah, and there it goes, stops me out. That was unfortunate, man. Like you saw that happen.
No.
Like it pushed up like 10 cents in the money there, and then flushed right back. Like so, you know, maybe those people who bought below that 81. Maybe that's where they offered out, and you know that's where it flushed down as the market continued to push down. So yeah, that's a loss there. But again, respecting the stops, you can't let losers turn into big losers like that. That being said, Hood is still working for me, so I got that going for me. But for now, I think I definitely gotta be more patient now.
Yeah, this market just ran some stops, I think, over there to the downside a little bit more. But watch these pops come in right now. Apple's about to go crazy. AMD's about to go crazy. The market's about to go crazy. We just got stop run on, honestly. So that kind of absolutely sucks to be a part of. But, thankfully, we can get right back in just to see if we can be part of that. So a little bit less size on this second try over here on the futures long. Let's see if that can end up working for us. Better price this time around though than the second time, so maybe we can work with this a little bit longer. But yeah, the market did indeed push a little bit lower over there, wiped out a little bit of the stops to the downside on Apple, on AMD. We got stopped out on that wipeout over there. Now we're just waiting to see what happens. Hopefully you guys having a way better day than some of us over here and are able to cash out. This market turned around randomly for me. I was expecting a green day, so that's why hence I'm trying to catch bottoms over here. But as Sean said in the morning show, maybe catching bottoms is not the right thing to do today. You want to focus on, waiting for the right levels, such as AMD at 80, Apple at maybe 140, which didn't really work out that well. Maybe NVIDIA at 160. What is NVIDIA doing right now? I don't have it on my second screen, but if we go over to NVIDIA, it's below 161, heading towards 160. So, NVIDIA near 160. I haven't seen Microsoft all day. I haven't traded Microsoft, I think. Yeah, I haven't traded Microsoft all day, and this one's pushing towards 258, 259 right now. So that 260 level on Microsoft came into play too, and I'm pretty sure you traded Meta Platforms. I traded that one too today, but I stopped trading that after a little while because I missed out on my short, which was the absolute the best trade of the day probably that I would have been in. Load, scalp, and then be part of a multiple dollar in the money short. Missed out on that move. Boo-hoo.
Yeah, it seems like, it's going to be tough to catch a bounce in this market. What I just looked at from my charts here, the 38.55 was that level of bear market status for the ES or for the S&P rather. And now that's where we're kind of fluctuating. So does it catch a bounce here? I'm not too sure. As I see, Brad and I both looking at AMD. AMD go back
I told
in the money.
You they just ran
it's
the
like
stops.
They just run our stops, and then that's it. But maybe we just got to put our stops in less obvious places. Maybe.
I mean, it's not your stop. They're running everyone's
yeah,
stop.
It's
These
everyone's
stops are very
right?
easy to run. It's such an obvious spot to put it in, and psychology. Everyone's thinking the same ways. So it's not the market maker's fault. It's a market maker, if for him to win, you gotta lose, and for you to win, someone else has gotta lose, right? So at the end of the day, someone's gotta lose there. They know how to make you lose. They know how to push you out of your trades, and it's that easy sometimes. Right now, we're 3 points in the money on our futures long, so that's helping us out on our PNL wise. But we're still gonna be down on the day. We have to wait until much more opportunities, much bigger opportunities to come in to help us out. 3 points in the money on the futures. We have some decent size on this to see how high can we take this for us at the moment. Pratt, I love the boohoo. Yeah, boohoo. What can you do? Can't complain about it too much, man. You just gotta take the beating, come back at a different time. You can't complain about stuff like that way too much. Sometimes you just can't win. It just happens. Yesterday I was playing Valorant. I think I had maybe 3 wins out of 5 games. Sometimes, 2 wins out of 5 games. I had 3 losses. Sometimes you just take losses. But then on Saturday when I was playing, I think I had 8 wins in a row. So it just goes like that. That's the name of the game.
Look at this bottom here on Morgan Stanley as Neil kind of pushed it towards me. It's just holding up at like 78.60, 78.50 if you will to the downside there. The market's obviously been getting crushed. The market's been getting crushed for like the past almost hour, just like pretty much straight down. Morgan Stanley did get a little bit of push down, but now holding up at the 78.60, right? So, maybe it bounces here. It is up on the day as well. The banks were on the watch list this morning. So maybe the strength is in the bank sector here. If the market does catch a bounce and turn around, maybe here's the long opportunity. So, I'm going to keep an eye on this one and kind of take it from there. But heading up a gap filled, you mean gap filled to the downside? I'm pretty sure that's what you mean. I was scrolled up a little bit there. AVFM filled 1158 gap. EVFM, we've been talking about how it's been kind of fading all day. Look at this $1 level. I think the defense of this $1 level is more interesting, just because it held up here, and then obviously it had a huge gap down, reclaimed it yesterday, and obviously got the huge bump this morning, and then just slowly trickling down towards it, right? So again, though, I want to wait for it to get closer to that to manage a better R&R trade. I've been getting run over on EVFM all day, so I'm not going to FOMO into this long or something and continue to get my stops run, taking more size and whatnot. So I want to be more patient again with it. And see where it goes, see if we can get closer to that 1 and actually hold above that 1. And hopefully, this time I structure the trade a little bit better.
Let's go. Where are we going to over here? AGRX, that's what you talked about? No, you talked about AVFM. AVFM. So AGRX, that was a stock not too long ago that we got a donation about. It was holding VWAP, but with the market move that we're seeing, looks like it is coming to the downside a little bit. I did mention, you could be patient and get long near $2 or the 50-period EMA or the 100-period EMA instead of just being impatient and going long at VWAP. It looks like that idea is playing out overall on AGRX right now, allowing you to get long at a different price point, at a better price point than previous. Right now, I'm watching the future just launch up to the north side like I said it would, right? I told you the stops got ran, and they saw big size exiting. They saw people exiting, and they said, okay, the people who need to poop themselves have pooped. Now they're going to go change their diapers. Now let's actually move the market to the right direction, into the upside. Thankfully, I have a bunch of contracts over here. I didn't baby size my trade on the futures over here. I have a decent size, and I'm expecting a move all the way back to 3,900 for a retest. I don't think we get that move to 3,900, but I'm expecting that. We'll see if we can get our first fill at 38.65, our second fill at maybe 38.75, and then we'll hold the rest of the contracts for a move to maybe 3,900. No shot VWAP comes into play today, especially with the type of market day we've had in this market. Just got to be patient over here. Try to minimize my losses on the day with the help of some of these trades over here, but sadly, probably going to end red.
Definitely more of a negative day today. Look at this. Isn't Brad always short? Not today, ladies and gentlemen. He is taking that long off this potential market dip here, or market bounce. But
market doesn't break this low today.
Yeah, maybe not, maybe so. You know,
I
it
have
is
a
down
crystal ball,
1%.
dude. I've
You have a
shined it
crystal
last
ball?
night.
Okay, let me punch long
I
then
shined
too.
it last night. It's not
Okay.
going to break it.
Man, if only trading was that easy. Someone said BA is making looking good or making a nice move. It did this morning. Look at this big push up. It broke out this it held this 140 area. But then I think we talked about this last week on the daily here. Look at this 140 area. This is a key level of interest, like 100%. Like it was kind of consolidating around here back in June, flushed and then tested. And now we're right back at it around this 140 area. It tried to push up above today. It tested like 147.20 was the high. So huge run up this morning. But then fading all the way back down to 140, right? Obviously succumbing to some weakness in the market as well. So, it's interesting to see it around this 140. It's like gravitated towards it. It can't really, break free from it. AMD buying. Let's take a quick look at this. I am watching it on my side screen. There is a little bit of a buying, but not so much. Like there is a little bit of buying, and then it just kind of gets slammed down in the 20s, right? So as soon as it gets up into the 20s, the offers start piling up, and the price gets slammed back down. So I don't know if necessarily there is real buying on AMD. Maybe it's just shorts covering. People have been short clearly since this morning. So I'm gonna have to be patient if I'm gonna trade AMD again today. But most likely I will not until it gets to that 80 level. If it gets to that 80 level, then we'll look at it again. But for now, just probably gonna put it on ice and look for some other opportunities.
Yeah, this market clearly bounced a little bit, but still having a little bit of a problem, not able to get up there. It's like almost a question as if who was really buying? Looks like the pops that are just short covered pops, and you maybe see some buying coming in, not too much though. Here's selling coming right back in on the futures and on Apple and on AMD, dumping AMD to the backside a little bit once again. So that 6.7 point in the money that we're only now 4 points in the money on the futures. So futures turning back down a little bit, some selling pressure coming in, and looks like that idea of buyers are yet to show up. The pops are just simple. Maybe buyers coming in now. I'm watching the second screen for Apple and AMD. A little bit of a buying action came in, but I'm convinced that this is just the shorts covering coming up, and more people will be loading in shorts for a possible retest of the low of the day on the futures. 38.51 retest or so, and then we get a possible pop around. It's lunchtime. This being lunchtime, it's like who's coming in to buy? Most people have already taken their losses. They're gone for the day. Most people have already made their money. They're gonna go for their lunch breaks and probably come back later at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock.
Qualcomm?
Sir?
Qualcomm?
Qualcomm, QCOM. So let's go check out what Qualcomm. Qualcomm news in the chat. Okay. Apple owns iPhone 5G modem chip development may have failed, so Qualcomm will remain the exclusive supplier for 5G. That's good news for Qualcomm, obviously. We did see when that update came out from Apple not too long ago that they were going to, make their own chips and use their own chips and so on. That affected Qualcomm. So Qualcomm now getting elevated off that catalyst. A new high day coming into this trade. As soon as you saw that news come in, all you had to do was push long. Maybe this long on Qualcomm, not like Qualcomm is a big component of the NASDAQ or the S&P 500, but maybe Qualcomm could help Apple find some buyers with that catalyst and then help the rest of the market push up to the upside. Right now, I'm watching AMD really push up. AMD just had a nasty green candle on the 5-minute to the upside, which is what we like to see. Volume spike, not really a big volume spike, but a decent enough of volume spike. I guess the real volume spike was on Qualcomm, which is what Brando in our work chat just pointed out. Back again. Damn, Daniel, Qualcomm back again as a 5G supplier.
Yeah, it's funny how some of these stocks, they'll just go, basically no one will focus on them or no one will look at them for weeks, sometimes months, and then all of a sudden it's like, they'll come up with news and then it's back in the hype again.
Apple's not moving though.
Yeah, I was like looking at it. I was like, trying to find things that if it were going to move, kind of carry the market with it. Yeah, sure. Qualcomm is going. Someone said Qualcomm. It's a little bit of like a tongue twister. Qualcomm is going, but obviously it has a catalyst. Someone said check out Tesla. That's just fading towards the $700 level. Not really doing too much. Just slowly grinding down with the market. Looks basically the same as that ES chart. So not going to focus on that one too much. But yeah, like Apple. Look at Apple. Like it's not going anywhere either.
Apple broke the lows. Wow.
Yeah, it broke the lows, right? So it looked like it was kind of hovering around this 139, maybe going to make a bounce around there, and then didn't. And then now it's just fading below and showing some weakness below. So maybe the lows haven't. Maybe new lows are going to continue to be breached on the market here, overall market. And the bounce isn't going to be in, but yeah, we will see. Time will tell as we get into the lunch hour here and volume kind of tapers off. Maybe it just hovers around this area, and then we kind of make a decision where to go afterwards. But for now, looks like we continue to push new lows.
Yeah, we might just break the bottom here. I think that Qualcomm news is actually gonna obviously bring some negativity for Apple. Investors would like it for Apple to use their own products and that way not have to spend money with partnerships with other companies and so on. So I think market is going to generally reject that catalyst for Apple, but obviously like it for Qualcomm. And if Apple starts rejecting, Apple being the #1 component for the S&P 500 and NASDAQ, about 11% or so, if Apple starts coming down like that and breaking the low a day, we should be worried about our futures trade at the moment too, right? But thankfully, we're in the money on that one. Not too much worried about that. We didn't take out the low a day yet, and when the low a day goes, we'll take the loss and we'll move on from that trade completely. I'm watching a bunch of stocks that are in the chat. For example, Netflix, NFLX, please, at 5 years ago price. Yikes, mate. And Netflix struggling, obviously. Can't do much about that. I actually use Netflix almost every day, but I don't pay for it. It's my family account. It's my sister-in-law's account. So those kind of factors,
classic, eh?
Yeah, those kind of factors
guy, eh?
come into the theory behind Netflix, which is if there's 7 people using that account, right? Well, not 7. It's probably like 4.
I thought it was limited to 5.
Well, there's 4 people using it. I'm exaggerating a little bit. But if there's 4 people using the account, that's only 1 person paying for it. That's 3 extra sources of revenue that Netflix is missing out upon. Obviously, Netflix is trying to look for a solution for this problem. Eventually, maybe they'll find one. AMD right now getting elevated to the upside. Netflix is also pushing up right now from the 181.40 low, so 181.50, 181.40s, and my market long is now once again 5 points in the money. At this point, I'm not even entertained by this market move. I'm just a little upset about what NVIDIA did to me, but that's fine. We got tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit upset about what AMD did to me here, or did to us rather, because we were getting chopped around this 81 level. Trying to be cheeky, trying to take
I told you that was happening.
Risk a little bit, the least amount as possible. Run a tight stop. Stops get run, and now look at it. It's volume like 81.70 volume spike to the upside, right? And this is the thing, right? The market maybe is kind of bouncing around, maybe is going to catch a bid here, but not really going that fast, or not that much momentum to the upside. And look at AMD. AMD like ripped from like $81, diddling around $81 to $81.70 in like a few minutes, like 5 minutes, right? So, clearly something woke up in AMD, and now that's working. I did go long Morgan Stanley, and that's in the money for me. I'm just going to kind of be patient with that one and let that one go. Hood, I did get trailed out here on Hood, right? So it seems like I was right. And I zoom out a bit. This 885 seems to be a level as it held in the morning. I covered some there, and then I trailed my stop and got wicked out there on the rest of my position. So now Hood, I have broken even on Hood for the day, but still down in the day. But I'm still alive, still looking to fight for and look for some new opportunities. AMD is a 304. Not sure what you mean by
304.
that. Yeah. going long AMC 1345. Someone just said in the chat. So it looks like it potentially has made a bottom here. If we look at 1340, and I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to go back to yesterday because this 1340 area was like a level of interest yesterday, right? So, you know, it held in the morning as resistance, held there and then eventually broke out and then, you know, hasn't looked back since until today, right? So, you know, if you're kind of basing your trade thesis off that, I kind of understand what you're talking about. And, you know, it is obviously down 5% on the day. If the market is going to bounce, can AMC go with it? But, you know, we've already been talking about how AMC has lost some of its steam today. So maybe more of a scalp on in front of VWAP. You know, don't get too greedy with this one. If you are in the money, you know, look to take profits, of course.
So actually, you know, Bears versus Bull hit one of these comments, but I'll bring it up. Basically, he's saying that my analysis on the futures over here was useless because I said that we're not breaking the lows, if you remember. And then I said, I guess you didn't understand what I said perfectly. I said if Apple gets dragged down, buddy, to the downside because of the Qualcomm update, you saw Apple drop down randomly. Well, not random. We saw Apple drop down as soon as the Qualcomm news came in. Looks like the market makers are not like it. So the second part of that analysis that I gave you, you know, there's no problem that you didn't like the analysis, but I just want to explain that analysis a little bit further, which you apparently missed out on. If Apple drags down to the downside with that Qualcomm catalyst, then the rest of the market naturally drags down because Apple is a big component of the market. That's going to be the... Sir? Qualcomm's taking off still, apparently, so let's go right quick to Qualcomm. Yeah, look at this stock launching right now, 135, up 7% on the day. We're about to break 136. Sean, sorry, Neil's going insane over there. Neil's like scrubbing his head. Where'd you get long? 32 halves. You got long 132 halves, and he covered it for probably for $1, and he's saying nothing, you know. But obviously, more profits coming in for the trade for my boy Neil over there if he was holding it. But the idea was if Apple breaks the bottom one more time like it did previously, the market breaks the low, Timmy boy. But sadly, you know how I said, Timmy, market's not going to break the lows. It's going to go ahead and retest it. What did the market do? It did go right back to the lows and retested it, and now we're getting a nice little bounce across the board. So I'm sorry you didn't like the analysis, but hopefully you got something to trade out of it. Maybe you got to trade Qualcomm out of that, you know.
Yeah, Qualcomm is just going off here, so you know we got to pay more attention to it because clearly there is huge buying momentum coming towards the upside. Getting a little bit exhausted around this 136 area, but again, you know it's still breaking out above. And I'm watching the tape. There is a little bit of buying above it, but really want to see it accelerate further. If you are in a long, you know, keep holding. Maybe start scalping out some profits if you're long a little bit earlier when we brought it up. But man, what a move! It's like 126. 127, let's say, all the way up to 136. So, you know, that's a $10 move, $9 move, huge move for Qualcomm here. So no surprise that it's kind of getting exhausted a bit and pulling back some right now.
That?
Yeah, I was like trying to,
huh? Oh, it is. You're right.
Yeah, like I was like trying to figure out like what to kind of base my levels off of here. So you know the 50 period, yeah, on the daily, but you know looking at actual levels from wicks and whatnot on the daily, man, I'm not too sure. Like maybe like 140. Is where it really turns around, but man, we're a ways away from that. But we have moved up $10 or $9, right? So you know anything is possible.
Yeah, so I was asking, you know, what are the levels, and Neil just shouted out real quick. It's at the 50 period right now. So yeah, the 135, 136, 50 period EMA on the daily chart. This is the daily chart right here. Yeah, the white line is the 50 period line. I do have some lines mapped out over here. I don't think these lines matter anymore, but I'll leave them up here. I have one at 130, 138 or so. I think tomorrow is going to be a great opportunity to trade Qualcomm based off of the levels we create today. Right now, you know, I am shut down, so I can't be trading any futures. Sorry, not futures, equities. But thankfully, our futures trade is probably going to put us right back to flat on the day, so I don't have to worry about my P&L anymore. You know, we did go long at the right areas for the futures. I did mention, you know, I wish I looked at the futures before I closed my trades on Apple and AMD, which would shut me down for the day sadly. But if I saw the futures level that I was talking about, this 38.55 level, and the fact that futures were at 38.55, I would not have closed my AMD trade at the low of day. I would have not closed my Apple trade at the low of day. I would have still been holding these trades. And now as the market is pushing up and giving me my first profit target on the futures, a first contract coming into profit target, sorry, Apple is also pushing back up with the rest of the market. I told you this theory would work. I told you the market will bounce. I told you Apple and AMD were just stop hunting at the lows over there and are trying to go back up. All right.
Yeah, it seems like we got earlier,
I got
for
man.
sure. I am working this Morgan Stanley long. I have been scalping it out there for profits. Again, I'm not trying to win back my whole day on this. That's kind of like the wrong mindset or the wrong mentality. Get into a trade and expect your whole day to be given back from one trade. Obviously, if all of a sudden huge buying momentum comes in, or you get long in a Qualcomm, you can easily get your whole day and some, or make your whole week or something like that off a trade. But you want to manage
your whole month on Qualcomm.
Yeah,
bro.
you could have made your whole month on that for sure. Take a 130 break or something like that and hold for the dream kind of thing. But it's about managing your expectations. That's what I'm kind of getting at.
Yeah.
You got to manage your expectations. I'm risking 30 cents off my entry, and now I'm scalping it out when I'm about like 30, 40 cents in the money, right? So again, I'm not going to win back my whole day on it. I'm going to crawl back some. Yeah, Morgan Stanley. Yeah, I'm going to crawl back some profits on my day. Yeah, for sure, right? I'm not going to let this. If the profits are offered to me, I'm going to take them.
Yeah, so banks actually had a catalyst today. I'm not sure if you mentioned it. So a couple of banks had a dividends raised up, and maybe we have it on our watch list. Let me just quickly go over to see. We should have it on our watch list. Yeah, bank stocks. There we go. I'm trying to read the second part of it. I know one part was dividends. The second part was pushing up some lenders' required capital, buffers more than expected, clean bill of health. There's a lot of words in there, so we'll just put that away for now. But we'll quickly go over to XLF.am. I should have probably gave that a secondary read right before the show started. I read it before in the morning, and I forgot most of the words in there. I think the biggest thing, obviously, was the dividend raise for some of the bank stocks overall, allowing them to be up on the day. XLF sadly did get pushed down along with the whole market to the downside, which is now only up 0.25%. But your stocks such as Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, all of them still holding at pretty decent ranges for the day. I think tomorrow, if the market is green, we'll find these stocks up like 3% each, and XLF probably booming to the north side. At least that's my guess. I'll be the first one to come in and look for opportunities to trade these stocks on the XLF. I actually was looking for an opportunity today, but I did not like the fact that XLF was already near the high of days when I was looking at it, and JP Morgan was pretty much doing nothing. We were here around JP Morgan when XLF was around the high of days. So I said, yeah, no trade for me on the ETFs, sorry, on the bank sector today. Just gonna leave the bank sector completely alone. And since we just brought up the watch list, if you're not following the watch list and giving it a read to help you find stocks, you're probably missing out tons of free information on a day-to-day basis. Talking about, I see a lot of comments in the chat a lot of time about how do you find stocks? How do you know the catalyst of the stock? Thankfully we have Brando and we have Brankles who help us with the watch list every morning. They go through the stock list, they go through news articles, they look for the best stocks, and that takes a lot of time. So thank you, Brandon, every single day for doing that and putting it for us. So if you're not making use of it, trust me, that's a big question mark. Yeah,
it's a good resource to use. And, even myself, I do sometimes look at and, cross-reference some news. Like if I'm looking at something and, Brendan has already done some of the research and the work for me, then, why wouldn't I use that resource? So, it's available to you guys as well. So please utilize that. But I think right now we are going to do a little switch. Luca's going to come on. But again, guys, thank you again for having me on the show. And, it's always a pleasure to be here. But for now, let's send it, not yet, but did he signal yet? Or?
Yeah, we're good to go.
Okay, yeah, we're going to send it over to Brendan at the big screen, and then you'll catch Luca on the flip side.
Hey guys, yeah, more red, unfortunately, to show you here. I'm just finishing my lunch. More red to show you, unfortunately, here. Only really the energy group helping offset a now very negative day for the overall market. All of the producers top line on this sector right now. 4%, 3.5%, 3.4% for Hess, MRO, Oxy. All of them are there. Really positive day for the energy makers. Insurance and banks in the financial group doing well today, but some of the diversified financials to the downside helping to offset. That's really the only positivity or significant positivity we're still seeing other than LVS and Win on the China story this morning that we talked about, China reopening, Macau getting the all clear for the casinos to start operating. That is QCOM. Yeah, an interesting move coming off of that report suggesting that Apple's 5G chip for their server side might have failed, signaling essentially that QCOM would remain their supplier. So a huge move up, 4% now for QCOM. Still going, in fact, at this point. But the tech group leading right now to the downside. Unfortunately, the entire thing in positive territory outside of QCOM. Consumer discretionary names, retail specifically, under a lot of pressure today as well. Etsy, Lowe's, KMX, Best Buy, eBay, Amazon, ROST, they're all there. 2 to 4% to the downside for retailers today. Now a full percent and change for the S&P, guys. Back over to you.
All right, yeah, let's get it. I got my boy Luca with me now for the second half of the show. It's halfway through lunchtime. Maybe volume comes back in now. Maybe volume comes back in later. We just have to wait and see. While Luca logs into the platform, let's go over to some of the stocks that the chat called out. I think DJ says take a look at Amazon, guys. So yeah, let's go over to Amazon. It's Neil mentioned the word capitulation at one day, but I forgot exactly what it meant. Capitulation is what again? When it just hangs out over here and gives you that little candle or something. Maybe this candle will be a capitulation candle. Is it, Luca?
Whoa.
Do you know what capitulation is?
Like an exhaustion.
Yeah. So would this somewhere over here be capitulation of Amazon?
I don't know.
No, it's just forming a base. Yeah,
forming a base.
It's just forming a base over here around 108 or so. The low a day of 107.87 showing us that there was a failed break of 108 to the downside. Just the stops being run maybe, and buyers or maybe even shorts covering their profits around 108, allowing the stock to have a nice little bounce over there. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ are right now getting pushed back to the lower days. So we'll see if the market can find a bounce again at the lower days. Apple's the only stock that didn't really bump up off the lows when the market bumped up. So that has me worried a little bit, because if Apple, obviously the catalyst for Apple and Qualcomm coming into play here, if Apple doesn't start finding some buyers near the 139 areas, that means the market's not going to find any buyers again, and we're most likely going to go right back to test the lower day. Right now, thankfully, the market only went as low as 38.61 and is trying to show us some buying action as Apple is trying to do the same. Here's Microsoft. Microsoft near 258.55 trying to do that. I would like to go right back to Qualcomm here to see if Qualcomm did anything more fun for us, and that would be no. But you know what, Qualcomm coming back into the previous days, into the previous range of this day so far, around 132 and 127. I think there could be some buying action coming in around VWAP 132 or even 133 right now, as I see some buying coming in. You could lean on this high around 132 for your support on Qualcomm long, most likely. And tomorrow we're going to find some amazing opportunities to trade Qualcomm. Actually going to put it on my sticky note over here that I have for day 2 plays. There's stocks that have day 1 play, which is on the news day, on the catalyst day. Then there's stocks on day 2 have a little bit of a cleaner move, lower volume maybe, but cleaner move. You see this happening on earnings a lot. When a stock has an earnings report, the first day is just retail movement. The second day is where funds and big money get to disseminate the paper. The analyst, the junior analyst, creates a report about the stock, shows it to the senior analyst. analyst, a senior analyst, then the next day decides if they want to go buy or long. This is actually something that I saw in a YouTube video talking about how earnings have a good day 2 play. So I'm thinking the idea would be applied to these stocks over here too. You know, wait for the analyst to make the report, show it to his boss, and either his boss goes, "You're fired," or you're getting a bonus.
Yeah, true. Absolutely true. You know, sorry, I was just getting ready to actually
You didn't listen
say
to a single thing I said.
No, but I was listening, and then I saw somebody say thoughts on EVFM, and I wanted to get this ready because I was like, guys, this was absolutely insane today. Like, talk about like mean reversion. Like, so you know, had the news yesterday. You know, kind of dealing with the whole like political situation in the U.S., right? And this thing had a move towards 150. Now, obviously, I'm assuming everybody was here yesterday, trading this yesterday. But for anybody who wasn't, I just want to zoom out here very quickly. So I'm going to pull up the 3-minute. This thing was sub $1, right? And we had that run towards the $1 area, broke $1, then kind of did a lot of volume, dump back down. Now, guys, when I look at these small caps, I'm always looking at, do they have an active shelf? Do they have an active shelf? You know, how much volume did they do? Is there like an overhead resistance level to play off of? And I mean, EVFM, this was like A+, doesn't get any better. You know, you got a $1 stock up towards that 150 area with a nice move down towards, like, you know, I thought we would test 1. I thought that, but at the same time, like, you know, that was like a 40-cent move on a $1.50 stock. So like, you know, you could have played off that 150 level, even if you averaged in over here and kind of risked off the high for a very tight stop on the first type of short there, and this move down was absolutely solid. And you know, trading is all about building the conviction in your trades, right? And you know, like the EVFM, the shelf on this one is huge, guys. And you know, if you that's why if you can get access to like whether the company has a shelf or not, you can kind of get that information. So quick analysis of this company would have told you that, look, they have no money, they're burning money at insane rates, and they have an active shelf. So with this type of volume, you got to make the assumption that they're going to use the volume to like dump some of that shelf to raise money, right? Because they're obviously, they want to continue to, you know, operate as a company, right? So you know, you kind of have that sort of approach to the short, knowing that there's a big seller, right? There's a big seller. And so like, you know, like think like the seller, like where's the seller selling? Well, look, right off the open, you got tons of volume. So that's where he's selling. He's not only selling here or she's selling here, but selling it down, selling into the volume, right? So, you know, I mean, my thoughts on this going forward, I have no idea. I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of holds 1 and then makes a new high and, you know, makes a run to 2. But I really wanted to see this move towards $2. Like $182 would have been awesome, because then potential 80-cent fade, like that's like a 50%. Like not every day do you get a 50% mean reversion type setup. So, you know, that would have been A++. Like I would have paid for as many shorts as I could have got and hit them all at once, right? But, you know, it didn't set up that way. And I was actually focused on quite a bit of things today. And guys, today, you know, absolutely insane. Like you come into the day, the market's up, it looks like it's pushing higher, and Arun called it to the T. You know, Arun's level's absolutely solid, and he mentioned, you know, that 39.50 area, like what's going to happen? Are we going to break it? If we do break through it, you know, let's see if there's any stops there. Are they going to exhaust all the stops? Like what's going to happen? Right out of the open, you know, market ripped, did a bunch of volume sideways action, and just faded for the rest of the day. Now we're down like 1% on the day, right? And I see people asking LYT or LYT. I thought it was LVT. LYT. I'm not sure if this one just recently halted. Oh, this one is halted. Okay, yeah. And it's oh, this one's just halt city the whole way down. Yeah, you know, right when I see a chart like this, like I'm done. Like I have no comments, nothing to say here. Nothing to see here. Like this is like, I mean, normally I see these in the up direction, but I guess bear market, you know, now they flip, right? They move from 40 down to 4, not so much the other way around, like in the bull markets. But yeah, I have no idea what's going on here, but you know, I would probably stay away. Like, I mean, unless you know something, but just in terms of a day trading perspective, like when you see something like this, it looks like there's not a lot of volume. There's just a bunch of halts. I mean, yeah, you could argue like play the halt. I'm sure this one you probably have to pay for shorts, and I'm not really sure how much they are. But yeah, for me, I'm staying away from this for sure. But yeah, guys, this market move, absolutely insane, right? And you know, keep in mind, we have the GDP numbers coming out tomorrow, right? And I have the expectation that they're going to be bad. And I don't know why. I just think like the numbers are going to be bad for the next year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years until we kind of get over that hump, right? Like we're now entering the recession, or we're in a recession. So, you know, like that being said, it's like, you know, you got the situation at hand. Like, obviously, the numbers aren't going to be good. Everybody knows the numbers aren't going to be good. These are tradable events. Whereas in the past, like call it 2015, 16, 17, you know, these numbers didn't really move markets the way they're moving them right now. So definitely tomorrow GDP numbers come out 8:30 sharp, and that will definitely be interesting. But yeah, you know, go figure. We have these kind of levels to play off of, and you know, the market makes its move higher and then just all day fade. Like this did not break trend until right now. And I actually had a very like I was trying to. I don't really trade futures too often, and this is kind of me just scalping. I just figured like, okay, maybe the bottom is in. And so I'm going to just try to like kind of average into the long. So I took the long here, kind of scalped it out, and then took the short, scalped it out. But you know, this is just like, I mean, the range, like this range was like 10, 20 points, right? So when you get 10, 20 points on something like this, like you could trade like very small size and just like have a bunch of orders out and get in, get out, get in. And I think this is 3 minutes, so let me just kind of give you guys a more like broad picture here. Like, so yeah, you know, just kind of like add, and then like take it out for break even, because at this point there was quite a bit of selling, like quite a bit of volume. I don't know if you see it there. And then we kind of popped, so just got out of that and then short. And I mean, in this scenario, you could literally just take a bunch of fills, and get those fills on like, you know, decent size, whatever, small size, whatever you want. But you're not necessarily going for a bounce. You just keep in mind that like, look, you know, there was already this huge move down. If it's going to continue down, it's probably going to go sideways, go a little bit up, and then go down, and then maybe potentially break the lows towards the end of the day. You know, like I like to think that like, you know, on a given day, bigger selling comes in towards the end of the day. And so like at this point, I wouldn't really be thinking short unless you're covering right here. But yeah, a couple scalps there. But, you know, Arun's levels absolutely solid. And I think he said that 38, I want to say 38.90 area, because it kind of makes sense in terms of like where we were channeling. And guys, it's, you know, like when you're looking short, and this, I guess this applies to futures now too, but it's like a common theme. When you're looking short and you have this kind of range that's building itself in, like look at this. It literally breaks the range to the upside, and it's like a huge fake out, and then breaks the lows, and now like we're probably going down. And if I mean, just looking at the daily, it looks like we could easily touch 3,800 by the end of the week. And you know, again, if the GDP numbers are bad, you know, maybe the market makes the anticipation that like, look, the GDP numbers are bad, so now the Fed can't tighten as aggressively, so then that's bullish for the market. But you know, we could figure that out tomorrow when the numbers come out, when we see that initial reaction. And you know, if we go towards, and I'm talking on the ES, towards like 3,800 and break 3,800, like I think we could easily test 37 again. Because like the way I see it is, how many people, and these are the questions I ask myself, how many people are writing puts, right? So you have Amazon at like the 100 level, and they're like, okay, cash covered puts, why not? Like sell puts, buy shares. Because you know, you like the company, you're like, I like the level, I like the long here. Let me just like fund my, you know, like sell some puts. I don't think it's gonna break 100, and I'll actually buy the shares to cover myself. And so there's probably a lot of people that are doing that. And now if we start to head back lower into those levels again, not to say that Amazon's gonna get to 100 maybe this week, but like as we get back down to those levels where everybody sold those puts and has the shares, you're gonna have like this sort of magnet effect to the downside. And so we have the pops, you know, bear market rallies, the pops are very violent. It's kind of like a low liquidity type pop. And then, you know, as we get lower, that's when the selling seems to be picking up. And I think it's because of this kind of ideology of like, everyone's like, okay, I like this, but I'm going to do cash covered puts, buy shares, sell puts, you know, like collect some premium. And then boom, we get lower, acts as a magnet. Everybody's offside, they sell shares, and it just adds, right? And like, you got to think to yourself this way, right? Like if you're doing cash covered puts on like an Amazon around 100, you probably have so much liquidity below 100. So it's like such a good bet. It's like an asymmetrical bet, right? Like you have like, not to say that it's a liquidity vacuum, but obviously bear market rallies are very sharp to the upside. So you have these up moves, which Amazon clearly did towards like 115 level. And now if we break 110 back to 105 and break the low and then test 100, you know, everybody's offside. And then that's going to be the selling volume to push it down below 100, and then maybe do 99, 98 down to 95. And so like these are kind of the things, the broad market things that I tell myself. And then obviously you need a catalyst with, you know, tomorrow being GDP numbers, so that could be the catalyst that sends market a little bit lower, thus creating this sort of magnet effect to the downside. So, you know, again, like if you are thinking like in terms of a day trading perspective, like a short position, I mean, I would say like if we could get back up to like, you know, anything's possible, but if we get back up to that, and I remember Prad was also saying, like, are we going back to VWAP? Probably not, right? I mean, if we get to VWAP, is it a V-shaped recovery, and then we're going to kind of be back in this range here? But, you know, probably some resistance around, like, 38.90 area, you know? Like, after the selling kind of exhausts itself, now we pop back up, and you get that 38.90, that 3,900 area just below VWAP, which is probably resistance. But if I had to guess, like maybe we only get to 38.80. like maybe we get to 38.80 and then sellers start stepping in because they really want to short. And like that's a really good opportunity to like, you know, kind of short here, play off like the fact that you have this resistance here, so it might not like snap through VWAP, and then the way back down will kind of just be like a smoother line, right? Like we are again down like almost 1%, you know, reverse the whole move. So yeah, definitely exciting.
I gotta take it
and
out.
you know, go figure. My day actually wasn't the best day. And like today I came in and I told myself, like, I basically had all this kind of input and I said to myself, today's gonna be amazing. Like I'm really sizing up on all the shorts, all my positions that I'm gonna take. And that's the thing, right? Like it's like you size up, you play off a level, but you really gotta like allow things to breathe, and like sometimes you get offside, and sometimes like you get these like whiplash. I want to share one of these Neo trades that I took today. It's probably gonna look not the best on the chart here, but you know, so obviously everything is down, right? And my short bias technically was not incorrect. Did I make money on this trade? I did not, right? So I was wrong, is what it is. But I thought like we were gonna get that push, and I was basically playing off of the fact that like 23 is maybe an area. Then we had the offering on Liotto, and I thought like, okay, like the whole market's gonna kind of make its move up. But I've seen this pattern before where Neo kind of, you know, exhausts itself to the upside and then sort of consolidates and then breaks VWAP and then just kind of straight down. So basically this move is what I was anticipating over here. And so what I did is I got super aggressive in front of the 23 level. I really thought we were gonna smash 23 and then just not look back. So I got really, really aggressive, and this just like instantly ripped my face off to the upside. So like this was like pretty big size, and like I had to get out of it, and then again like it kind of went sideways. But look at this move, right? We finally looked like we were gonna go lower, and then the whiplash back was super violent, then the sell-off came in. And so like I almost want to say like it's easier said than done, but I almost want to say that like it's easier to like, you know, let the double top set itself, right? Don't even take a short, just let it go, because if you do, like, I mean, what are the odds that it's going to cleanly go down? It's not going to let you do that. It's going to come up, let it break the high, do a little bit more volume. Then if it comes back through that level, take the short and then risk off this high. Like this is what I've been saying before, and I not to say that it's one of my rules. I just thought like, you know, maybe this looks good, it felt good, but you know, this kind of move is normally what stops everybody out. Like it probably stops everybody out, and then most people miss the move unless you're able to get back in and then add, you know, and like once you take a loss on like decent size, like do you really want to add it back? And so these things become issues, right? So like I think it's the common theme of like, you know, people are smashing the lows here, and then it makes that one more run. And watch this, pulling up AMC here, and I'll let Prad, you know, take over in a second. I know people are probably like, let this man speak. But,
bro, you do you, man.
Yeah,
don't.
I figure, you know, make Prad's job a little bit easier, talk about all these things that I'm thinking about. But yeah, so AMC was extra excited on this. And yesterday when I came off the show, I actually had a crazy trade on this one. And these fills are pretty awesome. And basically this kind of built my judgment for today, right? We got over 14, and like we did that one final push. And then the amount of selling in this area was a lot. And so that was around the 1450 area. Lots of selling over here, and then I was basically covering the whole way down. But basically, I said to myself, okay. Oh, and one more thing on yesterday. We did not break 14. So we sold off, we broke 14, then we popped, and look at this. Bounce, 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 and did not break 14. So this morning, I was like, okay, 14 is probably gonna be smashable. It's probably gonna be a great trade. It broke in the pre-market just before the open. And again, New York stocks, I think Pratt covered this today, New York stocks don't open right away. And so, you know, this kind of opened and it was already at like 390 area. So I didn't really want to chase the short, even though it would have been good. But I tried to like scale myself in around VWAP here. And then watch this, right? Slam the short, I was late. I actually wanted to get like 1398 just below VWAP. I missed it because of the flash. It was such a quick move. Then I covered just a little bit, not too much. And then look at this, that final pop through 14 stopped me out, and then it finally made the move lower. And I had to stop myself out there because I didn't know if we were gonna go back to 14, 20, 25 area, and I was in too much size, too low, so like I really couldn't hold that. So that's really unfortunate. Like this is just kind of like a product of, I don't want to say bad trading, but a product of bad fills. Like if I was in at 13.98 and we came back up, I probably would have added, especially if I covered here. But unfortunately, I got in too much size towards the bottom, and then we didn't end up flushing, and it ruined a good trade, right? So obviously, as a day trader, you know, price matters. Price matters. Like if you're always chasing trades, you're going to lose. You're always going to lose in the long run because of this kind of ideology. You cannot chase, even though you know it's going lower. Like, you know, it depends the size you're taking, but like, let's say you're taking extreme amounts of size and you're saying like, okay, I'm only going to risk like 15 cents, 10 cents. Like you put yourself offside so quickly and it becomes challenging because at this point in time, I had no idea if we were going to go back up here or if we were going to come back down here. Like this was like, I had to stop myself out because in the blink of an eye, this could have went 05, 10, 15, and another 10 cents, I would have got destroyed on that. So, you know, stop myself out. But, you know, look, it's the common theme, right? It's like makes a high, makes another high, goes down, makes that final high, then the dump, and then tries to stop everybody out. You know, not going to give you that clean flush, especially a name like AMC. Like this is like the devil stock to me. Like this thing just like does not give you clean flushes very rarely. Maybe you get one like per week. So, you know, common theme, like this is why we say participate, don't anticipate. And I'll take that a step further and say, look, you want to react to these types of moves, right? So like don't anticipate the short and scale into it, even though I did it here. These were like very, very small size. I figured maybe I'll scale in. I was doing a bunch of things, but don't anticipate the short, right? Like you could and add smaller size, but you want to react. And when it does this final pop here and then drop and the volume picks up, that's how you know, okay, now I can react. These two candles, if you get a decent fill, 14.10, 14.05, even 13.98, then you're in the money and you really weren't out of the money, right? So, you know, try to react, try to be very quick, and, you know, price definitely matters. So, you know, that's something I wanted to cover there. And last thing I'll share is my Disney trade, which is absolutely horrible. Disney was approaching that 100. And this goes back to what Neil said in the morning. I don't know if you guys remember, but Neil mentioned, you know, 100 is definitely a level that you don't want to take a breakout with too much size because, you know, it's going to approach that level. But is it really going to, you know, break 100 and then run to like 103? Like we'd have to see, right? And so I took a little long to give myself a decent average, and I said, I'll give the 100 a try, like not too much size, but I will give it a try, but I definitely have to build into it so that my average is somewhere over here so that when we get there, if I add and I'm wrong and I just stop myself out, I don't get absolutely smoked. And so I tried that and I set it up perfectly. And this was basically like, this wasn't a horrible trade. But then it just was holding VWAP, and I thought, okay, maybe this is going to go. Bids were stepping up. Everything looked amazing. So I added quite a bit of size here, and I was trying to get myself out, like create a free trade. And it just wasn't working out for me, and then I kind of added and then, you know, held this and basically got out because I thought, okay, I don't know if we're going back to 100, so I had to take the loser here. But go figure, now back down to 98. So, you know, like, don't anticipate, and maybe this was me being a little premature. I was saying to myself, oh, 100, psychological level. I like it. Bids are stepping up. It had a recipe to be amazing, and so like I got excited. But again, I should have perhaps, you know, took in maybe a little bit less size and, you know, bought the dips. And then if I was wrong on those, I wouldn't have had like a terrible loser, or I probably wouldn't have even been in this one. But, you know, definitely could have played that short off the 100 level. It didn't even break 150, right? So you could have literally scaled into this 120, 130 area and then smashed it back through 100. And like you probably weren't out of the money too much, and just boom, back down to 98. So, you know, how low this is going, I have no idea. I mean, where's the market going? I have no idea. But hopefully we get, I mean, not hopefully, but, you know, if big selling is going to come in, maybe it comes in towards the end of the day. And, you know, it'll probably give really good opportunities to scale into some shorts. So, yeah, definitely looking to potentially get into some shorts here, you know, if the market can make its way up. But, again, I want to be very patient, and I want to see this come like the ES to at least like 38, 80 area, because then it gives a nice risk to return. Like you could play for like a 30-point move to the downside and potentially like scale in, have like 3 entries, worst case scenario, and you know, then maybe risk like 20 points to make 40 points if it sets itself up. So 2-to-1, not too bad. Yeah, that's something I'm looking at. And yeah, now I spoke for much too long. I don't know if, yeah.
Hey, you gave me perfect time to get some memes ready over here. I'm not sure if we're posting this. We have apparently a TikTok. I'm not going to show you exactly the whole TikTok, but here's a little sneak peek. I don't know if you can recognize this face over here or this face over here, But here's a little sneak peek of a couple of traders. I don't know what Liz is doing back there, man. Liz has like these amazing moments where she like kills it with the Photoshop, and then we see these. These are just blowing my mind right now. Whenever that TikTok gets posted, we'll talk about it. But Liz is for sure having fun over there. I'm having fun looking at these little. You saw that? Apparently, when you guys see it, you'll see it. I don't want to ruin anything. She asked for my permission, and you know what? I'll grant the permission to her for these other guys too, because that's a little hilarious not to be sharing that with our viewers. All right, now getting back to the market. Where's the Prad one? Nah. You're gonna have to wait for the Prad one when it gets released on TikTok. Then you're gonna have to wait. But the one that Ian has is really scary, huh, Ian? That one, Liz, it's real scary. That one. You gotta show your girl that one a little bit. But anyways, BBIG. That's funny. We're gonna head over to BBIG here real quick because someone said, why is BBIG's chart not moving? That's probably because it's not trading right now. There's no volume coming in. The last execution was at 12:57.19, and it didn't do anything for another 10, 15 seconds. And then the next execution comes in for 3 shares and 22 shares. BBIG is doing absolutely zilch, and it's been like this for a while now. That Tide spin-off, we're still waiting to see how that one's working. It was supposed to spin off a long time ago. I'm still waiting for it. Where's the ticker, right? And last time I said something about it, I know it was not the nicest thing I said, so I'm going to stop myself right there. Where is the Tide spin-off? Tide stock. Yet to be a stock, yet to still go public, and we're waiting for that. Oh, is it under bold now? Nope, it's not under bold. So whenever BBIG actually has some volume in it, we can talk about it then. Until then, there is no reason to really even be talking about BBIG, period. I bet Pratt is a jet main. You got me there on that one. I used to be a jet main, but now I'm a chamber main. I don't do anything besides chamber these days. I insta-lock chamber. I'm one of those guys. I insta-lock chamber. For anyone who wants to, go support me on my gaming platform, you can feel free to do that over here on twitch.tv/TraderPrad. But we're here about Trader TV Live, baby. Trader TV Live. The simps are drooling. Oh, they're drooling for Lucinda and I don't know what Ian's name was in that video. I might have to rewatch that video just to see what Ian's name was. Here's Lucinda. Lucinda got an 8 out of 10. You see this? Lucinda got an 8 out of 10. Ian, I think you got a 9 out of 10, I think, or something. I got a 5 out of 10 for me. Like, come on, man. But that just means I'm not a good-looking girl, so I'll take it. I'll take it any day. But Brando got a 6 out of 10. I don't think I agree with that one. Sean gets 100 out of 10. Okay, now she's just sucking up to the bosses over here so she can get a bigger paycheck. But no, all fun, all games. Let me just hide this one over here. Hide. All right, we're good. Coming back to the market, let's see what you guys are looking at. Prad, check out APRN. What is that?
No, I was going to just share, so guys, I had this written down beside me today. And, full transparency, again, I shared my trades. I got shut down today. It is what it is, No, but there it is. There it is. Dump it. So the market absolutely dropping, and I was like, let me just write a refresher in my mind to not go long. Disney didn't work out too well, and let me just flip the short. But again, a little bit too aggressive on the shorts, so causing the shutdown there. Is what it is, but...
APRN, it's going off. One of the viewers said APRN up, taking off at the moment. And yeah, 17%, probably a low float. Thank you to Luca for telling us about this website. Where is it? Right here, float checker, APRN, 15 million float. About 28% to 30% off that float is apparently shorted. So a short squeeze may be coming into play over here for APRN as the market is getting ready to push back to the lower days over here. here. Thankfully, I did cover most of my longs on the futures not too long ago. Didn't get to mention that, but this is actually helping me with my losses today. So instead of taking a way bigger loss today on the equities market because of my fat finger keystroke on NVIDIA, that really took me out for the day. If I didn't fat finger keystroke NVIDIA, I would have still been fine and I would have been able to trade and work one way through my loss earlier. But that fat finger made me burn through it. And now over here, man, this long really helped me make back whatever I lost on NVIDIA. So that was beautiful. I went full size at the right level. When you see a level, you max out your buying power. Thankfully, my buying power on the futures is not as much, so I could max it out. Maxed out my buying power on the futures. Took I think 10-point winner or so, and I'm holding a couple of contracts still to see if we can get a bigger move on this. Move to VWAP maybe would help me get back to profitable territories on the day, but I don't think we're gonna get anywhere close to that because Apple is still pretty much around the very same levels. I want to go look at Qualcomm because that stock went a little crazy and it's still trying to do so exactly. We saw it come back to 133. I said you could probably go long 133, lean on the 132 level. I guess that was the only opportunity you're getting on Qualcomm as it launches right back to the high of day and starts forming a base near 135.
Guys, just to emphasize this, Neil said, this is insane. So when a vet trader says this is insane, this is insane. I saw this move. I quickly pulled it up when I heard to have this like a 10-point move like this on Qualcomm, that's absolutely insane. And I have the 10-minute chart over here, 1-minute chart over here, right? You have that move, and now it sort of has those types of wicks, right? So I'd bet this is some sort of resistance area. That's why it's creating these types of wicks. But it doesn't necessarily mean go short. Obviously this is super positive catalyst, right? And so it's giving you the opportunity to dip buy. And from a day trading perspective, right? A very, very short term. Again, maybe these strategies aren't maybe they're not scalable to an extreme extent. And maybe you're battling super fast robots, so you don't necessarily have latency edge on these trades. So it's not something that you should trade off of, but this is definitely an indicator for me to hold your positions. Let's say you're long this and you bought over here on the consolidation and you kind of covered some, but you wanted to hold. You added over here because didn't even touch VWAP you added for the move up. Now you're seeing these wicks lower and insta pop, wick lower and insta pop, right? I glanced over at this. It seems there are some bids stepping up here, right? So again, this is not something that I would add on over here, but if you're long over here, if you got a long and you're kind of holding, or if you're gonna, turn this into a sort of a swing trade where you're okay, I'm gonna hold this over the next 2 days and see where price goes. When you're seeing these types of wicks, this tells me to hold on to your longs for the short term. Obviously we could still come lower, but these are games that it's it breaks lows and it instantly reclaims. It breaks lows and instantly reclaims. So it's not something that I would say, okay, set your stop at 34.49 to get yourself out if you're wrong. This is just small little tells, and one of the many tells that you guys should have, but small little tells to perhaps hold on to your long. Huge move up, some little consolidation. Now the real question is, are we going to have another leg up, break the high, and then move towards maybe a 140 level? And as I say this, I want to quickly bring up the daily, and hopefully this doesn't fail on me here, just to see if we got any kind of levels to play off of. So kind of coming out of that bottom there, which this sort of does look like the market. I mean, everything has that same pattern. But a simple analysis, and I'm not really one, as a day trader, I'm not one to draw all types of chart lines on the chart. But you got this kind of channel that seems the most obvious to me, right? And you have the positive catalyst, which happened today, sort of broke out of the bottom of that range. Now we're in sort of this kind of range here. This could probably get to 140 before it makes a decision or goes sideways. And so if you got a chance to get long at the 132.50 area because it was a break of high a day, or if you said, premature, I'm going to get long 132, 133 area, around that area, now you're long, right? Now you're 2-3 points in the money. Maybe you hold a piece for the 140. And again, guys, over here, we're day traders. We don't hold overnight. We definitely scalp a lot more. But, I like to I like to think long-term as well, right? Because, you know, the best thing is as a day trader, yes, you're not going to hold overnight, but play off these daily levels because these are levels where everybody's making decisions. Investors, swing traders, day traders. So you have that much more volume and conviction behind the move if you're on the right side. And so again, to cover this, something like this, positive news catalyst running up, pull up the daily, look, okay, maybe, and this is very short term, and I'm sure if I bring it up, there's more data, but like just a very short term channel, like are we going to have that day 2 continuation towards like 139 area? I mean, it's possible. And if I quickly pull up QCOM just to check the yield on this, I like to do this again nowadays because, you know, we're in a market where people are definitely valuing yields again, not so much growth. And so, you know, I like to think that bids are stepping up over there. So let's see. Yeah, so the yield on this, 2.23%. Nothing crazy, but again, you know, obviously really strong company. They make money. It's not like you're buying some growth name that's losing money or doesn't pay a dividend. And so, like, you know, like if investors are valuing this news, which it kind of feels like they are, then like maybe you get that day 2 continuation. And so, like, if I had this trade, if I was long this trade, maybe I'll hold a piece for the move to 140. But like, again, once it gets to 140, like it's really a crapshoot. Who knows where this is going? Like this isn't, I'm not saying this is going to 150, 55, but like just as like a day 2 continuation of a positive catalyst, especially if the market doesn't want to keep going down. I mean, if the market gaps down like 2% tomorrow, then rest in peace to that. But again, because positive catalyst, depending where this closes, maybe you don't get destroyed if you hold that. But again, like, you know, just be very careful and make sure like the risk makes sense. I just wanted to cover that because, yeah, guys, like to have a move like this, like that's insane. Like this is definitely a name that there's unlimited liquidity, right? So like when you find these plays, especially us here as day traders, when you find these plays with unlimited liquidity, you could take unlimited size and it's really attractive because, you know, you go for like these little short moves, capture 20% of the move, you got a decent amount of size, and, you know, you make a good amount of money on that. So, and I saw somebody in the chat before say, and they made me laugh. They're like, oh, like everybody's shut down from buying the dip. No, I'm actually shut down from shorting. Yeah, it's crazy. Like I'm shut down. I'm shut down because I took way too much size. Like we have, you know, quite a bit of buying power, right? And you know, obviously trying to keep risk in check. Like I'm not really trying to like get smoked. And I think like, you know, I'd like to believe that I have like the right kind of play on the stock, like the right price. I like my price. I like the way that I execute it. But, you know, sometimes is what it is. You get smoked on big size and it doesn't look like much on a chart. And again, to show you like, you know, to cover this Neo trade, and I can actually pull up another one.
Market turning back down over here, actually.
Yeah, market going back to test those lows there. But again, guys, like taking a look at this Neo trade, like this might not look like much, right? It's just like, oh, he tried to short, he covered, okay, like whatever. But, you know, on something like Neo, like you could have like a ridiculous amount of size, right? So like I really got ahead of myself and I was super excited. But yeah, it was unfortunate. It didn't really work the way that I wanted it to work. But you know, like if that happened, then I would have been a very happy camper. And yeah, I see people saying, are you shy after 2 beers? Yeah, guys. So like if I have like a couple beers, then like I don't say anything. Only when I'm absolutely sober. No, I'm kidding. I stay the same. 2 beers, 3 beers, 5 beers. You know, like I say the same amount of words. I think it might just be my Italian blood. I'm just always in a good mood, trying to make everybody laugh. But yeah, you know, thought I'd share that, and you know, is what it is. So like obviously, guys, like size accordingly, like as you're, you know, trading and, you know, whatever. But yeah, look at this market breaking lower now.
Yeah.
And go figure. I said to myself, you know, this is me like kind of having my bias. Like I really wanted to see it kind of channel up a little bit more. I didn't think we were going to like reverse this quickly, but this can't be good. This can't be good. You know, and I think I was telling the guys like yesterday, like, you know, that GDP number coming out tomorrow is probably not going to be good. Like it's probably not going to be good. And, you know, like this is the sell-off into that number. And then, you know, guys, remember what happened on CPI day when the CPI came out? It came out, was not good, was not like horribly worse than they expected. But like the White House was like they released a statement. They're like, yes, we know the CPI number is going to be bad. And then the CPI number came out and it was like 30 basis points worse. And then the market just absolutely tanked and we blew through 4,000 and we didn't look back and we bottomed out at like 36.50 on the ES. And so like this could be the same exact setup tomorrow. Like 8:30, number comes out, everyone knows it's going to be bad. It comes out, it's bad, and just absolutely nuke. And like if I pull up the daily for you guys, just to kind of like show you what I see and what I'm looking at here, you know, everything looks the same. Like all these large caps that you pull up, like a lot of them just look the same. But look at this, right? You had that kind of bottoming out area, then you had the pop, then you had all this sideways action. So I want to say this was like a week and a half of trading where like the market just did nothing. Then you had the CPI number come out, and boom. So this day right here. Let me just zoom in for you guys to make sure everybody sees this. This right here, this day, June 9th, was before the CPI number came out. And this was when CPI number came out, if I'm not mistaken, because it broke 4,000 and it just flushed like 50 points right away. I remember that day. It was a pretty solid move, and Greg actually had a sick trade on that. But yeah, so this is the day before. This is the day of the number, and then just a huge gap down. And this was probably, maybe this was a Friday? No, this was Thursday. Yeah, no, maybe the start of this was a Friday. So yeah, Thursday, you had the number come out, just flush down, gap down, and then we're kind of in this range. So we just broke above that, right? And we cleared the gap here, but now look at this, back down, right? So the questions I'm asking myself is, are we gonna do the exact same setup? See this day? It looks a lot like today, right? Tomorrow, GDP number comes out, boom, and we come back down to like 3,700. I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible, right? So you know, I would be very careful. I mean, I'm not sure if anybody's trading at like 8:30 when the number comes out, but I'll be very careful. I would not be looking long on anything just because, you know, this number's probably going to come out, probably not going to be good. And then the real question is, does the market see a bad number, a bad GDP number as, oh, the Fed now has to loosen up and not do 75 basis point hike? Which is then, you know, you could argue good for a market bounce? Or is the market just going to say, no, enough is enough? We believe the Fed. They're not going to stop because they can't just let inflation go wild. And, you know, this is then going to be bad for the market and it's going to flush. So, you know, watch the price action. It will be telling. And as I say, as I talk about Fed, I just want to pull up the CME interest rate website. Yeah, okay. CME interest rate website. Let's pull this up. If I could just find it here. I think it's the FOMC watch tool, and I'll do this live for you guys here. So again, this website, you know, from the CME group. And for anybody wondering, all you have to do is type in CME group interest rates countdown, and it'll just basically bring up this page here. And look at this. For July, right? For July, you have. And this is where we are right now. Remember, this is a target band. So 175 is the upper end of that band. So there is an 86% chance that the Fed is going to raise 75 basis points, right? But this was actually a 95% chance last night. And now, 86% chance. So after the GDP number comes out, and if that number is bad, like this might shift. And a shift in this, a shift in yields is definitely going to change a shift in the stock market and how these names are moving, right? So I would definitely watch this. If this number starts to increase, so if we go from 13% to 25% to 40%, and it becomes a 50-50 when everybody priced in that it was for sure going to be 75 and GDP was bad, this means that the market thinks that, okay, maybe we're going to go back up, maybe there's a bounce. And again, I think Michael Burry came out yesterday and also said he thinks that the Fed needs to ease off the pedal. Like they cannot tighten as much as they want to tighten because of like all these like other factors that come into play. So again, I'm not an economist. I don't really know what's going to happen, but these are the important things that you guys should be looking at as traders, because these are definitely going to affect your positions in terms of you know, large caps that you're trading. Obviously, if you're trading small caps, then you know they're definitely in a world of their own. And as I say that, let's take a look at EVFM to see where this thing is. Below $1. Are you kidding me? Below $1. Wow.
Really?
Wow, this flushed. This has just turned into like A++. It didn't even come back. You had two awesome short opportunities on this. The 150, and again, this didn't break 150, and this was after market open. So you could have had like a 2-cent risk on that, and you probably could have had like a lot of size too because it's super liquid. And then you just kind of held for the first flush cover, held for a little portion for the second flush. Like for sure, this was like 20% move, 20, 30%, if not 30, like solid. Then it gave you another opportunity if you're willing to take it. And go figure. Now we're below $1, and like, I mean, where's this going? Back to where it came from, like 80 cents. But again, guys, like keep in mind, like the setup on something like this. You know, if you guys are trading, if you guys are looking for like, oh, is a mean reversion type play going to be good? Is the short going to be good? Like, you know, has an active shelf. You see the catalyst that came out, it wasn't really that good. Like, I mean, I was looking at this and I was like, it wasn't that good. Like, it wasn't like amazing. As opposed to something like a KZR, which like this, there's a few bios that actually had like decent data that came out. But this one, I mean, same thing. It faded all day. But this, it adds. I think it's like a 70% institutional ownership. The float is like maybe 40 million. But obviously institutions believe in the company if it's at 70%. So sometimes you will get this move. But look, if you're telling me like you have one option, Luca, which one are you picking for the short side? Like I think I'm taking EVFM 10 times out of 10, just because I know there's an active seller. They have no money. They have to sell. When's the next time their stock's going to be at $1.50? Probably not anytime soon, considering the fact that it's now below $1, right? So these are all the things I ask myself, and now it's kind of interesting to see this below $1, and didn't even get a dollar bounce. This is a 1-minute chart, and didn't even really get a bounce there. So that's how you know this thing's really kind of dead. But I doubt this thing's coming back up to 150. So probably a no trade for the rest of. I was hoping that maybe this would provide 2-3 days, but no. Anything, Brad?
Yeah, just waiting. So Oxy being called out in the chat. Oxy apparently getting spammed to the downside right now, sadly up 2.6%, but still getting pushed down below VWAP. We already know the catalyst behind this was the fact that Warren Buffett is loading up his bag on these shares. So real quick recap about what's going on with my futures trade. So I added again at the same levels on futures. There we go. So we added again at the same levels on the futures over here to see if we can repeat that trade. You know how I said I don't think markets breaks the lower days. It did break, but not really too much of a significant move of the lower day break, if you ask me. So we jump right back in with the same amount of size we had earlier on in the day to see if we can rinse and repeat the same trade, because Apple did push down but didn't really do much, and AMD also pushed down but didn't really push too far to the downside. So noticing all of these stocks doing the exact same pattern gives me strength in taking that trade one more time on the future, so I could get right back into the money territories like that. Bang, 2 points in the money on the futures, and since I maxed out my buying power one more time, we're just riding this move to the upside, and maybe we can take a couple more contracts here if we want to. Honestly, I have a little bit more buying power than I thought I took, but we'll just have to wait and see where that one goes for. Amazon going down still, really? Okay, let's go check out Amazon. Yeah, not really. Amazon just doing the exact same thing as the rest of the stocks, which is AMD, Apple, your tech stocks in general. Amazon holding up at 108, low a day 107.87, has not been breached a single time. So giving you the opportunity to go long. Trust me, if I wasn't shut down, you'd be seeing me going long at 108 right now, trying to take advantage of this trade. You'll be seeing me long Apple, you'd be seeing me long AMD, and also I'd be long Microsoft a long time ago near 258. So given the amount of trades that are telling me that I'd be long in, hence I am already long on the futures, which is what drives most of them, or they drive the futures eventually. Whatever, who drives who, I don't care. I just want the market to go up from here on out. Bet you $1 CVNA acquires VRM in 3 years or less. Man, you might as well give that dollar to a homeless person. He'll put that to a good use. If you bet that on, that's like me betting my dollars on my sports bets. I bet like $1 and so on, and my buddy goes, buddy, you might as well donate that to a homeless person, because those dollars are going nowhere to use, and good use at least. A homeless guy would make better use of that. What is the expected GDP? We'll let Luca talk about that when he gets back on. Disney was consolidating in the same channel. Let's go pull up Disney. Disney did break out 100 today, and that's been a beauty of a breakout for anyone who was part of it. I guess not, maybe you only got 40 cents out of it. The better trade was on the backside of 100, getting short on the double top, triple top near 100 or so, allowing you to build into a short position. Disney still up on the day about 0.5%, so that's great for Disney, obviously. Now the question is where can we find more buying action coming in on Disney, especially as the market is near the lower days? So I think Disney around 96 over here. It says we did dip to 96.15. That's in the pre-market. That's the 8 o'clock candle, so ignore that. Off the open, we only dipped down to 96.65 on Disney and didn't really push too far from there.
Yeah, guys, I see people asking what is the GDP. So guys, investing.com. Just type in investing.com economic calendar, and it tells you the huge economic events that are coming up. So to fully share my screen here, just so that everybody can see this, it says 8:30 GDP for quarter one, right? and it's going to show you what they anticipate and what it was, I guess, last time. What is this? Yeah, previous forecast, and then when it comes out, it'll update the actual, right? So again, great free website. Hopefully everybody knows this, investing.com. And anytime you're thinking that there's a potential macroeconomic event that's going to be in play, just come here, double check to see when they're going to release that news. And so this is what they're expecting, right? This is what they're expecting. So if it comes out negative 1.8%, it'll populate over here and it'll be red. If it comes out negative 1.2%, it'll be green because better than expected, right? And so just for anybody who is wondering, investing.com, come here, you check it out, and it'll show you 3 stars to tell you that this is a main event. This is definitely going to influence markets, whereas PCE prices, like real consumer spending, this may not have that much of an impact on markets, right? And then we got Powell speaking at 9 o'clock. So we're getting the number, we're getting Powell speaking, and then the market opens. It's going to be absolutely fireworks if I had to guess. I'm not sure if this is going to be as big as CPI, but it's definitely going to move markets, and we're seeing markets move right now into that, right? And so these are definitely huge events. So just stay on top of these. You just do a quick check for the week. You pull it up and you say, okay, what am I looking for? Okay, I trade U.S. markets. Okay, I got this, I got this, I got this. Write it down on a Monday. You're good to go for the rest of the week. And tune in to us over here because we update you constantly. And who brings you guys this information ASAP, right? And on that note, I have no idea where everything just went there. So I will load that up as maybe Pratt has something else that he's looking at here.
Your software just closed on itself.
I did something where all closes at the same time. I always
probably shook a screen. Try shaking that screen again. Maybe you get it back. Hey, bang!
Okay,
we're Gucci.
we're in business.
We're Gucci Mane. Yeah, Disney. We talked about Disney. Qualcomm dropping ? Let's go check out if Qualcomm is indeed dropping. I don't think if it is, it drops too much. I think we hold up at 133, 132 continuously on Qualcomm. That's my thesis. We'll just have to wait to see what happens on the stock. Do you have any pictures of bag holders? You're looking at one right now. I bag held the stock today, got destroyed, and I'm bag holding Palantir. I'm bag holding AMD, Apple, DraftKings, SoFi. You name it, man. There's almost every stock in my portfolio. Cryptocurrencies, biggest bag holder I know, at least in my house. That's probably not true. My brother's bag holding some real garbage coins over there. So
it's funny. I think I used to be a bag holder until I became a trader, and then I was like, you know what I realized? I don't know anything about anything. I am not holding anything ever again, ever again. It's like, oh, Luca, where do you invest your money? Into ETFs that are active, that I believe
someone
in
else do it
for the
you.
long term. Because the last thing I want to do is I look back and I'm like, oh damn, I didn't even notice, or I didn't even notice there was a news event coming up. Like I wasn't positioned properly. Long-term portfolio. I choose my ETFs. I like to think of myself, I'm a portfolio manager of portfolio managers that manage portfolios, just remove myself 3 times, smooth out the equity curve, and it's smooth sailing into retirement.
Let's hear that one more time.
Portfolio manager of portfolio managers who manage portfolios. Go figure. And then I day trade, And I see people saying I feel bad for people retiring, with their 401ks. It's actually sad. And just not to go too much off topic, but there's actually this thing where in London you can come to Canada and unlock your locked-in RSP over there, and it was something where everybody didn't want to wait and just retire in London, so they just said, okay, let's move to Canada, unlock our RSPs, and spend the money a lot sooner. So taking that same ideology, you have everybody retiring at the same time. And what happened to the pension funds over there is they got destroyed because they could not handle all the redemptions at the same time. And so it was a very sticky situation. It was a systemic risk. And so they stopped people from doing this. And they're no more unlocking and transferring to Canada or the US or wherever they allow you to do that. And so it's kind of a sticky situation. It's the same ideology. It's everybody's retiring at the same time. All of these funds are now going to have redemptions because they're paying out baby boomers, which is a big portion of the population. And this is only going to add to the selling, right? So you have overall markets, which right now are very weak, right? You have these gamma squeezes to the downside, which I covered. Now you have 401ks and all these other people redeeming to fund their lives, and the cost of living is going up. So they're going to be redeeming those funds a lot quicker. It's just a very sticky situation altogether. And so, my kind of take on the whole situation is, as a long-term investor, I'm definitely looking at global value. I'm looking at gold. I'm not being too aggressive I mean, I'm trying to, the way I look at it is I want to weather the storm, and then when things start to look a little bit healthier, then from there I can become a little bit more aggressive and not play a lot of defense on the investing standpoint. But, you know, like as a day trader, and obviously I saw somebody before saying, what do you think of Tesla? So go figure, you know, Tesla had an awesome move towards the 700 level. And I covered this before, you know, obviously like down 5%. If this market is going to continue to sell off, right? And, you know, if the EV sector is going to continue to kind of inch lower, my level for Tesla, and it's kind of far away, and this isn't necessarily like a market that you want to, again, smash bottoms, but if we get below that 680 level, then we really have another chance to get towards like 630 and then test 600, which would be a new recent low. I think the most recent low is 620, so it did not break 620. So I think if we break 700 today, which most likely will break today if I had to guess, and then we flush through 680 tomorrow, there's definitely a good chance that Tesla goes towards that 620 level and then maybe hits like 600 and then kind of makes a decision from there. But in terms of today, I mean, you know, 700 definitely a level, right? Definitely a level, like easy level. But, you know, again, keep in mind that it already had a 50-point move into the 700. So if you're thinking of shorting below 700, just know that the bounce back could be violent against you. So probably better to play a bounce off this level. But again, if we can inch back up, get towards that 710 area, and then we get some more selling, that's where the 700 kind of to the downside becomes a little bit more attractive. But in terms of where it is right now,
we have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
Like, are you self-taught about all this, or you went to a school for this? Ask Doug.
So I studied business in school, and then just I like to read.
I like to read.
Yeah, I just like
that's
to read a lot, and you know, like you learn things over the years, and you know, like if you're always curious about markets, obviously one thing leads you to another, and you just continue to read, learn more. And one of the things that people don't necessarily talk about is networking. You definitely want to like have a network of people that you can just chat with and bounce ideas off of. You know, meet people through people, meet a lot of different people. Everybody has different kind of takes on, you know, what's happening in the market, what their thoughts are. And you have some really interesting conversations. So,
18th
you know,
of
just,
July,
you know, as you get older, you get wiser and you just learn a thing or two, and hopefully you don't forget it. There was also something else I wanted to touch upon, which was on Mullen. Somebody was asking, why is Mullen selling off? So, I mean, to state the obvious, you know, everything is selling off. But again, guys, this was actually a buy into the Russell rebalance. It was a buy.
You know what I feel like right now? Valeria, back when I had to do all the talking and she just sits there and talks about like a couple stocks here and there and then goes back to me. Yeah. And then, because Luca, I had MULN up. I've been waiting for an opportunity to talk about it.
Hands off then. I'll take a break.
Yeah. So MULN over here, yeah, I was waiting for him to finish about EVFM so we could talk about MULN for a couple seconds over here. MULN down 10%. I actually have MULN on my sticky note to watch tomorrow because this stock is on SSR. Every time the stock goes on SSR, the next day has been absolutely a bonkers, ridiculous long opportunity, especially the stock that is now pushing towards that $1 level. We've seen how the stock trades near the $1 level. Look at the size on $1. You know, it's $1, so 200,000 shares, 300,000 shares, add another 100,000 shares, 400,000 shares over there for $1 doesn't mean anything. It means jack, absolute jack, right? But when the volume comes in tomorrow, I'm expecting volume to come in tomorrow. If the market's down, sadly, I think MULN is going to do absolutely nothing but crumble and probably break $1 to the downside. But every time MULN has pushed to the downside like that, we have seen some crazy opportunities coming into play with the stock. So that's going to be on my watch list. Real quick on the futures over here. So MES, as you guys know, I've been building into a long one more time, but this time I took more shares than last time. I thought I maxed out my buying power over here, but apparently not. I had a lot more buying power left to max out, so I took a little bit more size over here. Right now 6 points in the money, so just adding to my futures trade one more time to try and you know, get back to a little bit of a better state on the day. Instead of losing a ton of money, I only lose a little bit, and then I can come back tomorrow and take advantage of it. Here's your Apple, absolutely launching from the bottoms and taking back to the upside as I said it would, right? I don't think the market goes too much further than the low of days, hence I am taking the longs where I am going longs at the moment. And you know, enough of Luca and Brad talking. Let's go to Brando and see what money talks.
Hey guys, quick currency update for you at this point this afternoon. Very red board on this board as well, top to bottom here as the U.S. dollar bounces back so far today. The euro under pressure. Christine Lagarde, if you missed it this morning, was talking a little bit cautious when it comes to what they're going to do in July, the ECB, on their interest rate hike. So that was that comment there today. The Canadian dollar back in positive territory today, 77.75 here for the CAD at this point this afternoon. But dollar strong, Canadian dollar strong, euro weak, British pound weak, everything else on this board very, very weak, including the Russian ruble, big move down today, 5.5% back to 1.7. Bitcoin back to a full percent to the downside, still holding under 21,000, guys. Back to you.
21, 9 plus 10, 21. Yeah, if anyone knows that meme, you know it. If you don't, no problem at all. Here's Bitcoin. Since did I just hear someone say 21 back to me again? No, I guess not. I'm just tripping at this point. But yeah, here's Bitcoin. Since Brendo mentioned it, sorry. I want to go take a look at it real quick. Pretty flat on Bitcoin, Ethereum. Solana is down pretty further than Bitcoin and Ethereum. Dogecoin and Shiba are in the same boat as Solana. And Cardano kind of down, but it's down 1.2%. Not kind of, it is down. But overall, yeah, cryptocurrency is bleeding. Every time we do look at cryptocurrencies, we like to go look at, where am I typing? Coinbase and so on. My chart minimized too. Let me quickly put that bad boy right back up here. That's the one. So Coinbase did push down quite a bit today, 6.66%. We see that number every single day. I don't know why. But yeah, $52 over here on Coinbase, holding up as a low a day. It says we actually broke 52 for about 4 cents to the downside. But so that means a weak break of 52 in my opinion, allowing you to most likely build into a long over here on Coinbase to get a dollar scalp maybe to the upside. I personally, I'm just going to be hands off on a long on Coinbase or Mara or Riots or anything until I see Bitcoin really popping off like crazy. I'm just going to be, hands off on that. But there are trades for sure being offered on Coinbase right now if you wanted to take it. It's a good risk to reward trade. If you get in near $52, closer to $52, you're not giving it that much of risk for a possible reward of multiple pennies to the upside.
And I wanted to cover this. Somebody actually asked, what is my favorite business book? So, I'll take a quick chance to show you guys this. And while I say this, somebody's like, how do I find a network? That is a great question, and I have a book for that, actually. It's called Never Eat Alone. This is a great book. It's on networking, relationship building. It'll teach you a lot of valuable lessons that you should approach to your career, and it'll definitely fast track you guys into any, get yourself ahead in any career that you're doing. Whether if it's day trading, obviously that's the dream. You want to keep day trading, but you still have to network, right? You want to network with other traders, talk to a lot of people, meet people, right? And this book will definitely help you with that. It has a lot of good principles in it. It was one of the first books I read when I was getting into the work field, and
How much you want to bet this person didn't even read the book, just made the drink so it can match the book and take a picture with it?
There's a good chance, There's a good chance. There's a lot of people out there like that, But yeah, definitely love this book. Vouch for it. It's a great book. And for anybody who is a trader and doesn't understand the infrastructure of trading, definitely need to read Flash Boys by Michael Lewis. Despite the Michael Lewis has amazing books. Like you pick up any one of his books. I think he wrote Liar's Poker. There's another one. I can't remember the name, but any one of Michael Lewis's books are solid if you're into finance and markets.
You know what I'm wanting to read? The one that Neil always talks about, Thinking in Bets. I always talk about, wanting to buy that book, but I still haven't. And when I put it in quotes, I mean what I mean.
Yeah, I gotta actually. I don't think I read
Thinking
that one.
in Bets. Yeah.
Yeah, I should pick.
Who's the author?
Okay, yeah.
Annie Duke.
I see. So so here's another one, sneak peek, Thinking in Bets, for anybody interested in that as well. And the last one for anybody interested in a kind of like a glimpse into the world of finance, the buy side. I found this one very interesting. It's based on Turney Duff. This guy was an absolute rager, legend, probably drank more than all of us put together. But it was a really good insight into kind of the world of the buy side, like you have sell side, buy side finance, and kind of, what they do and how life is like. I found it pretty interesting. So those 3 books, I really enjoyed them, and maybe you guys will as well.
Good afternoon from Argentina. Good afternoon, my friend. Brad means he's gonna go torrent that book. Yeah, pretty much, exactly. Fooled by Randomness. I'm not sure what that is. Is that from like something of a book or something? That's another book? Fooled by Randomness. Okay, that's another book. Where are we going to? Any black magic books? I want to do black magic on TED. Is that your stock you're trading right now? Let's go check out TED. New York, I'd be guessing, or NASDAQ? Nope, not NASDAQ. Amex? Nope, not Amex. I'm not sure what you're talking about by TED then. How to win at Video Poker Best Book for Life. Okay. More book talks coming out, but let's get right back to the market over here. As Apple and AMD are just hanging out by the lows, I see Tesla being called out. Pratt only reads manga. Pratt actually doesn't even read manga, to be honest. I just wait for animes to get animated and then I watch the anime. I don't have time for mangas, man. No, but I'll read like a comic book. You know, I used to be a big comic book fan. I used to read comic books to bed before I went. While I'm going to bed, I'll read comic books and whatnot. So maybe one day we'll get into mangas. But yeah, market's pushing right back to the downside over here. Looking scary once again for the longs over here. And Tesla near $700. We're only $2 away from 700 on Tesla. I guess the question that everyone's thinking about is, does Tesla actually break 700 today? As the low of the day was $700.68.
I want to say yes. I think we're breaking. I mean, if I had to guess, like, we reversed this whole move, and there's so much aggressive selling that, like, Tesla's definitely breaking 700, like, without a doubt. I mean, what are the odds that it bounces off 700 exactly and doesn't break? Or what are the odds that this is the low? Like, most likely we're going to break. But, you know, what time is it right now? Like, 1:30, 2 o'clock. Like, we still got a little bit of time left. Like, this could easily go back to 710 and then make a move up to 714, 715 before then making a move back down, right? So in terms of like a kind of risk to reward, it makes sense to go long here and like risk off 700 for that move. It's like a 5-to-1, so it's not that bad. But you know, if I had to guess, I would say that 700 is probably going to break at some point. I have like the thing I always say is, you know, we didn't come all the way here. We didn't come all the way from 750 to 700
just to bounce,
just to not touch it, to not even touch it and take the size. Like if you go to the size, which I'm just gonna assume like 700 has some size because it's like even dollar. Like we didn't come all the way to the size to then not take the size, especially in this market. So, you know, yeah, my bet is that we definitely break that today. I just don't know when. And like, if you're shorting here, like it's a super high risk because, you know, this could easily whip back to 710, especially if the market like bounces, then kind of makes a move back to 3870, 3880 area. For sure, Tesla will get back to that 710. And we've seen this setup before where it's like big sell off, then kind of goes sideways, has a bounce, makes a new high, stops everybody out, and then goes back lower if we're going to get some aggressive selling towards the end of the day. So yeah, that'd be my bet. And there was actually something I wanted to share on EVFM with you guys, just kind of some ideology here. You know, this doesn't apply to most traders, you know, considering that you're not moving, let's say, $200 million worth of stock on this name today, right? But think like a big trader, okay? Let's say you are the person with the active shelf who has to dump, right? You dump over here because that's where the volume is. Like as like that buy volume is coming in, they are using that volume to exhaust the millions and millions of shares that they have to unload onto the market, right? But you know, as a day trader, you have the luxury of taking way less size than these guys. So it's much easier. Your job is much easier. But think like a big time trader. Like if you short over here and then it kind of stops here, you know, like obviously take some profits. But when we go towards the $1 level, and like this is something that like, I'll like zoom in for this one. You know, as we move into $1, and I don't know if you guys can see this here. Let me like make this a little bit bigger just to make sure everybody sees this on the volume candle. As we move into the $1 level, there's a lot of volume, right? So essentially this volume is people who are hitting the bids. This is aggressive selling. So if you're already short and now you have to cover, you obviously want to use these people that are hitting the bids to cover, right? The last thing you want is to let this move play itself out, right? Then all the selling is done, and now look at the volume, absolutely dead. And now you're trying to get out of your monster short position, so you're trying to cover over here. You post a bid, it runs away. You have to hit the offer. Is there anything on the offer? And so again, guys, like look at the liquidity on this name. I'll literally drag this down. There's so much liquidity, and you're not moving $200 million worth of stock, I'm assuming. So it's not like a huge deal. But this is like an ideology that like I like to approach the game with. On the big move down, when there's all that volume, this is when you want to be interacting with the market. Like you're short as it's selling, filling the bid. Like you want to get your bids out like over here, over here, over here. You do not want to be trying to get your bids out over here because anybody who posts on the bid, and I'm talking like super size, like relatively big size, Anybody who posts on the bid is not getting filled. Anybody who crosses, the market catches wind. These bots are savages, and they'll just run the price away from you. So you think you're going to get 02s, 102, and then next thing you know, you're pushing the price up to 110 over there. So, again, this doesn't apply to most of us because, we're not moving hundreds of millions of dollars intraday on these types of stocks. But, again, ideology, think like a big trader. If all this size is coming in and filling everything, you don't want to be the last one out, because if you're the last one out, you're this guy running the price up, trying to get out, right? So, it's not a science, it's an art, but this is just something in terms of market mechanics that I look at. You want to use the volume to get in, get out. It goes back to the saying of being a reactive type trader, participating in the action, don't anticipate the action. Don't anticipate this is going back to 80 when it stops. You don't want to be the last one holding the bag if it's a pretty big bag, so you want to be out of that position. So the way I like to do it is I like to get myself out while it goes down, assuming that I have the right direction and I'm short from before. Then, you make it easy on yourself. You're getting filled, no problems. But again, this applies to huge trading, not if you're moving very, very small size or small relative size. It's always relative to what the liquidity on the book is, how much volume it traded.
Well, who you calling small, bro?
This traded 286 million shares today. Take the average price of, call it even $1.20. You're looking at 300, 400 mil notional. So, you're getting filled. It's not something you have to worry about, but it could be something that you consider in the future. So just keep that in mind. I wanted to cover it. I thought it was
Someone said show them your beer belly only if they knew, right? Only if they knew. Only if they knew what type of beer belly Luka be rocking.
Oh, yeah.
Especially 2 years ago. You guys would be in absolute shock. I'm not going to do my boy dirty like that. If he doesn't give me permission, I would never show this picture. Absolutely he said absolutely not.
Absolutely not. No.
Absolutely not.
No,
yeah, sadly, you guys will never get to see what I got to see, but that's the beer belly right there, man. CRM apparently is the worst trade of the day. Let's go check out what CRM is doing. Yeah, it's down 4%. I think you feel maybe it's the worst trade of the day because you kept trying to catch the bottoms and you got destroyed. Hey, I'm with you on that one. Meta kind of hurt me a little bit before it started working. Actually, it wasn't Meta. I'm thinking about NVIDIA. NVIDIA started hurting for me at the end of the day. My short was the best short position I could have had on NVIDIA. Would have been my number one position, obviously. Nothing you can do about it. MES pushing back up here. That's good, but Apple not really doing a whole lot. AMD not doing a whole lot. So we'll see what the market wants to do. Luka spitting knowledge. Yeah, Luka stays spitting knowledge. That's why we love this guy. Sometimes his knowledge base is a little out of comprehension for me. It just if you play cricket, you know what a bouncer is. It just goes straight over your head, straight to your head sometimes, and it goes you lose thought sometimes with the bouncer ball. It's like Malinga coming at you with the 300 miles per hour, even though it's impossible for him to do that. But wait, how much does Malinga throw at 100? 100 is as hard as anybody. 100's as hard as anybody can do, yeah. So it's like Malinga coming in with a bouncer ball over there to your head. But when you do understand what Luka has to say, you feel like Sachin Tendulkar in the ground because you're about to smack the ball sixes every time, baby. And that's why we have this guy over here to hammer the thoughts into our head, of how to think properly. Example, wait for the backside. Don't anticipate, participate. Imagine doing the other way around, just participating and never anticipating.
Yeah, always anticipate, never.
Exactly.
Don't confuse everyone, because easily confused. I confuse myself sometimes on these. But yeah.
Let me quickly do a YouTube spiel because I haven't done that yet. We want the like counts to get going on the upside. Only at 2.1K likes today, so please help us out with that one. We know about 40% of you are not subscribed. Go hit that subscribe button. Every time you hit that subscribe button, notification bell, or even a like on the YouTube video, it helps our videos and our live streams get pushed out to more and more traders out there who want to learn about trading more and want to be part of this amazing community that you guys have helped us grow on YouTube since day one. So please do us a favor, smash that like button, smash that subscribe, smash that notification bell. For those of you who want to take that extra step in supporting Trader TV Live, you can do so by becoming a member. You become a member on YouTube and you get cool little badges and emojis to use if you decide to do that. You can also send us a super chat. Right now, this chat is popped out onto secondary screen, so it doesn't show up, but you can send a super chat through that. And last but not least, you can head over to the homepage of our channel on YouTube, click the store over there, and buy one of our merchandise. And obviously, buying that merchandise helps us support us. And when you do purchase it, make sure you're posting it on Instagram and Twitter and tag us so we can share it with this amazing community that we have. Randy is now in my ear, and he says, if you're buying one, make sure you buy one for Randy. Randy, what's your size? Large, and I want a white one. He says he's large and he wants a white hoodie. So if you are buying one, buy one for Randy. You can get our address at right here. If you type in Trader TV Live on Google, you can get our address, ship it over here. Large white hoodie for Randy. I'll take a large white hoodie for myself, and Ian will also take a large white hoodie. You want one?
It's all good. Save your money. Save your money. But yeah, guys, looking at AGRX right now, sympathy play, everybody knows, to EVFM, and this thing's moving higher. And I almost asked myself, like, are we going to get a bounce now in EVFM because this kind of is making that move up? And I have the float out here. It's like 2-3 million on AGRX. And this thing did 5 million shares yesterday. I think 5 million shares, if I'm not mistaken, or is it 50 million? Hold on here. Let me expand this just a little bit. It was, yeah, maybe 5 million. And today it's at almost 200 mil. 200 mil, that is absolutely insane. Like what, float rotates like 100 times? Like that's kind of wild, right? So like guys, when you have these kind of names, just be careful on the shorts. Be careful on the shorts. This could potentially be going for a high day push. And I have the daily up here, and I'll just bring it up very quickly. Daily, high being 450. Like, is this thing going to continue running? Like, look at this volume, right? Did like, decent amount of volume yesterday, but then had a red day, closed red. But now today, breaking highs, 200 mil shares traded. Is this going for high day push to then break 3, do even more volume, and then dump lower? Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on. If assuming that the EVFM trade is now slowed down and not really potential to pop anymore, maybe AGRX picks up steam and continues to move to the upside. But if we break that 250 area, like this is the area of games. I think we break 250, we instantly flush down. But then probably hold and go for the high day push.
I mean, like games. What type of games are we talking about? Shooting? Battle Royale?
These are the games that they try. These robots are savages and try to take everybody's money. Guys, 250 level, if there's active sellers on this, they will literally push towards 250, it'll break 250, and it'll slam down. If no slam, then obviously, the long is good. It's a genuine rally, right? And if slam down, but then catch around 235, 230, and hold, they're going for the high day push, right? And then, look at this, right? Something we talk about. Makes the high, makes the final high, does that last little bit of volume, and I hope you guys see that. Last little bit of volume, makes the high, then the flush comes, right? So you have that kind of 250 level to play off on this, and is it going to basically go for that high and then do a lot of volume and then flush down? I think the main tell is in the tape. Like if you're watching the tape, it breaks 250 and it just starts like aggressive selling, block offers, like we're going lower. But if those offers do not come on, it's just a clean break towards, like technically speaking, you would think that this breaks 250 and then moves to like 260, 265 if it's going to be like a genuine like move up towards higher day. But for sure, games the whole way up, games the whole way down. That'll be my guess. When you get float of like, again, 4 million traded 200 mil shares today, like, algos are involved, and for anybody with lots of experience watching these things, you can tell when the algo is done with the stock, and the tape kind of changes and either slows down or it becomes more of like genuine moves, and then that's when you want to be involved, assuming that you're shorting, or if you know the algo, like the algo reads all the liquidity and or the order flow in real time. So as long as you understand what the algo is doing, then you have a better kind of edge approaching like whatever system that you're using on this.
Yeah, so only 10 minutes or so left with the Luca the Great and Platinum Prad, I guess. I don't know. Luca, we got to come up with the Lucky Luciano and Platinum Prad over here. Only 10 minutes left. So if you have any stocks you want me to look at, feel free to throw it in the chat. Apex Legends, do you play Apex Legends? Apex Legends is fire. Opinions, opinions. I'll keep my opinion to myself because you'll probably not appreciate my opinion. But all games are video games. You have fun with yours. I have fun with mine. I typed in AGRX while I thought I was going crazy. I don't know what's happened over there. Roblox. Okay, there we go. Finally, some stocks to talk about. RBLX on New York. Let's see what Roblox is doing once again. It was hanging out near the lows. We're still near the lows on Roblox. Not really doing anything exciting for the long side, you know, for traders who are trying to go longs on stocks. Roblox, I thought, was one. Could give you a decent risk to reward opportunity. Honestly, still could give you that opportunity. You have a 10 cent of risk to the downside if you're risking the low at daybreak, maybe 15 plus 20 with slippage. For a possible reward of 60 cents to the upside, if you are looking for that, then this would be the area what I would think about, you know, going long on Roblox. But I'm just hands off on Roblox overall. Hello from Aruba, guys. Can you please take a look at Nvidia long? Aruba, never been there. Would love to go there, obviously. But yeah, let's go take a look at Nvidia, which is double bottoming. You know, we tried to go long over here on Nvidia earlier. We took a ridiculous amounts of size. We keystroked into that. Instead of taking the size that I wanted, I took 100x that size. So I instantly got destroyed on that trade and blew my day up on that one. Blew my day up. Neil says I've been there. If you can put this camera on there, he's just shaking his head, or he's just nodding his head over there. He's like, I've been there before. Yeah,
we're not gonna talk about that.
But you know, that just goes to show it's like even with experience, you can make mistakes, and you gotta focus on your trades over there a little bit. And I'm not saying I have like 40 years of experience. I have 2 years of experience, and even then you can make keystrokes. I actually pride myself on not making keystrokes because I'm a gamer. I'm a god with the keyboard. I'm a god with my mouse. I'm too good with my keyboard and mouse over here. My keyboard and mouse are like a baseball bat for Babe Ruth, baby. So it's like these are my tools. A keystroke for me, it's like, come on, what am I doing? I get mad at myself for keystrokes more than I get mad at it for actually losing on a trade. So on that note, I'm very upset today.
Yeah, everybody's been there, especially as a day trader, you're scalping, you got a lot of orders out, you press one little wrong move and it's just pure destruction. I've been there like multiple times. I probably make, at least 5 errors a week. And I just say, yeah, we're not going to talk about that one. We're just going to let that pass, and I'm going to pretend it never happened, and that's it. And yeah, it's unfortunate you never been. Aruba's actually such a nice place.
Buddy, I haven't left Brampton and Hyderabad, okay? Forget India, forget Canada. I haven't seen anything.
I got a list of places for you to go. Aruba's a beautiful place. I remember the beach, crystal clear water, and you can literally see your toes if you have water up to your neck. Beautiful place. Everybody has to go there at least one time. And I see people asking, is UPST a good long-term investment? I don't know. Like, I have no idea. Like, what was the guy? That guy Mike was saying buy the stock at 240. Mike Minavini, how do you pronounce it? I don't even know. Anyways, he was saying buy this. But look, this move is absolutely insane. Like, it's so beat down, right? It's so beat down. And, this is not something that really from my experience, when you have these stocks that are absolutely destroyed like this, and you look at the chart, you're like, oh, well, it was up here, so like it could probably get back up to here. Like, yeah, it could. But then you could also make the argument like it's down here for a reason, right? Down here for a reason. Like, is this stock going to like $5? Is it going to $10? That might sound insane right now, but I guarantee when it was at 75, if I was like, oh, is this stock going to $20? Everyone will be like, no, there's no way. If I showed this chart, and I said, oh, what is this going to like? Is this going to break the IPO level? Was this the IPO level 25? Is this going to break 25? And it's at 80? You're like, oh, there's no way. Or what if you saw it like this? Oh, there's going to be support. It's going to be at 100. And there's no way that it's going to go to 25. And now look at it now, right? So, I mean, like, is this going to continue to go lower, hit 15, 12? Like, in this market, anything is possible. And I stand by my statement. Apple is going to $80 eventually. And that 143 level, man, hopefully some of you guys had that because that was a solid level. Like, we had that short yesterday, and today I actually had like, this was like a back burner play. I didn't really want to focus on it, and this was like terrible, and then it kind of really moved higher, so this was a very terrible trade. But this is now inching lower. Like, are we now going to, push back and test the lows? Like, it's going to move with the overall market. So, like, I stand by my statement. Like, in this type of market, if the Fed continues to be this aggressive, and nobody is stepping in front of these tech stocks to buy them, then like where are these prices going? Like they're going to the long-term
Apple
average.
$20?
No, not if it goes to 20, that would be like insane trading. Like I would love to see how it trades at 20. But the reason I say this is because these things could potentially be going to their long-term average. Their long-term average. And the long-term average on Apple is around like 80, 90 bucks. So
whoa, chill, buddy. It's not breaking 100.
It sounds crazy right now.
Take it easy.
Sounds crazy right now, but there is potential. So if it does hit 80 by this year, so I gave you.
What though? You're the guy that cries wolf, and when it actually happens, no one believes it, and the whole world's burning, and that's what's gonna happen at that point.
Well,
Apple
listen,
at 80?
these are prices. Like prices don't matter. Like
Apple
they matter
at
to
80?
people who own the stock, but prices aren't really it's like not really prices. It's like you need energy to be like cost effective. Like people need to be able to get places, especially in Canada. Like everybody drives. Like you can't have gas like going out of control. Food needs to be in check. And the unfortunate thing is the Fed has no control over this, right? They only influence demand side, not supply side. And so it's like, those are the main things. Like the price of, the price of like these names, like Apple, like Warren Buffett says the same thing, right? Apple's a great company. He owns a lot of it. Whether the price is 120, 100, 80, like that really shouldn't matter. It's like your home. You're buying your home to live in. Like whether you paid $1 million, 500,000, like 800,000, like obviously you want it to go up. Everybody does. But at the same time, if you can afford, like assuming you took a mortgage, if you can afford the mortgage on that, right? It is your home. It is your home, right? As long as it's the home that you wanted and the home that you love, and you build a loving family within that home, then like who cares if it's quoted at $1 million today and 800,000 tomorrow? Like it's not a big deal, right? So, but yeah, I stand by my statement. $80 price target on Apple, bold statement, but I'm sticking to it. And I know people were asking Amazon, where do you think Amazon is going? I mean, at this point, like we're going back, like probably going like towards the end of the week. I wouldn't be surprised 105, 103 area. But this kind of, and I can't remember if it was Neil or Sean who called this morning, but they said the short on Amazon, and they're like, look, if we break like 113, 112 area, like this could easily get towards 110, and go figure now at 108. So I mean, a lot of these names are down like 4 or 5%. All these names that I'm looking at, and I just say to myself like, where's the, like, if you're short, hold on to your shorts, but is this really going to hit 105 today? Like, is it going to move another 2-3% today? Like, probably not. Like, this is already like a relatively large move. If anything, we get a nice relief bounce into like 109, 110 for then the reshort back down towards lows. And so if you structure that accordingly, maybe it becomes a 2-to-1, and that's maybe a good opportunity to look at. But in terms of like, I wouldn't be looking a short here. Like, I'll be looking for like a bounce play, if anything.
Yeah, Barry versus Bull said, I left the boot for you so you can decide. No, man, leave him alone, leave him hanging in the chat, because more super chats coming in that's saying that me not talking is probably the best thing, means more super chats for the show, means more cameras for the show. So listen, as long as they're hating by super chatting, I'm okay with that. But if they're hating without even super chatting, then that's like, okay, like you're just wasting chat space, you're just wasting mental space, and that actually leads into a good question. Like, if you're supporting and hating, I'm okay with that. If you're hating just for hating, that I'm not okay with. At least hit the like button and subscribe button while you're hating, right? But that moves me into the second question that Luca was talking came up. It was, how do I preserve my mental capital? Preserving mental capital is not an easy task. Today, actually, I was watching a UFC video, and in there, they were talking about how Sean O'Malley gets ready for his training practices, and we've spoken about this exact same thing before, which is meditation. Sit down right before you even trade, visualize your trades, do some breathing exercises, learn how to get your emotions to calm down a little bit. And while I'm saying this, I'm actually talking to myself, honestly, because my emotions kick in sometimes, especially when I make a keystroke, and then I start revenge trading. I start breaking my rules and start going into this dark rabbit hole of just bad decisions after bad decisions, all because of one little trigger that flares up. So mental capital is a big thing. You are putting emotional capital and mental capital at risk. I would say if you're having a bad day, just get up and go for a walk, come back later on. Maybe learn to do some meditation exercises, some breathing exercises. I know a person who actually said he goes for a walk after every trade, successful or a fail, and it doesn't have to be like a 10-minute, 1-hour walk. He goes for a quick walk around the block, comes back into the building, gets ready to trade again. Sadly, he doesn't work with us anymore. He did get a different job. And so on, and we do wish him the best. And he did graduate too, but he had to move on from here. But the idea is you got to find out what works for you.
Yeah, guys, absolutely no reason to hate. And, it's something to be said about, like, look, you're looking at me say a bunch of things, right? and you're like, oh, like we should listen to Luca. Like, guys, I'm shut down too today, right? So, you know, the market humbles everybody, and it doesn't really matter. That's why risk management is super important and preserving the mental capital. And that was actually a great point that you made. Like, you know, if you anticipate that there's like big events that are going to be big tradable events that come around, you know, save your mental capital for that, right? Like, don't waste your mental capital. Like, especially like, for example, this Tesla long. If you're saying I'm going to play the long off 700, like, try it once. If it fails, it fails. And that's it. Like, don't stab this like 3, 4, 5 times. Waste your mental capital, and then towards the end of the day, there's a really good opportunity, and you're all stressed out, and you kind of butcher that trade too. So, you know, take it from me, the master of trying things too many times. Like, save that mental capital for the trades that matter most.
All right, I know what Tyrone does for his mental capital relief, but yeah, we gotta go. I gotta go eat lunch. We're gonna send you off to the closing show. No more Sean, sadly, but I know you guys are happy because it's Tony Tuesdays. Take it off, ladies.
Ciao.
Peace.
Hey guys, thanks so much. Yeah, welcome in. A couple hours left, guys, on a Tuesday, which is turning into, sell-off kind of a Tuesday here. We are in negative territory in a big way, right across the entire board. I will show you in a second here. Big time negative numbers, though. It was the consumer confidence that came out at 10 a.m. this morning that kind of kicked off. If you remember, back at 10 a.m., it was a very positive start to the day. We came in the pre-market. We were gapping up right across the board.